What's up, everybody? Oh. So before we do anything else, is the mic a little better? Is it fine? Because I was playing around with the settings this morning. I was trying to troubleshoot it. Okay, can I get an answer? Can I get an answer instead of scatters all the way through? You still sound like the same boomer we know. It's a little loud. Okay, it's louder. I think it's louder, yeah. Is it too loud? Or is it like good this way? Or is it just like louder than what I usually had because it was always too low? Okay. All right, good. Cool. Over limit, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate that. And Booble, thank you for the 9 months as well. All right, now you can scatter. I just wanted to make sure the mic sounded fine. Now you can let all the scatters out to your heart's content. I don't mind. All right, there we go. Perfect. All right, guys. Is today the day or what? Is today the day or what? No? You think today's not the day? I think today's the day. I'll say it. I'll say it. I think today's the day. I thought yesterday was the day. I thought Monday was the day. But I can't be wrong 3 days in a row. There's no shot. There's no shot I'm wrong 3 days in a row. I've never been wrong 3 days in a row in my life. unless maybe last Banlist season or something. That may have happened. Dude, I mean, look, it can only be, it has to be today, tomorrow, Friday, or Saturday, right? It's never Saturday. Saturday's weird. Saturday's a weird day. I don't want it to be Saturday. We have the EU versus Asia Challenger Cup on Saturday. Imagine how weird it would be if we're in the middle of the sponsored Challenger Cup stream and they just drop the TCG ban list. What do I do? What do I do if that happens? I have to like take a break from the Challenger Cup. There's no shot. There's no shot. Like, nah, we've gotta react to the TCG ban list. There's no shot. We've been waiting for like 6 months or something, 5 months. Nah, dude, we're putting the Challenger Cup feature match on hold if that happens. Nah, I think it's gonna be before the weekend. I don't think Saturday is when it happens. I'm hoping it's today. If you watch this, it is today. I don't even know if that's worth it, dude. I might just not take the deal. I might just not take that deal. That video goes hard. Okay, I'm scared. I'm scared. Chad, I'm scared. What is it? You can call me blue hair, blue tie, hiding in your eyes, and secrets, anyone can find me. You use it, is that Widow Anchor? It's kind of catchy. Okay, well, Whatever, man. If it makes the ban list happen today, we watched it. We will never beat the Ray allegations with behavior like this. Okay. Let's warm up. Let's warm up on this ban list day. Anything for the ban list. Anything. Okay. Warming up as we speak. I've seen this one before. That's a Neos. Chaos Neos? Yeah. Hello? Zoom? Who is this? Some Utopia? It is something Utopia. Well, chat, I can tell it's Utopia. There's no point in telling me it's Utopia. Utopian aura. Okay, well, the card definitely had a utopian aura to it. Tatsunoko. Yep. Oh, no, not Valence. Okay, I'm guessing the Valence. Today is the day I guess the Valence. If I guess the Valence first try, today's Banlist day. No, it might still be Banlist day. Second try? No. Which one is it? Marquez? Mad Marquez. Okay. Maybe it's not Banlist day. I don't know what this is. Well, it's a Mecha Phantom Beast. Is that Tether Wolf? Coltwing. Coltwing? Coltwing. Okay. Karakuri Ninja. Karakuri. Is it just called Ninja? Yeah, quick. Is that Recital? Yeah. Or Recital? I don't even know how you say that. Do not know. Maybe an appliancer? It is an appliancer. What is a copy buckle? Ooh, that is jammer Sonic Transcicada? Is it Transcicada? Yeah, it's not. Sonic Jammer is the other insect thingy. Yeah. That just Dracosac? It is just Dracosac. Okay. Ooh. Toon Kingdom. You look familiar. Grant Neos? Nebula Neos. Are you sure it's Nebula? I mean, you probably know better than I do. I thought it was Grant Neos. Okay. No idea what that is. Odd Eyes Phantasma Dragon. Okay. Speedroid. Speedroid. Tri-Eyed Dice. No? Red-Eyed Dice? Oh, I didn't know there were two different ones. I thought it was just that one. Sylvan. Cherub Sprout. Chaos something. It's one of the it's a chaos card. Is it Chaos Core? It is Chaos Core. Okay. Utopia Kaiser. Yeah. Radiant Gerald. Is that a Warrock? I think that's a Warrock Mahmoud. Warrock Mahmoud. Okay. Oh, is that Su 3? Su 3? Su 3? Tornado Squall. That's what I meant. Wait. Tornado the reverse wind? Yeah, okay. How do you spell the Blackwing that I meant? Sudri with a D? Okay. Oh, TG Halberd Cannon? No. Blade Blaster. Okay. That's Pinpoint Dash? Iron Draw? Oh, it's Iron Draw. Okay. What is that? Tindangle? Doles? D-hole? What? Okay. I don't think I've seen that card before. Who is that? Xeno Guitar? Mm-hmm. Erratic. That's just seals. Erratic Seal of Heavenly Spheres. The big bug. We had at least it's armored bug, metal armored bug. That one. Yep. Zombie Master. Oh no, not the Flower Cardian. Oh, the Flower Cardian that has a deer on it. I think there's one that says deer. Maple with deer. Come on. Flower stacking. Dude, the one time I think I recognize one, it's a spell trap for the archetype. It truly is unfortunate. Oh, Abyss Sphere. Old. Oh yeah, Dark Belter. I was missing the green card thingy. The Little Winged Knight. Is it by any chance Winged Knight? Wingard. Wingard. Okay. I'll close. That is the one of the man-eater bugs, right? The new man-eater bug, mimicking. Yeah. That one's broken in sealed. Oh, I think that's a super heavy. Yep. I've seen this guy. Wormhope. Yep. Look, it's the card that's banned at Worlds, and it's a nerf to Runic. Still offended by that. I don't know who you are. Secret Sect Druid Drew. Okay. This is Nimbus Man. Yep. Ooh. Odd Eyes. Performapal, Odd Eyes. Seer. Yeah. Oh, that's another Blackwing. Oh, I Blackwing Gust. The Back Blast. Yeah. This also feels familiar. Ah, it's Blaze Accelerator. Reload. These are always hard. These are very hard. Is it fine? It is fine. Okay. Neko Aris, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate you. Dino Wrestler? No, Goki. Guts. What's happening here? Last counter. Ooh, Dark. It's not Dark Highlander. Tour of Doom. No. Vaccine. Damage vaccine max. Surely. Yeah. This is like something of wisdom. Of wisdom. Harvest Angel of... It's not Harvest Angel of Wisdom. Sage of Wisdom? Winged Sage? Halkos. Okay. It was not Wisdom. Jordan, thank you for these 7 ones. Oh yeah, bargain. What's going on here? Oh, shamanism? No. Spiritualism? No. Something Amazonas. Amazonas spiritualist? No, it's not that. It's a spell trap. I should have skipped it sooner. Secret arts. Okay. It's a Supreme King. Yeah, Supreme King Gate Darkworm. Supreme King Dragon Darkworm. Brionac. Ah, 900. Not bad. Not bad. Good day. Good day. Banlist day. Banlist vibes. It's a good day today. So surely that means, right? Surely that's what it means. Not washed indeed. Thank you for recognizing that. Also, thank you for the 21 months. Appreciate that. All right. Let's quickly do this one. You know what? Since today is Banlist Day, why don't we start with Beatrice today? Because it's probably the last day she's legal. All right, it's not Beatrice. It is an effect monster. It's not an exceed. It's relatively old. It's just a small effect monster. What's a relative? Let's do tour guide. Okay, that's a little too low. Oh, but it's an old card. And it's level 4 or 5. Level 4 or 5, but it's got less than 1,000 attack and more than 600 defense. And it's older than 2011. Moving Fortress? It could be Moving Fortress. Level 4 Earth. Level 4 Earth, 800 attack. Less than 2200 defense. 2004 is too old. Golem Sentry. Is Golem Sentry 800 attack? Golem Sentry is 800 attack. And it is Golem Sentry. Alright. We're zooming today. Today is definitely Banlist Day, right? It's just gotta be. It's going way too smoothly today. Alright. He is guarding the ban list? No, he's not. Not anymore. He's been caught. He's been caught and identified. The Golem Sentry can no longer guard the ban list. Just a demo. Thank you for the 24 months. I will not answer that question. I will not answer that question. All right. You guys, the plan today is relatively simple. We're just going to have to bridge the time until 6 p.m. until surely the ban list drops today. We've got a couple of things to talk about. I've got a react lined up. Look, the title for today's video, for today's stream was initially going to be reacts, like in multiples. And then I realized that the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh recap that we still haven't watched is 2 hours long. So I just like changed it to one react because I don't think it's a matter of we're gonna do multiple reacts today, because I have the tendency to pause and to give my own input on the stuff that's being said in these recaps. So I don't think it's an issue of like we're gonna be reacting to tons of different stuff today. I think it's gonna be just that, which we're gonna do. We're gonna start it at our lunch break, but then we're gonna like do it until it's done. We've got a couple of announcements to talk about. Actually, it's just one announcement. It's nothing crazy. And then we also have I want to just play some Master Duel. I've been tryharding Master Duel obviously in the last couple of weeks with in preparation for the World Championships. So I figured today would be a day, now that we've submitted our decks for the World Championships, we can go back to playing some of the decks that I just love playing, right? In Master Duel at the moment, like I don't know, Pure Fire Kings, Paleos, Centurion, some runic decks, that kind of stuff, you know, like decks that I basically haven't really been playing much in the last couple of weeks because I've been so focused on like the top meta decks. So we can do that. We can also open the World Championship celebration bundles in Master Duel. I haven't purchased those yet or opened the packs. We can do that. Couple of fun stuff today. So yeah, it's gonna be chill. And yeah, first things first, let's look at something they announced, I think, this morning, which are the exclusive goodies for the 275th YCS happening in Lille, France in September, which is obviously when the new ban list is going to be in effect. So the format is going to be amazing and everything, because they're going to do a very good job at this upcoming ban list, Copium. But that aside, they have announced some exclusive stuff for it because it is the 275th YCS. So you're gonna get this entry mat of spell card Monster Reborn and spell card Soul Exchange, I think. Yeah, it combines the artwork of 2 different cards that debuted in Infinite Forbidden. It looks pretty cool in my opinion. It's a pretty good mat. It's pretty nice. I will be there, yes. I will be at YCS Lil. This one's pretty cool. And then they have also announced a special version of the Top Cut mat, right? The Top Cut mat always has the current YCS price card, but for the 275th one, it's going to be a special artwork of the playmat. It's not going to be the normal YCS Top Cut mat. It's going to be this one. It says like 275th YCS in the background, and it's got like the blue and red combination background going, and some silver in the middle or whatever. It's also pretty neat. As well as this one, which is only obtainable at the oh, it's the French flag. Now I get it. I kind of missed that one. Yeah, no, it's the French flag. Obviously, that makes sense. Okay, that's cool. And this one is the Slifer Raigeki alt art as a playmat for the public event prize wall at YCS Lil that you can only get there, right? It says 275th YCS. I don't believe the 275th YCS is like a combination event like they've done in the past. From what I heard, it is just Lil, right? There is no, like, this is happening at different places at the same time, like it was with the 200th or something. It's just Lil. So this is also pretty cool. I mean, you're gonna want to try to pick this one up, I think, because it's like exclusive and it looks pretty nice, and I think. So yeah, those are the exclusive things they have announced for YCS Lil. That's happening in September. So I'm looking forward to those. Guys, calm down. The ban list is gonna release, okay? Whether it's, look, in all honesty, whether it's today or tomorrow or on Friday or even if it's Saturday, it's gonna happen. The thing that matters way more in the grand scheme of things, right, is if it's a good ban list, right? That's what matters more. Like, the couple, I can wait a couple days if the ban list is good, you know? I just think it's fun. I just think this whole, I personally, I don't know how many of you guys take this ban list waiting season so serious, but I just think it's funny how we as a community just act when the ban list is around the corner. I think it's hilarious when like they tweet something and there's like 1 billion people in the comments saying like, where's the ban list? Mike is still peaking. How? Is it actually? It shouldn't. Yes? Oh, God. Okay, this... It did just before? Okay. Is it, like, better or worse than yesterday? Because I did work on it a little bit. I'm not an expert, but I did... It was... The things I found on the internet said, like, you should turn down the mic's volume, then you should add some gain, and then add a compressor to it or something. That's what I did. So I'm hoping it's better. But yeah, if it keeps peaking, keep letting me know. The TTS volume is low. I can turn that one up. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Anyways, that's the only thing we have in terms of news. I mean, I've said this yesterday, but the entire Yu-Gi-Oh community is just waiting for a ban list right now. Everyone is holding their breath. Nothing crazy is happening. So let's just hop on over to play some Yu-Gi-Oh in Master Duel until the TCG ban list drops. New OCG metagame. The metagame report we looked at yesterday already. That is, we've already seen it. Okay, so before we even play any games, let us check out this special bundle here. Dude, they know how to get me with these like limited in time kind of bundles. I already know I'm not the biggest Junk Synchron fan in the world. Or Junk Warrior rather. I'm not gonna use this icon. I'm probably not gonna use this whatever like background it is, but it looks pretty cool. And it's limited in time, so I'm probably gonna get it. Because I mean you get the same packs than if you were spending 1,000 gems anyways. So we'll do it. We can have in general we have a little bit more time today for things. We don't have to stress about anything. So let's take the time to have a prediction on how many URs we pull on the first bundle. How many URs in the bundle? 0, Keck W, 1 to 2, 3 to 4, or 5 plus. Copium. Right, I'll give you 30 seconds to predict. Gamba your points to your heart's content, and then we'll open the first bundle. So what is this? You get the icon, the sleeves, and the menu background. All right. Prediction done. Why is everyone typing in chat? I don't know. I mean, you can take part in the prediction by just typing it, whatever. It's fine too. You don't want to gamba any points. All right, let's go. Surely the anniversary, the Master Duel bundle is going to be hype. Okay, well, we've got one rainbow pack. Why is there no sound? Yeah, I guess I have to go into my settings and enable Master Duel sound. One at least? It is at least one, yeah, if we don't get any upgrades. Royal Hugin in this pack, 100%. Dude, pulling a good Royal out of a Master Pack is so lucky. Like, it's so unbelievably lucky because there's so many bad Ultras. Dude. Imagine after I just said that, I would have got not only a playable Ultra, but it was a Royal. Holy shit, it would have been so hype. Oh my god, I thought it was about to happen. The moment it flipped, oh my god. It was almost insane. It was almost an insane clip for the ages. But only almost. Not content brained enough, Master Duel. Not content brained enough. Oh, second Ultra out of nowhere. Dude, that would have also been such a good Ultra, dude. Holy shit. How do I get these in a Master Pack? I already have it. If I'm gonna, it's just a dismantle for me, but imagine. Holy. Okay, 2 Ultras in the first 10. Not too bad. Glossy Grand Guignol, I guess. And we get Junk Warrior, and Junk Warrior. Hog a champion. Okay. Choose prediction outcome 2. And we'll just run the same prediction again for the other bundle. Exact same prediction, 30 seconds. This one is the Stardust one. With Stardust icon, Stardust sleeves, and Stardust background. I've noticed I hate the... You got 4? Wait, I got 4? Did I? You skipped the last pack? I skipped the last pack? I didn't notice that. What was in the last pack? Holy shit. Can someone clip that? I didn't realize that. I thought we were done. Dude, I'm sorry. I thought that was... thought we were done. I didn't see that. Well, I guess okay. Dude, I skipped 2 ultras. Okay, well, my bad. My bad. Dude, really? Hold up. Okay, 2 ultras in the first 10. Not too bad. I didn't see that. I didn't see we had one more. Okay, well, my bad. Get scammed. Before we open the other one, let me read this. Master Duel without sound is weird. How loud is too loud? Is this fine? Or is it too low even? Fine. Okay. Refund? I can't refund. I can't refund it. I'm sorry. My bad. All right. Second thingy. This time I'm going to count very carefully how many ultras we're getting. It might not be the hardest task. It might not be the hardest task to count this time around. Make a new prediction and only the people that got scammed will vote. I mean, okay. That is not gonna work. Deserved for scam. Okay, calm down, dude. It's just some internet points. Pretend this message was highlighted. I lose everything. Somehow that worked. Somehow I read it. Somehow I read that as if it was highlighted. I don't know how that worked, but it worked. Ah, there you go. It's not 0. It's not 0. Not deserved. Okay, we're done. Let me carefully count how many ultras we got. 1. Should we reverse this time? No. I'll not even... No, I'm not even going to start that discussion. Okay. Alright. Alright. I can indeed count to 1. Which is all you're going to need today, because the number of Banlists that you're going to need to count today is also 1. 1. Alright. Let's play some ranked with just some decks I enjoy. Let's start with Centurion. Couple of Centurion games. No, the banned runic fountain was a joke actually that I made in the last meeting we had. That just remove that, and then you can still drop it today. John Konami. Dude, I don't know. The only thing I saw was that after I said Nif's guys chill and send you guys over there, he was everything but chill. That's what I saw. Because he was screaming like he was like screaming like crazy for because there was no ban list. Oh god, Memento. Don't think I ashed the Goblino. I don't think I ashed Goblino. But I'm not 100% sure. Sadly, I can't bestial the Gatic. I could bestial... No, I can't bestial that. Okay, that's fine. They're doing a weird line. See, it's been a while since I've tried Memento. They had the horse. They had the horse. So, I guess not ashing the goblin was good. Not sure. Maybe they can still play with the bone party. Well, we'll see. We have successfully ashed the horse. Oh, but they hard drew fusion as well. If a monster was destroyed, you can also shuffle from the grave. Would I want to banish the goblin so that they can't return it? Probably not. I wonder where I bestial. I genuinely don't know. I think bestials are solid against this deck, but usually I have the feeling that bestials would have been really nice against this deck if I just hit the Gatic, but because they started with such a weird line, they didn't start. They started with Gatic while they had no monster. I don't know. We'll see. This needs to banish 5, shuffle 5 memento monsters. Destroy Anguish in hand. To special summon a mace. Okay. Okay, this unfortunately does not target. This does not target. So, but I could still bestial the Anguish because that's clearly what they are trying to summon. I think I'll do that. I'll hit the Anguish. So what do I know about their hand right now? They have Memento Mictlan. They have Combined Creation. That's the 2 cards I know. I think 2 cards are unknown. Can you increase the volume of the music? Yes. It might be a matter of because my microphone is louder now, that you guys are turning the stream down a little bit, and so my music is lower in comparison. Why fusion pop? That don't ask me. Okay, so they only have 2 mementos in the grave right now. They banished fusion, destroyed Tatsuno to add another fusion? Okay. Look, I don't know. I'm not an expert on memento, but I feel like they should have still ended on creation somehow. But, alright. We'll take it, I guess. Ooh. Chimera setup? They do have Chimera setup. That is true. But I find it hard to imagine that we get outgrinded here. But we'll see. Gonna summon out the Lubellion. That's gonna get 1 card off the field immediately. If they don't... So that kind of that kind of makes them want to go Chimera immediately, I guess. I'll just hit the... I don't think it makes a difference. Mace is better. Why is Mace better? Like, why does it matter on my turn? Because they popped the Gaddick for free now. I mean, they could have done the same with the Mace, right? But Mace does not come back. I mean, neither does Gaddick. Or does it? It needs to be sent to grave by a memento monster. No, it also doesn't return. I checked for that. It doesn't do that. So I think that's why it was fine. Let's bond for a normal summon. Let's perform said normal summon. Yep. Chain. I want to use regain to draw here. I'm guessing. I mean, Gaddick being in their deck is probably good for them. So I guess I'll put the Twin Dragon back. Or is it better to put Gaddick back? I'd like to banish it and leave it banished, is my problem, right? But I don't want to put it back into the deck. Maybe I just don't draw with regain here? Ooh, they dodge it by shuffling it? I'm okay with that. Just put your Druids back? No, I want it as a target for regain. So... I... Can we kill? I don't think so. Not with Centurion. I don't think I summoned the Druid Worm. Did you know Maxi is very annoying? I doubt you can afford not to go for it. I don't think I have a kill line though, because they prevented Magna, and I didn't use the regain to summon back the Druisworm. Like, I don't know. Is there any point in destroying the Twin Dragon? Because they're probably going to be able to destroy it anyways. But I think I just go with this. Okay. Any reason to summon Auxilla in the EMZ? Sometimes with this deck you can get clogged in the main monster zone if you're only summoning synchros. Like I want to summon my Bestial, I want to summon these two. Like it's not gonna happen this turn. I just don't think it matters really. Oh, don't destroy my regain, dude, please. Okay. They're not destroying my regain. That's good. Can Memento beat a Light and Dark Chaos Angel? Is that good against them? Hmm. That's not looking great. They got a lot of gas. Are they able to chain block this Guardian Chimera right now? Or could I just negate it with Baron? No. Nice pops. I think I just banish the Gaddick and don't use Regained. Because I'm low on time and I just like, I can't have my stuff ask me for Dru's Worm all the time. Why is branded Regained immune? Because Auxilla says face-up cards in your spell and trap zone cannot be destroyed by card effects. So Chaos Angel protects Auxilla and Auxilla protects all my back row. So right now on my board, Auxilla and Chaos Angel are unaffected by monster effects. None of my monsters can be destroyed by battle, and my spell traps cannot be destroyed by card effects. So it does depend a little bit on, like, what kind of options they still have in their deck to beat it. But yeah. The field spell is double protected, because the field spell just can't be destroyed. Actually, no, Auxilla doesn't protect the field spell, because it's not in the spell and trap zone. So it's only not... Yeah. Why did you skip the draw? Because Gaddick is usually a one-of in the Memento deck, so I wanted to not have them get it back. Mace also usually a one-of, so that's why I'm trying to banish some of their one-ofs so that we can win a grind game, because we're not like... We are a little bit on the back foot here, so it's gonna be a grind game no matter what. And I can still get my regained draw in the end phase potentially if I just... Because I'm gonna get another Bastille, right? So they have Cranium Burst. Can combined get piercing? There's some way to do that. I forgot what it was. I think Bone Party? Yeah. Oh, but they didn't do that. Okay. They didn't give it piercing. It would have been game? 3,000, 2,000, 2,200? Would not, well, it was not game. But it was a lot of damage. If they gave it piercing. Okay, the Magnamood's gonna die, actually. Successful. Set Bone Party, okay. Need to focus real quick. Need to get my extra 60 seconds, and even then we are kind of low on time. Okay. Sick, just in time. Do you play Brand Beast? No, I don't. No, I don't. None of my stuff can be destroyed. Can't you kill this turn? I'm very low on time, and I just can't think about it. Is the problem. Okay. Maybe they were also very low on time. I don't know. Weird one. What fun. Why the Baron no die? Can you see how many points the first place has? It's like 1850 or something. They're pretty high this year, this month. Ooh. A solid hand. 60 card deck, dude. They're gonna out my maxi for sure, for sure. Deploy! Ooh, yeah, link me that in chat right now. I can't click on links in donations. I might read it later. We got a Veiler the Grand Guignol because that sends Serenir, which guarantees retribution in the graveyard. They have Thrust for duplication. But that's probably it. That's fine, I guess. Not the worst. Not the best, but... Wish my Maxi resolved, be honest with you. They did not duplication while Imperm was live. Droplet sent Gran. Okay. So if I just Bestial banish the Grand Guignol, they are forced to do it then, but that's not great for me. But I don't think I can just attack. I don't think just attacking and then setting Imperm wins. Because they get back Cartesia, they can just chill. Because they know I have Magna, they can just like duplication on their turn or something. I don't think it's great. Like I want it to happen now because now they can't discard for... They cannot discard for Lubellion, right? Golden Sword Soul. This is insane because they also sent... oh no, Titanic Light's 2,500. I thought it was 3k. Never mind. I mean, they still get Cartesia back. It's probably Baldrake. They get Cartesia back and they get the Titanic Light summon. I can't banish because they don't have a monster right now. I also... The Bestial isn't live because I Typhon this turn. It's only next turn that I can Bestial. Okay. Albaz into Mirror Jade, and then they have Mirror Jade, nothing else. Probably okay. Hey, could be worse. What if you didn't run over Cartesia? They had two. So, no, it's worse if I don't do that. The good thing is Branded Fusion is banished, so I don't think it's the end of the world. Imagine white. I mean, Branded in white, I have a Bestial against, right? Oh my god. What? Okay. That's a problem, is it? I'm not sure. Because I've got Imperm for the Mirror Jade. So, like, I normal summon Primera, they negate it. I Imperm the Jade whenever they do it. I just Baldrake into, like, Baron or something. It's probably okay. That's not terrible for the grind game. It's also a fine discard for stand-up if I want to go for it. I probably have to go for stand-up. They don't stop this. Okay, so I go... stand up. I need to read that card. Until the end of this turn. Oh, you banished that one? Don't know about that. We'll see. So... Because I use this now, I place Primera, and while this is in the spell trap zone, they are Their Mirror Jade will not destroy my Legatia. And I'm turn player, so I get to do this first. So what they are going to try to do is they probably want to go sprint, summon Albaz to fuse away my Legatia. Probably. So this is Springans. I don't know if I max C it though. I don't know if I max C it. Because then they just go instead. If I max C, if I just max C, I think they will. I think they just add Springans kit and not give me any draws. So I think I'll just do this, not do anything about it. Why didn't we Tradea place Emmet? I forgot. I should have done that. 100%. Yeah, you're right. Actually, that's pretty bad because now I don't have a synchro. I don't know why I didn't do that. You're right. Okay, they summon kit. Oh, yeah, that's fine too, I guess. Yeah, at the Brand Fusion back. Okay. I might lose because I forgot to put Emmet here. I'm not gonna lie, because I don't have a guaranteed synchro. This Max C won't resolve. You really think they... Oh, they drew a Kaiju. Okay. You know what? That's actually good, because I can now phalanx the Legatia. And I might just do that in the hopes to draw an Ash Blossom, because if I draw an Ash Blossom right now, I win the game. Do that. I mean, without cards in hand and Golden Sword Soul already out of the deck, this should be okay. I'm hoping. It's unfortunate because if I had the Emmet here, it was actually just game. So if we lose this, it's my own fault. And we'll see. Okay, Incredible Ecclesia is also in their deck. Veiler? That's the wrong kind of Veiler. Yep. Why that Kaiju specifically? I have no idea. Maybe they play Slumber and they wanted to have one big one and one small one. Or because it's a light. Yeah, maybe. Light for Albion, big for Titaniclad. Yeah, I guess. Okay, they're crashing the Jade to destroy my board. Okay. And the Aluber comes back. Sure. Primera only protects level 5 or higher Centurion monsters. So the Emmet will also survive the Emmet will also survive the Mirror Jade. It only destroys the kaiju right now. But they get a lot of cards still. Their main phase 3 kind of goes crazy. I wish I had one Bestial, one singular Bestial, and I would be vibing. But nope. Branded Banishment. One Bestial. Oh, man. Man. Can you move the sponsor block? Oh, yeah. I can put it here. I think I lose. Pretty sure it's game. Oath has a monster target? Yeah, but I can't get another Primera. Because I already special summoned and searched with Primera. Maybe I shouldn't have searched with it. I needed a Bestial. I needed one Bestial. Ah. Stupid Aluber top deck. This deck really needs Atri. Atri would have been really sick. In this game was winnable with Atri. Or like, I would have won. I also, to be fair, like I said on the second last turn where I forgot to go through Emmet, I would have won. If I had Emmet there. So, can't really complain. They got lucky, but like we still would have won if I didn't mess that up, so it's okay. You can play Candle for a bonfire target? Yes, I know, but I don't think that's good. I don't think it's a good practice to play a target for bonfire if it's only a 2-of in your deck. Oh, another 60 card deck. Wonderful. Let me guess. Branded Fusion. Oh no, it's worse. Oh no, it's worse. Dude, my deck plays 15 hand traps or something. And this is what I get paired up against when I draw 0. Am I really about to lose the Tri-Horned Dragon? An unworthy dragon with 3 sharp horns sprouting from its head. Okay. Oh, okay. That's a solid combo right there. I expected nothing less from someone putting Trihorn Dragon in their deck. But what I am expecting is a Max C. Tell you that much. This is slightly awkward because Trudea is level 4. I can still emblem a oath for a level up. Okay. Okay. Well then. Check deck. I can't check deck in ranked mode, guys. Once you hit rated duels, you can't check decks. You cannot do it. Can I go first once? I haven't gone first today. Thank you. Sometimes you just gotta ask. Sometimes you just gotta remind the universe, like, you know, I haven't actually won a coin flip today yet. Can I maybe get one? Ah, but okay, what I didn't specify was I also would like to have a play in my hand. And that okay, I guess I forgot to say that. Yep, alright, cool. Thank you. Thank you, universe, you're a real one. King Boohoo, thank you for the gift sub to coin flip. Maybe you should have gifted a sub to playable opening hand instead. Yeah. Very likely they have an extender, but... The mirror is probably one of the worst matchups to not draw a play into. But I guess, okay, we're in the same boat. Not even attacking. Alright, sick. Ah, thank you. Surely this works, right? Ooh, wait, it worked? What do you mean it worked? Okay. They might have Maxi. But at this point, I'll take it. At least I can play the game. Can you OTK? This is Centurion. That means the answer is no. Why would you banish Primera? I get a summon out of it next turn, but okay. I do want to kind of get over this Primera that they have. I think I'm gonna commit to that. Never mind. I didn't place Trudea so that I could synchro immediately before they make Baron, guys. If I place with Trudea, I can't bring it out until the main phase. But I get Primera in the standby phase, so I can make a Legatia at least. Did they add Lubellion? Oh, they added that. Okay. Fine. Who is considered the special summon from Phalanx? I mean, he performs this. My opponent performs the special summon. Probably prevent that because it makes Baron. What's your ratio for Bestials? I think I play one of each Bestial for the main deck. Or like one of each level 6 Bestial, and then I play 3 Lubellion. Ooh, Dark is good. I mean, they've already attempted Trudea, so Dark alone is not that crazy. But it does give them... I mean, it's just a one-card way to make SP, I guess. Don't know what else they can do with that. Are you happy with 3 Lubellion without Beast? I like Regained way more than Beast anyways. So, yeah, I'm happy with that. banish Legacia. Do I push it in the spell trap zone to summon Emmet? What's the point of doing that? Not sure. I can't really summon it out from the spell trap zone. So feels odd to do that. Packbit? Oh, I still haven't added I haven't added Packbit to this deck. That's true. Free Emmet. I mean it is a free Emmet. I guess I'll do it. Also, maybe it could have maybe made them make a mistake or something. I don't know. Like banishing the Legacia and letting me get it back or something. Oh, they play Synchro Rumble. That's insane. That's very good here. Hey, just hoping they don't have stand-up or Emblema now. Is Banlist today confirmed? It's not confirmed. We just believe over here. We just believe. We're all believers. It's surely today. No copium. No copium. It's today. End phase. All right, that's looking good for us. Okay. True. That's fine. They're gonna try to save their Primera. Imagine the ban list ends up being asked. That is the worst, the literal worst case scenario, yeah. Let me see if this Cherdea resolves. Does it get Veilered or not? If it doesn't get Veilered, I think we're chilling. Okay, we're chilling. We're definitely chilling. Not even a second maxi. Pathetic. Alright. Cooking. We should have drawn a card with the second Legacia that I play instead. Fine. Let me shuffle in this effect Veiler. Does Legacia's effect still apply? I don't think so, no. I don't think it has this effect. It's its monster effect, I'm pretty sure. All right, Centurion's fun as always. Let's move on to a different deck. Let's play some Fire Kings. And when I say Fire King, it does have some Snake Eye cards, but no Flamber stuff. It's just Poplar and Bonfire for consistency and like the Snake Eye Ash. But it's more of a pure Fire King deck. Wish it wasn't that expensive though. How many Ultras does Centurion need? I forgot. No Diabell either, yeah. N. So what's Ultra? Primera is Ultra? Oh, great, dude. I wanted more access to Fire King Island going second without a hand trap. You can never have enough Fire King Islands, dude. Ugh. Will you play Runic Naturia? It's planned for today, yeah. All right, we've won one coin flip, bricked, and now we're back to losing all the coin flips. Golden Kappa train incoming. Okay. Whatever that means. I guess it means today's Banlist day, because you only get a Golden Kappa train on a Banlist day, is what they say. That tier. Yep. Sheeran. How many hand traps again? This one has like 12 or something. Which isn't enough to draw one going second. Like multiple games in a row. Understandable, right? Not Marilith. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. I get to go first. Does this mean I draw no starters? Find out. Almost. It does play. Would Tenpai ruin Master Duel? I mean, I don't think Tenpai is gonna ruin Master Duel, but Tenpai is going to be very strong. For sure. And in best of one, I think they cannot release Tenpai at full power. I do not think that is something they should or could do. Ah. That's what happens when I have 2 Called by the Grave. I might need to pop this Ash. I don't know if I have enough bodies otherwise to do any meaningful combos. Oh, almost clicked the wrong Garunix there. That would have been cringe. Is it bad if I don't have 3 Kirin? You can play Snake Eye Fire King with 2. Yup, we're ending on nothing, guys. We have 2 called bys, and our opponent draws Gamma Imperm. It's that kind of day. The universe is telling me not to play a fire deck today. I feel like I'm gonna stop. I need to shotgun banish this so they don't have a target for this card because it doesn't target to revive, so they can just discard the one they added and then I can't hit. Okay. Yeah, now screw playing meta decks, dude. They were not interested in your logic. Yeah, they were like, that's all cool and all that. It's cool that you thought about the stuff that you're doing. Anyways, let me open Imperm, Gamma, Samsara D, Lotus, opening it to the Spirit Gates and Nightmare Throne real quick. Let me just ignore everything. All right, going second. Movie time. Oh yeah, this deck is a terrible matchup for Paleo. It's like the worst matchup in the game right now for Paleos. So first game I queue it. I feel like the universe is trying to get my mood down sometimes. Is that just me? Sometimes I just feel like there's no business I should be this unlucky. Like what? How many coin flips have I won? 2 so far in 2 hours of streaming, and one of them I went first. I bricked. The other one I got Imperm Gamma when I had 2 called buys. Ah no, dude. I'm not. Arleg was playing Chain Hole for this matchup. What does Chain Hole do? Chain Hole. When your opponent activates a monster effect in response to a card effect or activation, negate that opponent's effect, then your opponent can banish one card from their hand or deck with the same original name as the negated card. If they did not, you can banish one random card from their hand. When your opponent activates a monster effect in response to a card or effect activation, negate that opponent's effect. Okay. Not bad. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna... I'm sorry we're surrendering this much, but I don't like playing a game that I know I can't win. And this one I just can't win. And, like, I'd just be watching them play. Micro Canadies, thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate you. OER90, thank you for the 26. Voices is crazy versus backrow. No, it is. It's not the fact that Voices is a problematic deck. It just happens to be a bad matchup for my deck, which is nothing to be salty about, but it's just like we lost that game before it started. All right. Opponent is scared of a little Laundry Dragon Maid. I feel like that's already a win in terms of like a mental victory. Like, I better ash that laundry. And it's Fire King. Great. Ha! Skyburn is a problem for my deck, guys. They heard it. Immediately hit the Karma Cannon. Not even close. Yup, the two... One of those days. Now what? You're gonna use your Garunix or not? Oh, we're getting Snake Eye OTK'd now. Oh, fun. Oh, I hit rollback. If I roll back Dynamicious, no, I can't do that. If I roll back Karma Cannon later, I could also Karma Cannon here because they won't have a face up to send for original. Probably good. Don't want them to have original engraved next turn. Yep. All right. Well then, Traptric's a good draw. Onyx returns. And then this guy kind of fucks me up. Well, at least they got no disruption, so if I can get... I'd have to get really lucky with this laundry. It needs to get, like... If I mill rollback and trap trick, I genuinely just win. That is very unlikely. Close, though. I got rollback. I got rollback. That's not quite enough. Needlebug Gamba? There's nothing we can Gamba into. We're gonna survive this turn. I guess we just have to, like, resolve... I think we're just gonna have to resolve, what's it called? Balance of Judgment, maybe? It's not lost yet. Okay, that's the first mistake. They're not keeping Wanted as a way to chain block my trap trick. That's pretty big mistake. Trap trick into Viboko? No, we don't have to trap trick for a protection because we have 2 Rise to Full Hiding Grave. We don't have to trap trick for protection. We can probably just trap trick for Balance of Judgment. You can chain block trap trick? Well, you can chain block Paleos in the graveyard. This feels like an attempt to SP. Fine. It's not fine. It's not fine because that's very good against Balance of Judgment. Karma Cannon. Okay. What is those emotes running across the screen? Where'd that come from? I didn't know you could do that. They can't attack directly now? Yeah, but I think they probably realized that they won't be able to win this turn anyways because of my Rise to Full Height. So I don't think that's a mistake per se. That's only something that people would like consider that don't know exactly how this works. Okay, that's actually like kind of annoying. Because that's gonna be in my back row. Actually, I didn't even need to use Rise there because they can't attack anyways. But it's like if I bring back Paleos, then... the Rise to Full Height. The balance of judgment is going to be very hard to resolve here, but I feel like I need to do it. I think it needs to be done. Did we already watch 2016? No, we should probably start soon. Otherwise, it's going to take... Okay, battle phase. Nice. Main phase 2. Sick. End phase. Okay. I guess they're playing around balance of judgment? But then they're just not doing anything, really. Time to grief some fiends, I think. Was Ponix destroyed? I don't think so. Get the ash out then. I hate it so much when they have it. I hate it so much, dude. I'm in so much pain whenever I play a rogue deck and my opponent has Ash Blossom. It's so painful. Ooh, that might be just in time. Why is this Linkuriboh so annoying? If the Linkuriboh wasn't there, I could just go Typhon, attack SP, bounce Flamberge. It'd be really clean. Me when my opponent makes the correct play, dude. Very annoyed. Ultra mad. Morganite is gonna be sick nasty. I mean, it's hard to survive though, because the Rise to Full Height, if they play it well, my Rise to Full Height will not actually protect me this turn. because they can go SP banish Typhon in response to Rise if they play it all correctly. If they just hold the SP basically checks my Restful Height if they just don't use it and don't get rid of it in any other way. So I'll be forced to trap trick, to roll back, copy trap trick into. Oh, they sent. Okay, that's the first step to their downfall. Just sending Flamberge while it can't activate Poggies. Why Flamberge no activate? See if they do it. I think it's one. It's a crazy thing to say in this game state, but I think it's one. I realize it's a crazy thing to say with how I know how this looks, guys, but I think it's one. The set is original Sinful Spoils. I guess they could have the third Ash Blossom. That would be insanely rude right now. Yeah, I'll only draw 4. Fine. Oh, I guess you know what? Because they can attack the Typhon. If they play access code and they can make an access code that's 5300, they could win. I'm not sure how, because Promethean can't do that. Oh yeah, they do. Okay. Yeah, they probably couldn't. All right, no direct attack. We draw two cards every turn. They have used their Skyburn unless they play multiples. IP Masquerena is fine as long as they don't play 2 SPs. I think we're okay. It's still gonna be a little bit grindy from here on out, but I think we are, in fact, what you would consider vibing right now. Yeah. Let cook. They're gonna hit a Karma Cannon. I already know it. I'm gonna be pissed. But it's not correct to chain it yet. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, played around my Karma Cannon really well, didn't you? Played around my Karma Cannon by putting all Link monsters up. What if I put a monster up, huh? What then? Oh man, that was great. Okay. All right, let me grab food real quick, and then we shall start react. We shall start our react journey until the ban list drops. I'll be right back. I guess I'll bring up the list because people always ask. I'll be right back. Okay. React until ban list drops, so subathon confirmed. No, it's today. It is today. Trust. Source, trust me, bro. All right. Y'all. We have a movie to watch. Am I the only one? I feel like these have been getting longer and longer and longer and longer. But we still haven't watched the 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Recap. We've watched every single one up until this point. So I'm gonna, as always, pin the link to the video we're watching in chat. If you end up enjoying it, feel free to visit the Law yugioh's channel and give him some love, as always. So we're gonna hop right in. It is a almost 2-hour banger, so get your blankets and food and all that. And I'm gonna throw it respectfully at 1.25 speed because it's a long video. So, but let us begin.
When we last left off, the meta was in a state of flux. Following the release of Docs and the subsequent ban list that took everything pre-core out of the meta, Cosmo was left the lone wolf at the top of the meta, with a couple of pendulum brews starting to pop up here and there under the name of Pepe, short for Performapal Performage. Those piles had grown substantially in power too with the release of the Master of Pendulum structure deck, bringing Pendulum Magicians and support for Performapal and Odd Eyes, allowing the strategy to rival and even surpass Cosmo in the meta. But this was kept exclusively to the regional level, as the only—
Yeah, so we're starting the year off with where did we leave 2015? Necros is finally dead. Performapal releases. Was it already broken? Is this post full power Pepe, or is it before Bosch or after Bosch? Oh, it's about to become broken. Okay.
The potential YCS to showcase this was cancelled at the end of 2015. Because of this, Pepe would have to show its growth following the next core set release, and to anyone who knows about Pepe, this set would instantly make the Pendulum Magician pieces obsolete.
Oh, this is Breakers of Shadows, right?
Breakers of Shadow. Release date, January 15th, 2016. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Performapal, Draco Slayer, Cosmo. Impact... Bosch is probably one of the most infamous sets of the Arc 5 era, which is kind of funny in retrospect, as on the surface, it doesn't look like it would shift too much. No major revolutions in new archetypes, a couple of pieces of support for existing ones, but
I think it's true. I think the deck, or the set doesn't have that many cards, but the good ones it has were absolutely insane, right? Like, what is it? Performapal, Pendulum, Sorcerer, Solemn Strike, alone. These two cards alone, like, they almost killed the game. It's like, I mean, not killed the game. They killed the format pretty much. Like they made Pendulum so insane. It also had Twin Twister. It has Cyber Dragon Infinity. So like it's just a couple of really strong individual cards that completely break the game. It's like, I think it's comparable to like Poplar coming out. Like Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer releasing is, I think, pretty comparable to what Poplar did to, like, the Snake Eye deck. Tin Can? Yeah, but, like...
nothing as game warping as you'd expect from a set that caused a tier 0 takeover. In reality, the set may have only had a bunch of smaller pieces for various strategies, but all of those smaller pieces could be utilized by the same centralized pile at the center of the meta, which would result in a complete hostile takeover of Pepe on the format as a tier 0 mega threat, arguably the worst we've seen since Teledad. Let's start with the aforementioned Performapals, who saw 3 pieces of relevant support here. Monkey Board is a scale 1 that searches a Performapal the turn it scaled, which in practice means that Monkey Board on its own was full pendulum scales, as it covered the low scale and allowed you to search for a high scale such as Lizard Draw or the new scale 6 of Guitardal, who draws a card when the Performapal scale is activated while it's already in scale. This would be extremely useful alongside Lizard Draw specifically, as you could scale the turtle, scale Lizard to draw 1 off the turtle, then send Lizard for its effect to draw 1.
Pepe was based for this combo. This was my favorite part of Pepe.
Giving you a pot of greed
drawing cards. I don't know, I'm noticing a pattern. Whenever cards draw cards, I like it.
Lastly, Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer was an OCG import that, on special summon, popped up the 2 cards you controlled to search for Performapals up to the number of cards you popped. This was an incredibly powerful effect that standardly would let you pop scales to search for either follow-up or the Lizard Turtle combo, but there was a pretty major oversight on this particular card. On its initial release, Pendulum Sorcerer was mistranslated, stating that it searched up to the number of monsters destroyed, not cards. As such, because it happened at the same stage of the effect as the pop, if you popped your scales with this effect, it would consider the pop cards as spells, meaning you wouldn't get the search off. This would be a
really? I don't remember this. If that was the case, they fixed it mega fast.
Pretty major nerf to the card's applications, specifically in regards to popping cards like Plushfire in the scale, which was a very common play at the time due to Plushfire's float effect. Buster Blader would be the newest attempt at retraining a monster used by Yugi, giving us the Destruction Swordmaster, who's treated as Buster Blader on the field and in grave, equips opponent's monsters destroyed by battle to himself, and can send an equipped monster to grave to pop all same type monsters the opponent controls, as well as the Whelps, a series of Dragon Tuner companions for Buster Blader. Buster Whelp would be the main one, able to search a Destruction Sword card on normal, contribute itself to summon Buster Blader from hand or grave, and can summon itself from grave by discarding a Destruction Sword card if you control Buster Blader. This was a quick and easy way to access one of the deck's primary bosses, being Dragon Destroyer Swordsman through a search for fusion, a quick play spell that can recur itself by discarding any.
You know the set is down bad when like the second card we're talking about pretty much is Buster Whelp of the Destruction Swordsman.
Card, when fusion summoned, gains 1000 attack for every dragon in the opponent's field or grave, swapping all dragons to defense, locking their effects, and gains piercing. Or the Synchro Buster Dragon, who turns all opponent's monsters into dragons, can summon a Buster Blader from grave if you do not control one, and can equip a Destruction Sword monster from grave to Buster Blader once per turn, being effectively a companion piece for the anti-dragon bosses. As for the other Whelps, each can equip from hand or field to a Buster Blader, with each having a Floodgate effect.
I always forget which one's the broken one? The middle one, right? Cannot special summon from the extra deck, yep.
effect, and an effect that moved
we hate the middle one.
Buster Blader for an immediate bonus, with Dragon Buster locking the opponent's special summons from extra deck and can summon itself while equipped, Wizard Buster locking the opponent's grave effects and can send itself to grave to recur a Destruction Sword monster, and Robot Buster locking face-up spell and trap effects and can send itself to grave to boost the equipped monster by 1,000 for the turn. This would be an extremely comprehensive and solid wave of legacy support for Buster Blader, giving the deck a solid direction, but it's
well, I don't know about solid direction. It's good support. And I personally, I know at the time I thought it was cool they made Buster Blader into like a theme deck. Looking back at it, I feel like it's just another one of those instances where we're making this legacy deck playable by giving it floodgates, which I think is just a kind of cringe thing to do, but
suffered pretty heavily from the retrain not having the name Buster Blader in hand or deck, meaning half of the support couldn't be used with it until the retrain was on the field or in the grave, leading to the deck breaking to high heaven more often than not, although it would see rogue level play in formats with high dragon representation for obvious reasons. Draco Slayer would receive easily its most impactful support yet, receiving another Draco Slayer main deck name in Master Pendulum, being a normal pendulum that can pop another pendulum scale on field while it's in scale, and the fusion boss of Dinosaur Power, a contact fusion of a Draco Slayer pendulum and any other pendulum, can revive a Draco Slayer pendulum once per turn, and blocks all pendulum cards you control from destruction of any kind. However, there was one more piece of support this time that would take Draco Slayer over the top, being right? Draco Face Off, a quick play spell that revealed a Draco Slayer and a Dracoverlord from deck, had the opponent select one at random, and then the selected monster could either be special summoned or set in the scale, with the other moving to the extra deck. This was insanely powerful, giving you easy access to your Luster lines at best, or at worst giving you a free level 4 body and Vector Pendulum, while placing Luster in the extra deck for the eventual pendulum summon back, making this an absolute staple for all pendulum decks moving forward. Dino-Mist would be the third Draco Slayer tie-in archetype, a series of level 4 and 5 machine pendulums focused on protection and scales, with all the low scales being able to destroy themselves in place of another Dino-Mist card, and all the high scales being able to negate a card that targets a Dino-Mist by popping itself, with each having unique monster effects, with Stegosaur popping both sides of any combat involving another pendulum you control, Plesios dropping the opponent by 100 for each Dino-Mist card you control, Petaran searching a Dino-Mist when it destroys a monster in combat, Brachion able to summon itself from hand if your opponent has the highest attack on field and you control no Brachions, Ceratops able to summon itself from hand if you control only Dino-Mist and no Ceratops, and Rex able to tribute a Dino-Mist at end of damage step it attacks to either attack again with piercing or spin back a card from the opponent's hand or field and gain 100 attack. They also had two relevant spell traps in Charge, which searched a Dino-Mist on activation and added a Dino-Mist sent to face up extra deck back to hand once per turn, and Rush, which summons a Dino-Mist from deck, making it unaffected by card effects and destroys it in the end phase. While Dino-Mist was absolutely interesting, in Constructed, it didn't have what it needed to compete on the meta stage consistently, being relegated to the rogue level at best. Shiranui would be a new zombie archetype aimed at cheating out their synchros with their tuner Spectral Sword, who can banish itself in another zombie non-tuner engrave to summon a zombie synchro whose total level equals to 2. This would be complemented by their main deck pieces of Smith, who searched the
I've seen this card being played for the first time in Duel Links like last year.
Shiranui card when sent to grave as synchro material and prevents zombie battle destruction the turn he's banished, Spirit Master, who summons the Shiranui from hand on normal and pops a card when banished, and Samurai, who can banish a zombie from grave to boost itself by 600 and banish any monster it battles that turn, and recurs a Shiranui monster when banished. Their synchro bosses here were Samurai Saga, a level 6 that can shuffle back a banished zombie to swap all opponent's monsters to defense with less attack than the returned monsters, and drops an opponent by 500 when banished, and Shogun Saga, a level 8 that banishes a zombie from grave on summon to boost itself by that monster's attack, and floats into a banished zombie with 0 defense on destruction. Shiranui had the bones of an interesting strategy for sure, unique way of utilizing the standard zombie shtick of filling up the grave and recursive payoffs, but unfortunately was just not consistent enough.
Shiranui has been meta in both TCG and Duel Links in the past. I don't know if I would agree to that. I don't know if I would say Shiranui has been meta in the TCG because people played specifically Solitaire with one Spirit Master in like snow zombie decks. I don't know if that's a fair statement. In Duel Links, yes, absolutely. The Shiranui had its own deck in Duel Links, but in the TCG, it was just a zombie pile where you played exactly 2 different Shiranui cards out of like 15 or 20. I don't know how many they have. I don't know if that counts. Really.
At this juncture to become meta, seeing some rogue level experimentation with Unizombie for helping set up Spectral Sword lines. Cosmo would see its third wave of support here in Tin Can, a pilot who can pay 500 to choose 3 Cosmo cards from deck, then add 1 at random to hand while dumping the other 2 to grave. Sword Troopers, a pilot who can pay 1,000 to revive a pilot in grave. Delta Shuttle, a ship that can dump a Cosmo from deck to grave to drop a monster's attack by its level times 100. Dark Eclipser, a ship that can't be targeted and can banish a Cosmo monster from grave to negate traps, notably not floating into a Cosmo on death, rather searching one instead. And Cosmojo, a trap that pops a Cosmo to non-targeting banish a card on field. This wave would spark an interesting change in direction for Cosmo's deck building over the next couple of months, mainly centering around the new pilot of Tin Can, as by using its effect, one could actively set up the grave with multiple ships and then revive them using cards like Call the Haunted and Oasis of Dragon.
Yeah, Tin Can is what the deck needed, right? Because before this, Cosmo, the best pilot, or really the only good pilot that Cosmo really had, was Farm Girl, which only functioned going second. So now they actually had plans for going first and would actually choose first most of the time, right? At least I think most of the Cosmo versions in this upcoming format would choose first. And it was like Tin Can control stuff. I don't know. Tin Can is pretty well balanced, to be honest. I think Tin Can was a really good card at the time. And it was frustrating if your opponent opened with Tin Can sometimes. But looking back, it was probably a well-designed card. Because it was strong, it made Cosmo playable without it being like way too powerful. So it feels like just right, looking back at it.
Souls. This direction of the deck's building style would receive the colloquial name of Tin Can Turbo, and while it wouldn't be super popular for now, it would fundamentally shift Cosmo's place in the meta over the coming months with new releases and the strategy's last support wave. Kaiju would receive their most interesting support wave yet, receiving Chizukiru, the now strongest Kaiju body at 3300, but also a new reason to actually play it. Interrupted Kaiju Slumber was effectively Dark Hole that summoned 2 Kaiju from deck, one to each side of the field, and could be banished from grave on the following turn to search another Kaiju. This would spark a movement of using the Kaijus as an engine that was effectively Dark Hole but better, wiping the board and giving you an immediate 1100 damage to push to the opponent by attacking over the Gamma Seal with
I don't know why, but I don't remember people playing these in 2016 much. I remember people starting to really play these during Zodiac format in 2017. That's the first time I really remember Slumber being like a super popular card. I don't think in 26... I was surprised for a moment that these were in Bosch. The Slumber. Because I don't remember anyone using them in Pepe format.
Chizukiru, then being able to search another Gamma Seal on a following turn to out whatever the opponent built after. Magispector would receive a more minor support wave here in Ogama, who sets a Magispector spell trap from deck on summon, and Sonics, which doubles a Magispector's attack and defense, but halves the damage it inflicts that turn. These two would find a home in Magispector decks, namely for the added flexibility they gave to Magispector setups, with Ogama providing a search for either pool of responses the deck had access to. Guiding Ariadne could, when destroyed, reveal 3 counter traps in deck to have the opponent pick one to add to your hand, shuffling the rest back in. This would be yet another option for Pepe, as not only could it potentially search Solemn Warning if the opponent was daring enough to give it to you, but it also...
So, Guiding Ariadne is another example of a card, of a pendulum card, that could have been such a cool way. Like, I love when pendulum cards are being used as like, I don't know how to phrase it, but like, outside of the usual pendulum slob where you find an idea, because pendulum monsters conceptually are relatively interesting because they can both be monsters or spell traps at the same time. So like having a card that you can use in different ways can design wise, it opens up a lot of really cool ways, like how you can use Guiding Ariadne, for example, in the deck it's designed for initially is like counter fairy, right? That's definitely what it is, right? So you can like put it in your scale to make all your counter traps free, which was a real problem for counter fairy decks back in the day, right? Like, I mean, not in 2016, no one was playing counter fairies really, but like theoretically, it was there to solve a problem for the counter deck where like you would run out of life points or run out of cards in hand to activate all your powerful counter traps, right? So that's one thing this fixed, but also another problem that counter fairy had or notoriously had back in the day was like sometimes you would draw all of your traps and no monsters, so you can just summon this, right? You can just summon it in front of your counter traps, apply some pressure with it, and when it dies, it searches you a counter trap. So, like, conceptually, this card is really cool. Here's the problem. If you don't place careful locks on pendulum cards, they just end up in the pendulum slob deck, like in the pile of pendulum cards. And this card, they could have made this card even better and then just put some restrictions on it so that you can only really play it in counter fairy. And maybe, who knows, maybe counter fairy could have been a thing, right? If they made a more powerful version of this card that only goes into counter fairy. But no, they decide to keep it more generic. So no one played counter fairy and instead just put this card into pendulum decks to, when you go first, search like a bunch of Solemns. Which is cringe, right? That's like how everyone won with Pepe going first, like was just like setting up a bunch of Solemns and no one could play through it because of how good Solemns were against Pendulum as well, right? As someone who never liked Counter Fairy, I have no problem with this. I mean, you don't have to root for Counter Fairy to be good to see the problem that I'm describing, because that applies to more cards throughout the history of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Where instead of helping the deck they are designed to help, you just keep them too generic, so instead you just help like other decks more. But yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to say Ariadne conceptually was a really cool card, but the way it was played was just not great, right? Because no one used it for its intended purpose.
The new counter trap of Solemn Strike, which can negate and destroy either a monster effect or inherent special summon for the cost of 1500 life points, being a massive staple in the meta almost immediately thanks to it being a way to block pendulum summon pushes. Another option was the more budget-friendly Ultimate Providence, which was an Omni-Negate at the cost of discarding the corresponding card super type from hand, which would see some experimentation. Twin Twisters was yet another variant of MST, taking a discard to use but popping up the 2 spell traps instead. This would be an instant staple, especially in a metagame centered around pendulums, as the versatility of being able to snipe both scales or remove multiple back row threats while also potentially setting up the grave was too good of a deal to pass up for most players, seeing mass play almost immediately. Quaking Mirror Force was the third of the elemental variants of the classic Mirror Force, flipping any affected monster face down permanently instead of destroying them. Seeing
my favorite Mirror Force. What's your favorite Mirror Force, chat? Mine is Quaking.
Experimentation immediately, as the ability to lock up the opponent's zones with this was actually surprisingly useful. Fiendish Rhino Warrior was an OCG import that blocked other fiends from being destroyed, able to bin a fiend from deck when sent to grave, being an instant staple in Burning Abyss.
OG? I would think OG is the most, obviously the favorite one of most people, but I really like Quaking. I think Drowning is like, if Drowning is your favorite, you're probably a gambling addict, because Drowning is either completely dead or completely insane. So, yeah.
Blocked the BA self-pop and let you Foolish Burial 1 after using it. Neptibus, the Atlantean Prince, could send an Atlantean from deck to grave to search an Atlantean card and can, if sent to grave for a water monster effect, revive an Atlantean monster.
I take back what I said earlier. There's a lot of powerful cards in Breakers of Shadow. They just didn't have immediate impact because of how powerful the few cards were for Pendulum. But like, now that we're going through all these individually, yeah, there's more to it than just Pepe. It's just Pepe is so strong that these others didn't see play immediately.
Would completely revamp Atlantean,
that they were
more
also
accurately Merlantian, into a rogue level contender for the current metagame, as by sending Dragoons with his effect, you could not only search another Dragoons, but also search for a Mermail to pair with it, being the perfect starter for the strategy. Lastly would be 2 new Exceeds in the OCG import slots that would revitalize the stable.
Neptibus was so ahead of its time. Neptibus was very ahead of its time. And the funny thing is, even back in the day, we realized how weird it was to make a card like that, right? When like one card does everything for a deck and that one card does so much, we realized, or I feel like I thought of it that way, that was a problematic way of designing a deck, because you would play it and you would, like, if you had access to it, your deck was unstoppable, which never felt good when you were playing against it. And then when you didn't have it, your deck just felt like you were playing a deck from 5 years ago, which was pretty awful, right? So I felt like it was one of the, I mean, it's not the earliest example of a one-card combo being introduced, but it's like, it is one example, and I feel like it wasn't overall that well received, right? Like, because I loved Mermail before Neptibus. One of my favorite decks of all time, 2012, 13, 14 Mermail versions, definitely up there in my favorite decks of all time. Post Neptibus, I didn't like the deck anymore. Like, post Neptibus, I'm not a fan of Mermail and Atlantean decks anymore at all, in any format. They never were meta again, but even if they were gonna be meta, I just didn't like how the deck played once that card got introduced. Right? I liked how the deck played before Neptibus. I didn't like how it was played after. At all.
In extremely different ways. Traptrix Rafflesia is unaffected by traps while she has materials, and could detach to send a trap hole from deck to grave when its effects would be able to be applied to trigger that effect. Rafflesia would become an instant staple rank 4 in the format, in large part thanks to Treacherous Trap Hole, as her effect became a true monster pop on a quick effect with that, seeing use for that as well as for applying Bottomless after the fact. The other, and far more interesting application card, was Cyber Dragon Infinity, a light-locked 3-material rank 6 that can also summon itself over Cyber Dragon Nova, gains 200 attack for each material, can suck up an attack position monster on either field as material once per turn, and can detach one for an Omni Negate. You may be remembering what I said right at the start of this, and no, I did not misspeak. Cyber Dragon Infinity would be a staple piece of the rank 4 toolbox due to a monster we've mentioned before in our series, being Tellarknight Ptolemaeus, who could, for the cost of detaching 3 materials, rank itself up into any light rank 5, which just so happens to allow access to Cyber Dragon Nova, which in turn gives access to Infinity. This would be...
It seems like such a big investment compared to today, but like the Omnis were crazy back then, dude. You put 3 bodies into an Omni Negate, that shit was worth it.
Become an integral part of any rank 4 focus deck that could reliably put up 3 materials, which in case you didn't know, was about to become frighteningly common as we entered a tier 0 format with YCS Sydney would be the first event of the year on January 16th, and Pepe was already poising itself as the new mega threat, taking 90% of the known top cut. With all of the new tools from Bosch, the deck was an absolute menace, as you could set up any number of various turn 1 setups.
What is Palomuro doing there? Is that like a search target for King of the Feral Imps?
The deck ranging from Rafflesia to Infinity to Dweller to even Nightmare, not to mention the follow-up you had with options like Castel, Ignister Prominence, or Trapeze Magician. At this stage, there were so many different options for the strategy that practically every list would be running something different. Some would run Rescue Rabbit as a way to access Master and Vector for Exceed plays and Dinosaur Power lines. Some would run Odd One of Tex and the Reptile lines for searching with King of the Feral Imps, such as Palomuro for access to Naturia Beast with Hat Tricker, or Mask Chameleon to access Ignister Prominence with a Graved Master or Vector, and I'm sure many others that were sadly not known due to the loss in most of this event's coverage, but we'll talk more about these soon. Yahweh Zhang would take the event on Pepe, using a fairly standard list with no particular standouts in deck composition.
It's interesting that in these first couple of lists, people didn't play the Solemn cards. Because the way I remember it, I'm sure we're going to talk about the event, because YCS Prague 2016, I remember everyone playing Solemns in Pepe. Like, it was just a, you go first, you search Solemns, you win the game kind of format. At least in my head, it's like that. I guess we're going to check out some lists in a moment and see if it actually was in all of those lists, but I remember it being that way.
Or interesting techs, just utilizing the insanely consistent menace. An extremely interesting part of the Pepe mirror match that should be discussed here is the interactions of Wavering Eyes, as timing your usage of the spell was critical for winning the mirror.
Interesting is one way to say it.
On whether or not to use it on turn 1 for your own scales to get the benefits before your opponent can, or to save it for the full 4 scales, or save it to chain.
Was YCS Prague 2016 the controversial one? It's the one with 2 normal summons in the final in 1 turn, if you mean that. I don't know if that's super controversial or anything. I think it was that one, yeah.
To your opponent's copy to ensure yours landed first. This was also complicated even further by the inclusion of Performage Damage Juggler, which could actually be discarded to completely negate Wavering Eyes due to the 1-pop effect being a burn effect, which only added to the mind game complexity of the mirror. The only non-Pepe deck that was known that topped here in the Tier 0C was Cosmo Artifact, being one of the first major appearances of
no
Artifact
extra, no side,
as a way to block the massive Pendulum Flood back swing, able to be summoned the old-fashioned way with Sanctum, or with Slip Rider popping it off of a pilot tag out. This event would set the stage for the absolute dominance of Pepe on the format, but it seemed something else was just on the horizon, with the structure deck releasing 2 weeks later bringing forward a revolutionary idea for structure decks that would change their design forever. Emperor of Darkness. Release date January 29th, 2016. Set type Structure Deck. Major strategies Monarch. Impact Stunner Swarm. You decide. Emperor of Darkness in the OCG was the beginning of a new structure deck series known as Structure Deck R, which took the concept of an older structure deck, in this case the Dark Emperor, or Advent of the Emperor.
I feel like this is another issue or another matter of, I love OG Monarchs. I love Monarchs. I really do. Like all the OG Monarch decks, like any Monarch control deck pre-2010, any like Frog Monarch, that kind of stuff, I love them. With this structure deck, I didn't like it that much anymore. Not just because of the floodgating aspect, but also just because of the bricking aspect. It just felt like, if I had to put it into words, I would say like they tried to modernize the concept of Monarchs into like 2016, which they have always been super slow, control-y kind of cards, right? Which is, it was starting to get to the point where that wasn't really appropriate anymore, right? Like you wouldn't really wait a turn to set up one tribute summon and that was it, right? So they had to turn it into a deck that had the potential to go faster and more powerful. So it felt like, it didn't feel like OG Monarchs. It felt like more like a combo approach to the deck. even though it was technically still Monarchs and technically still Tribute Summons, but like not really, right? Like it's yeah, but it's fine. It's I just didn't like the bricky aspect about the deck. That because that was definitely in the formats where Monarch was good and playable. It was always, I feel like, the brickiest out of the decks, but it was always solid.
OCG and revitalizing the idea into an entirely new design space aimed at making the previous
Pantheism
structure
draws
viable
too. Pantheism is a really cool
This
card.
concept's first outing would be quite the impactful one, revitalizing the Monarch strategy with a number of new additions. Idea and Eidos would be new low-level additions, with Idea on summon specialing an 800-1000 from your deck, and when sent to grave returns a banished Monarch spell trap to hand, and Eidos giving you an additional tribute summon the turn it's summoned, and can be banished.
So both of these are obviously crazy, but they basically completely remove the idea of what it meant to play an OG Monarch deck, where you basically had to worry about, like, how am I going to set up my tributes in the next turn, right? Like, it was always like, well, I guess I just draw Idea, and it doesn't really matter that I have a level 8 monster in my opening hand, because, I mean, I just turbo it out turn 1, which there's nothing inherently wrong with that. It just didn't feel like OG Monarchs to me at the time, but it's fine. Another aspect that you guys are mentioning in chat right now is how affordable this deck was, which that was, I think, one of the best parts about it. I think it cannot be understated how important it is to have a budget-friendly deck in the format of Yu-Gi-Oh! Even if it isn't the best deck, it doesn't even have to be like tier 1, as long as it's like playable and you can realistically do well at an event with a budget option. I think that's super important. I think it's super, super important that there is a budget option in general. I think they should really make I feel like they should do a better job at making sure that's always the case. Like, not the best deck doesn't have to be cheap, even though it would be nice, of course, but like, at least give these people an option, right? Like, it doesn't have to be the best or top tier deck, but like, at least like you can top an event with a budget thing that isn't just like Runic Stun or something, right?
From grave to summon an 800-1000 from grave. Both of these would fuel the new bosses of Aether and Erebus, with both being able to be
Tenpai is budget, yeah, and I think Tenpai is healthy for the game in that aspect. I think it's good that Tenpai gives people an option to compete that don't want to spend the money on the Fiendsmith engine. There are things about Tenpai that I don't like, and there were also things about the Monarch deck in 2016 that I didn't like, right? The Floodgate aspect of it or something. But you can't deny that having a affordable deck in the format, it boosts the popularity of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, it's important. It's good, I think.
Any single tribute summoned monster. Aether able to tribute summon itself in the opponent's main phase by banishing
the extra deck for Tenpai ain't cheap. I'm not saying it's a cheap deck. I'm just saying it's way more affordable than everything else in the game right now.
Spell trap from grave, and able to summon a
24,000
from deck by dumping 2 Monarch spell traps from deck to grave on tribute summon, and Erebus able to dump 2 Monarch spell traps on tribute summon to spin away a card from hand, grave, or field the opponent controls, and able to discard a Monarch spell trap while in grave to recur back a 2400 or higher attack and 1000 defense monster in grave. The Monarch spell traps would also see an overhaul in Pantheism, which discards a Monarch spell trap to draw 2, that can be banished from grave to reveal 3 Monarch spell traps in deck to have the opponent pick 1 to add to your hand. The Prime Monarch, a continuous trap that can shuffle 2 Monarch spell traps from grave back into deck to draw 1, and can, while in grave, banish a Monarch spell trap to revive itself as a level 5 Light Fairy, and Domain, a field spell that boosts your tribute summon monsters by 800 while attacking, can reduce a 20.
Basically, super cool concept, this entire deck. I would have made one small change personally to it. I would have made it a little more consistent and just not have a floodgate effect on the field spell. That would have been it. Right? And I don't know if Monarchs Erupt was already out or if it also released in this structure. Also, fuck Monarchs Erupt. But like Domain, I feel like Domain should have been a consistent. I would not have minded if Domain was more like a modern field spell where on activation it adds a Monarch or something, right? Instead of having the floodgate effect. That's what I would have liked it to do, basically. Like, give the deck more consistency, but remove the floodgate aspect, and the deck would have been cool. Because the grind games that Monarch played are actually super cool. Like, the grindy aspect to this deck, the grind game that this deck has, it's insane. And it's also it's fun to play against, is the thing. As long as you're not constantly locked out of your extra deck, and you have to interact with their tributing, like their Stormforth and Aether and Erebus kind of stuff, as long as you can play the game, it's a fun game. Like it's completely fine. It's just like when you're locked out of your extra deck, it's annoying.
28 1000s level by 2 in hand for the turn, dropping their tribute summon requirement by 1, and while you have no cards in your extra deck and a tribute summon monster on the field, locks the opponent from special summoning a monster from the extra deck. To say this wave would make Monarch's meta was an understatement, seeing the deck surge in playability with new draw and search tools, new board flooding, and new bosses worth the tribute requirements, with Aether in particular being a house of a card thanks to being able to summon Curaz with her effect, which is one of the only 2400 Monarchs that does something on special summon. Popping 2 cards on field.
Monarch with extra would have been so cool. I mean, what do you mean would have? That was a legit version of the deck, right? And I think that shows that you could have made the deck good without giving it floodgates, because there was a meta-relevant version of the deck that played an extra deck. There were people, and at some points, I'm sure it was the more popular version of the deck too, right? The Brilliant Fusion extra deck Monarch, like that was a meta deck. It was a meta deck, and I think at most parts it was even preferred over Domain Monarch. So they could have made this deck good, and they did without giving it a floodgate. That could have been a thing, right? Or should have probably been the only way to play Monarchs, because they could have made it like it was fine.
And giving their
it wasn't necessary to give it floodgates. That's proven.
Domain, though, would cause some very heavy concessions in the base build as it was designed, as giving up your extra deck not only reduces your options in any scenario, but also flags to your opponent exactly what deck you are playing. When starting a match, the count for your extra deck is public knowledge prior to deciding who goes first or second, which in turn tells the opponent prior to the game starting that you are definitely...
Dude, who remembers the cringe debates about whether it's legal or not to just have like a stack of tokens next to your thingy without telling your opponent, and they just assume it's your extra deck, but it's not. And it's like, dude, it's so weird. Like the amount of stories that I heard, it didn't happen to me personally, but the amount of times someone told me like, oh, mid-game my opponent activates Domain, I'm like, do you but I thought you have an extra deck. They're like, no, that's just 15 tokens. I also think no one got through with it. I don't think it worked. I think people just got game losses for that shit, like constantly, if you were doing that. I don't remember exactly because it never happened to me, but I think it just wasn't allowed. And yeah, cringe.
On a Domain deck. On top of that, Domain Monarch was a bit of a brick fest, as unless you saw Pantheism early or a way to quickly tribute summon one of the new bosses, the deck's options were heavily limited, and with no extra deck to back it up, that could leave one dead in the water. That isn't to say the deck wasn't powerful, as it was, being one of the only strategies that could actually compete with Pepe in its hostile takeover, just not on a consistent basis. But there was another version of Monarch waiting below the surface that would arise within a few months that would be a far more powerful threat than Domain builds, in almost every aspect. YCS Atlanta would be held a week later on February 6th, and
29.
That's right, Pepe had hit the most representation in a top 32 cut a deck had ever had at this point in history, and it was clear to see why. Pendulum as a strategy in general was rampaging as the tipping point had clearly been hit, seeing so many viable options that the strategy had already displayed in Sydney a couple weeks ago, alongside some new ones. Guiding Ariadne would be a tech that saw success thanks to searching for Solemn Strike or Warning when popped by Luster Pendulum or Wavering Eyes, giving another layer to the end board of the rank 4 toolbox. Dark Pepe would also be a variant that rose here thanks to Armageddon Knight and Zephyros the Elite, as you could bounce your Luster Pendulum back with Zephyros to not only enable rank 4s, but also to get additional Luster pops with cards like Plushfire, pushing the swarming even further. Jose Lagunas would take the event on Pepe, notably opting to not load up on any fancy techs, but rather hand traps like Valor and Maxi to give himself a fighting chance going second.
I mean, we're still playing the Solemns, they're just in the side deck. I guess you guys can't see them right now, but like that was basically the debate, at least the way I remember it. The debate was, do you main deck the Solemns and Ariadne, or do you just side deck them? I guess there's no Ariadne to search them, but you still play them.
Monarch would manage to take 2 top spots here, but falling completely out by top 16, with Majesty's Fiend being the big counterpick for the various Pendulum swarming effects while Domain blocked the spam outs. Cosmo would also squeak in a single top spot here, notably playing Anti-Spell in the main to potentially block out the Pendulum
Anti-Spell. Dude, the moment people realized Anti-Spell was just the best floodgate possible against Pendulums, everyone who played at that time went through the motion of, wait, can you set pendulum scales? And then they would find out the answer and be like, no, you just can't. You just literally can't play under Anti-Spell. And everyone's like, wait, what? How is that fine? Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing? And then we just played. We just didn't question it anymore. We just put Anti-Spell into our decks to beat every single pendulum deck out there, and no one cared. You would have really thought this is how you can tell how much they sometimes are not willing to ban floodgates, because I feel like anti-spell, in order to even boost their newest mechanic, it would have made so much sense to ban anti-spell, right? Like it would have been such a everyone expected it, and it just didn't happen.
Scales, as pendulums cannot be set at all, locking the zone from being used. It was clear that Pepe was a menace and needed to be dealt with, and interestingly enough, Konami would deal with it in the most bizarre way we've seen yet. Back on February 4th, Konami would release a blog post to their official site, notably including what they were referring to as an adjusted list that took effect directly following YCS Atlanta on February 8th. This list would be enforced for all official events at the regional level and above, but leave it as optional for all card shops, allowing them to keep the previous list without losing their OTS status. The adjusted list would make 6 hits in total, being 3 bans and 3 limits, all targeted at Pepe.
Literally bring me back to a time where they do this. I think it cannot be understated how good of a decision it is to deviate from your normal ban list schedule because you realized something you've published or released is too powerful. That is something we need. We need that. That is, and it only makes sense to do that, you know, because mistakes in card design happen. Sometimes you make a card that's too powerful and you only realize after you release the card. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I think we kind of messed up on that card. Let's just, you know, go back on it. Like, that's a good thing to do. It's a reasonable thing to do. Why have we stopped doing that?
Banning Plushfire, Damage Juggler, and Ptolemaeus, and limiting Skullcrobat Joker, Monkey Board, and Luster Pendulum. This was a massive kneecap to the strategy, as the Performage engine as it was died with this list, leaving the only real option still worth considering being Trick Clown for certain strategies, as well as the death of Infinity's usage in rank 4 decks. However, this would not be the end of Pendulum, as the strategy was still left with plenty of options to rebuild with, and that would be helped along by the announcement of an errata to Pendulum Sorcerer, correcting its mistranslation and now letting it search for all cards popped rather than just monsters, fixing its major error. This would leave the game in completely uncharted.
I'm pretty sure, by the way, that we already played with the errata version before that, because I'm not even aware that existed. I'm pretty sure the deck could already do that in these events, but I might be wrong because I didn't play in any of these YCSs. But I think the deck already did that. At least in Europe, I never remember it being a thing like that. Maybe I just forgot.
Territory, with the vast majority of shops adopting the adjusted list immediately due to it dealing with Pepe's oppression, with only a handful not adopting it, leaving most to question why the list was done this way at all, leaving the entire community to watch the next couple of set releases and events to see what direction the game would take.
Ooh, Phantom Knights.
Wing Raiders. Release date, February 12th, 2016. Set type, deck building set. Major strategies, Phantom Knight, Raid Raptor, Super Quant. Impact, a new hybrid threat will rise. Wing Raiders would be the third attempt at bringing the deck building set concept to the masses, and it would not disappoint, bringing 2 new archetypes and the main block of support needed for an existing one. Raid Raptor was the existing archetype, debuting back in Secrets of Eternity, consisting of a series of level 4 winged beasts aimed at exceed summoning,
we
then
hate the
repeatedly
birds,
ranking
chat.
up into their more impressive bosses with rank up magic spells. Tribute Lanius can dump a Raid Raptor card from deck to turn summon, and search as a rank up magic in main phase 2 if it destroyed something in battle that turn. Last Strix can summon itself when a Raid Raptor battles and you have a spell or trap on field or in grave, and contribute itself to summon a Raid Raptor Exceed from extra deck with its effects negated, returning it in the end phase.
Now we hate these
rank
birds
4
too.
that can detach to search a level 4 Darkwing Beast. Satellite Cannon Falcon is a rank 6 that can Feather Duster the opponent if summoned with a Raid Raptor monster, blocks responding to that effect, and can detach to drop an opponent by 800 attack for every Raid Raptor in grave. Call can summon a Raid Raptor with the
Raid
same name
Raptor
as
is cool. Every single one of you, the only reason why you're saying Raid Raptors are cool is because they were never meta. I'll guaranteed we have one Raid Raptor meta. You guys know what I mean. You guys immediately know what I mean. 2 days in, you are sick of it. I promise.
Field from hand or deck, and Soul Shade Force can pay half your life.
They look cool. I never thought I never said they didn't look cool. Sure.
A Raid Raptor Exceed, then rank it up into a Raid
That's
Raptor
not what it's
2
about.
ranks higher. While absolutely interesting support, easily the most eye-catching of this support for general use was Force Strix, as its search was fairly generic, in the current meta being able to search Zephyros, but in Archetype, the talking point was absolutely Soul Shade Force, being the best rank-up magic the Archetype had seen thus far, with Satellite Falcon now being a desired target to summon with it for back row nukes, but overall would
There's only 2 options, guys. Someone at Konami either really loves birds, and that's why they put the most powerful cringe effects on it, or they really hate birds, that's why they put cringe effects on them. There's no in between. Someone in the world is responsible for what is going on with birds and Yu-Gi-Oh! But you're not ready for that discussion yet.
still leave Raid Raptor on the fringes of rogue play, barely scratching the surface. Phantom Knight was a series of haunted articles of clothing, with each having an effect that banished themselves from grave for some form of access to the deck. Ancient Cloak on field can boost a dark by 800 by swapping itself to defense, and can banish itself from grave to search the Phantom Knight's card, which is effectively the monster line. Silent Boots can special summon itself from hand if you control a Phantom Knight, and can banish itself from grave to search a Phantom Knight's spell trap, and Ragged Gloves gives a Dark Exceed made with it 1000 attack, and can banish itself from grave to dump a Phantom Knight's card from deck to grave. The payoff for these is Break Sword, a rank 3 that can detach one to pop a card on each field, and if destroyed can revive 2 Phantom Knights of the same level, boosting their levels by 1 each, meant to tie in their anime users' boss monster of Dark Rebellion Exceeds Dragon from new challengers. Their traps fall into 2 categories, those that summon themselves as monsters, and those that can be banished from grave to revive a Phantom Knight's monster, with Fogblade able to negate a monster's effect on field and blocking it from attacking or being attacked, Sword boosting a monster by 800 and destroying itself to protect its monster, and Wings boosting a monster by 500 and giving a one-time destruction prevention that turn. With this support, Phantom Knights would immediately see experimentation as a rank 3 strategy, with the main line giving access to rank 3s and Fogblade, being effectively a searchable Fiendish Chain, though its true home in the meta would be discovered shortly after. Lastly were the Super Quants, a series of Power Ranger-inspired monsters and their mechs, each being a different level and having a corresponding exceed of the same rank. Red Layer is the level 5, can special summon itself if you control no monsters, recurs a Super Quant card on summon, and if sent to grave revives a Super Quant other than itself. Green Layer is the level 4, summons a Super Quant from hand when summoned, and when sent to grave can discard a Super Quant to draw a card. And Blue Layer is a level 3, able to search a Super Quant on summon, and when sent to grave can shuffle back 3 Super Quants from grave. Their mechs all share an effect to attach a Super Quantum monster from hand or field to themselves once per turn, and cannot attack unless they have material, with Grand Pulse able to detach to pop a spell trap, Ouroboros able to detach to flip a monster on field face down, and Magna Liger able to detach to pop a monster, with all 3 able to use these effects as quick effects if their corresponding Super Quantum is attached. Super Quantal Fairy Alphon is the enabler for the deck, able to make all monsters you control levels match that of a Super Quant on field, and contribute itself to reveal 3 different Super Quant monsters in deck, then have the opponent pick one at random to special summon to the field while putting the others in grave. Their field spell Magna Carrier can discard a card to exceed summon a Super Quantum into its corresponding mech any number of times in a turn, but more importantly, if you have all 3 Mech Beast Exceeds on field or in grave, can send itself to grave to use all 3 as material to exceed summon Super Quantal Mech King Great Magnus, who floats into the 3 mechs when sent to grave, and gains effects based on how many materials it has, with 2 or more letting it detach to quick effects spin a card back into deck, 4 or more making it unaffected by card effects, and 6 or more blocking the opponent from adding cards from deck to hand by card effect. Magnus was without question what you were building towards, being effectively a tower if you could get it to 4 materials, which was fairly reliable if you hit that stage thanks to the field spell most likely summoning the last material right before, meaning you'd have at least 4 materials with that exceed still having its pilot. Super Quant would be a rogue level strategy almost immediately on release, but unfortunately suffered in the meta primarily thanks to the Kaijus already being in most players' main or side decks. They would see play, however, as an engine for some decks, as Blue Layer was a level 3 Psychic, making it accessible with Emergency Teleport, being yet another rank 3 enabler that could also search for Red Layer, but they'd find a more interesting home soon enough. Aside from this, Grand Pulse would also find general play as a rank 3 spell trap removal piece, seeing play in Burning Abyss and any other rank 3 deck for that utility. YCS Prague would follow 2 weeks later, and very notably was the first YCS under the new adjusted list, seeing a widespread of decks in the meta.
Oh yeah, this one was already post-adjusted list. So it wasn't a tier 0 Pepe anymore, but it was at that one we still all did Ariadne set strikes and stuff like that.
Following the death of Pepe. Draco Pals would be the standout of the event, adapting Pepe into a more generalized
this didn't even play this
pile, with the Draco Slayer pieces at the center of it all. Kovacic would take the event with Draco Pals, playing a list similar to Dark Pepe lists we'd seen before, but with the hits cutting the entire performance side of the deck, focused more into the dark package of Armageddon Knight, Zephyros, and Shadal Dragon. Cosmo would make it to second place here thanks to the slow transition of the deck into Tin Can Turbo, adding in more copies of Call the Haunted and Oasis to take advantage of the grave setup provided by the level 1 pilot, still readily abusing Emergency Teleport for the strategy. Monarch would see a little more experimentation to their builds, with the top 4 version playing copies of Super Quantum Red Layer as
There's also another experimentation that you can do with Monarch cards. I wonder if we'd mention the FTK.
It's a special summonable body that can also double up as a tribute summonable monster
I'm pretty
to trigger
sure
your Monarch
top
spell traps
two.
like Domain and Return. Phantom Knights would take a top 32 spot on their debut outing, utilizing Blue Layer and Ghost Ogre with Emergency Teleport as rank 3 enablers as well as Protection with Ghost Ogre, as well as the now staple rank 3 enablers of Terror Top.
Hey, what's the reason to play Blue Layer in this? Because there's no search target for it, is there? E-Telly? I understand you summon it with E-Telly, guys, but you can summon any level 3 with E-Telly. It revives itself? What do you have to do to Super Quantal Blue Layer? This card is sent to the grave. You can target up to these 3 Super Quants in your graveyard shuffle. Okay, so you have infinite targets for it. Grampulse buff? No, that's what I thought, but they don't play Grampulse in this extra deck even. I guess you guys can't see the entire extra deck, but there's no Grampulse in here. So that was not the reason. That's what I thought too. But then when I saw they didn't play it, that's why I was like, okay, well that's weird. Because why not just play like multiple copies of Ghost Ogre then or something, right? Like only because it recycles itself. I don't know, but okay.
Tom Borg. Merlantian would take a top spot here, marking its comeback into the meta, with Neptibus making the strategy viable to play once again following the culling of the tier 0 mega threat that was keeping them out, marking itself as a viable rogue option in the newly forming metagame. Lastly, and probably most doom and gloom on the format, Chicken Game FTK cracked into the top 16, utilizing various amounts of draw spells ranging from the Chicken Game line to Monarchs utilizing Aether and Erebus to fuel draw spells like Cards from the Sky and Trade-In, to Tune Table of Contents, thinning the deck with blue
No extra deck. 3 structure decks, live equalizer, magical explosion, FTK, dude. It's not right.
Toon Dragon to facilitate the older library magical explosion FTK, which while not meta defining, it was still an annoyance to deal with an active and consistent FTK.
So basically, live equalizer makes it so that the difference between your life points and your opponent's life points needs to be at least 8,000, right? So if you actually draw your entire deck here, you're gonna give them 3,000 life points with Upstart, putting them at 11. You can pay 3,000 for Chicken Games and 3,000 for Pseudo Spaces copying Chicken Games, putting yourself down to 2,000, which means the difference is 9,000 if you draw all of them. And funnily enough, this is only possible because Chicken Game pays life points, right? Only because Chicken Game pays life points. If it didn't pay any life points, this FTK wouldn't work. So what is supposed to be like a cost on Chicken Game makes this possible. Because if it wasn't for paying life points, you would have to have another FTK option that probably wouldn't work. Before Chicken Game, they ran Toon World, but that wouldn't work either. The difference needs to be 8,000. You would need way more than a Toon World.
Format fringes. Following 4 days after Prague, the Zexal manga Volume 8 would release, bringing an extremely powerful new promo to the fold. Number S39 Utopia the Lightning is a light-locked 3-material rank 5 that can also be overlaid onto any rank 4 Utopia monster. Stuns responses from the opponent while attacking, and can detach 2 materials while it has Utopia underneath to boost itself to 5,000 for that battle, being an out to almost every single monster in the format that can be destroyed in battle, becoming almost instantly a staple of the rank 4 boss pool. YCS Vegas would be 2 weeks later, and while the spread would mostly hold true to the result of Prague previously, a couple of new variants to popular decks would appear here for the first time that would completely reshape the meta over the coming months. The first would be a variant of Monarchs ending in top 32 that, notably, was not playing Domain. Because of this, and the only card in the strategy requiring an empty extra deck being Domain, the extra deck in turn was filled to the brim with options for the strategy to play around with, most notably in rank 5 lines. The Prime Monarch—
What did Escalation do again? Escalation let you tribute summon on your opponent's turn, right? I think Escalation gave you another tribute summon, I think.
Monarch, when revived from the grave, is treated as a level 5 normal light fairy, which in turn means that with 2, you can access one of the most desired rank 5s in the pool, Pleiades, in addition to other various threats, which also repopularized the Super Quants as engine pieces for Monarchs, with Blue Layer and E-Telly providing searches for Red Layer and providing tribute fodder, while Red Layer now pulls double duty from its previous role as well as rank 5 access with Prime Monarch. This variant, known as Extra Deck Monarch, would evolve multiple times.
Pay attention to the Droll plus Durandal combo as well
over the coming months, and would cement itself as a cornerstone strategy throughout the remainder of the year through various tool additions. The other innovation would be in the topping Burning Abyss deck, as not only were they using the full suite of BA monsters like usual, in addition to the—
This is where I wish they included names of the people that topped with these decks, because I would really be interested to hear who was the first person to top with Burning Abyss Phantom Knight, like PK Fire. Because I don't know who was like the first person to innovate that.
New Fiendish Rhino Warrior from Bosch, but they were also using a small package of Phantom Knights from Wing Raiders. As it turns out, Phantom Knight meshed incredibly well with the Burning Abyss monsters, as they provided rank 3 access to Dante, as well as utility from the grave to access tools like Fogblade, which were insanely good for Burning Abyss. This variant, known as Phantom Knight Burning Abyss, or as it would be colloquially referred to as, would rise substantially in popularity following this performance and would only grow more powerful with a certain import in the next set release. Adam Belaradsky would take the event on Draco Pals, utilizing Guiding Ariadne with Solemn Scolding added to the counter trap line, alongside Archfiend pulling double duty as both removal for the opponent's pieces, as well as a way to trigger Ariadne.
I love
this would lead to the year's
Archfiend
Gold Series a week later, and this was geared up to be one of the biggest Gold Series releases in years, thanks to a major set of reprints, as well as a certain import that would change the meta forever.
Oh god.
Premium
Beatrice.
Gold, Infinite Gold.
No!
Release date, March 18th, 2016. Set type, import, reprint. Major strategies, Cosmo, Burning Abyss. Impact, price ceiling lowered, and a meta threat emboldened.
It's very fitting we're talking about Beatrice today because it's her last day in the TCG, right? We're watching her introduction to the TCG, and later today, we're gonna watch her being banned.
Infinite Gold was the third of the Premium Gold line and the 8th Gold series overall.
Yes,
Once again,
yes.
aimed at bringing a couple of OCG imports in addition to reprints that may or may not actually be relevant to the meta when they're received. This time, however, Konami pulled no punches, as not only there were reprints that were actually relevant, reprinting the entire Cosmo core, Max C, Burning Abyss core, and various Draco Pals tools, but its imports would be some of the most impactful ones we've seen in years. Most were on the generically useful side this time, with Stardust Charge Warrior being a level 6 generic synchro that draws 1 on Synchro Summon, Phantom Knights of Shade Brigadier being a trap activatable the turn it's set and summons itself as a level 4, and number 38, Hope Harbinger Dragon Titanic Galaxy being a rank 8 with a spell negate, battle redirection for your other monsters.
It's criminal how some of these cards, like specifically I think Stardust Charge Warrior, to this day, it came out 8 years ago by the way, Stardust Charge Warrior does not have a printing in non-gold rare. It has a premium gold print and a maximum gold print, and I think that's it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's correct because I think I checked like a while ago. Dude, it's 8 years old.
Monsters and a permanent attack buff anytime an Exceed you control dies. But as good as these generic pieces were, they were not what was most focused on. Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal, was a rank 6 that could also be summoned over a Dante monster by discarding a Burning Abyss. Unable to use her effect the turn.
It had a super printing. Prove it. Where? Where? Where was it printed in Super? In the OCG? Shut up.
Summoned this way, able to detach 1 to quick effect send any card from deck to grave. Burning Abyss would be the first time a TCG exclusive archetype was actually good, and because of that, when the OCG imported it to the game in mid to late 2015, in order to ensure the archetype wasn't outpaced by other archetypes already in the game, they would receive a single new piece of support, being Beatrice. This would start a trend in the OCG of getting 1 to 2 new cards for previously TCG exclusive archetypes to help boost their playability on occasion when importing, which ended up making Burning Abyss a tier 1 threat in the OCG almost immediately on release. As for the TCG, Burning Abyss had never really left the meta since its inception, and with the recent results at Vegas had actually undergone a resurgence in PK Fire, so Beatrice was undoubtedly poised to make an impact, giving the...
Why does it not just say 2 level 6 Burning Abyss monsters? The entire universe changes if that's the case, dude. The entire... I'm pretty sure we have no problems if that's just on there. And you can't convince me otherwise. Because there are none. No, there are. That's the reason why she's the rank 6. It's because Burning Abyss is either level 3 monsters, rank 3 monsters, or level 6 synchro / rituals. That's why she's a rank 6. Because you can summon her by overlaying Virgil and Malakoda, guys.
Strategy effectively a Lavalval chain, but better. YCS San Jose would be the same weekend, and though it appeared not much had changed here, a couple of small impacts from Infinite Gold would be felt, such as the rise in popularity of Cosmo as a more budget-friendly option with the full reprinting of the archetype.
Playing Cosmo.
You idiots!
Playing Cosmo.
And the inclusion of Hope Harbinger into Draco Pals thanks to their easy access to level 8s into Draco Slayer bosses, which would be seen in first place Alejandro Garcia's Draco Pal list. YCS Houston would be 3 weeks later, and this particular YCS would be a tipping point of sorts for the TCG at this point. By now, all of you should be aware of the Hand Trap Max C, released back in...
Oh, what does that card do? Quick effect, you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard. This turn, each time your opponent special summons a monster, immediately draw a card. You can only use this effect of Max C once per turn. Okay.
In 2011, and how it's consistently seen side deck play in any format with a deck that special summoned heavily for its main game plan, but also had many formats at this point where it wasn't the greatest option due to decks being popular in the format that would get you maybe 1 or 2 draws tops. This particular event would mark the beginnings of what would be Max C's reign over the TCG, as this format was filled to the brim with decks that all loved the special summon multiple times a turn to build their endboards, which would become the norm for the game as a whole moving into later 2016 and especially into 2017, which in turn caused Max C to move from its home in the sideboard into the main deck at 3 copies in almost every single top 32 list here, which would stay for the remainder of its time.
Took 5 years to become good, by the way. Okay, that's just yapping. This card was already good in multiple formats prior to this. Everyone knew Maxi was a good card when it came out. It just had ons and offs because some formats were more explosive, some formats were less explosive. the point is now is when every deck is becoming explosive, slowly but surely, right? So like it's this is where it actually becomes a problem, because prior to 2016, there's a lot of formats where Maxi was like playable into some decks and not great into others. And that's why it was sometimes main, sometimes sided, sometimes not played at all, because it wasn't always great. But now it's when like Maxi is good against everything.
In the TCG. As for the meta itself, while decently diverse in its spread, there were easily 4 candidates for top deck of the format, being that of Draco Pals, PK Fire, Cosmo, and Monarch.
Oh my god, dude. It's crazy that we're talking about Maxi on the day it gets unbanned. You want to see the world burn, dude.
With
Holy
each
shit.
having multiple viable variants to play. PK Fire was without question the talk of the event, peaking at top 4 here. With the addition of Beatrice to the deck, the goal was now unquestionably to reach her as fast as possible, which in turn meant that additional rank 3 engines were added to the deck in order to reach Dante reliably to access Beatrice, specifically in that of Speedroid, Terratop, and Takum Tomborg, who not only accessed Dante for Beatrice, but also didn't take the normal summon, allowing for the summon.
Dude, the reason why I never played BAPK may just be the fact that it had to play stupid Taketomborg, dude. I hate that card so much.
Of a tool like Tour Guide or the Phantom Knights after. There would also be an odd variant to see top 32 here of BA, known as Norlaris BA, which aimed at supplying Skyscourge Norlaris with Beatrice as the fairy required, allowing BA to access a board and hand nuke without much in terms of deck concessions. Infernoid would once again see top 32, still using Deviati as the end boss, notably able to play through the popular Solemn Strike effectively as its summon effect can still be used from the grave. Merlantian would see another top 32, now also utilizing the Kaijus more effectively with the Interrupted Kaiju Slumber package. Andre Torres would take the event on Draco Pals, utilizing both the Ariadne package as well as the new inclusion of number 38 to the extra deck lineup, able to match up well into the mirror with those options. With that, a new ban list would take effect on April 11th, 2 days after Houston, and with it we'd see the finalization of the previous adjusted list changes in addition to a number of new hits. Newly banned were Chicken Game, putting an end to the popular FTK deck, and Wavering Eyes, as the spell was not countering pendulums as was hoped, but rather was just making them stronger while also being a silver bullet in the mirror match. Newly limited were Ignister Prominence, Wisdom Eye, and Draco Face-Off, all as hits to Draco Pals, Reasoning as a hit to Cosmo and Infernoid, Norden and Upstart as hits to the popular staples, and Thousand Eyes Restrict returning from the banned section. Newly semi-limited were Emergency Teleport as a hit to Cosmo and the Super Quant engine for Monarch, and Debris and Allure returning from 1. Lastly, unlimited were Demok with an Errata, Tragodia, Advanced Ritual Art, and Crush Card Virus, all being seen as acceptable in the current environment. This list took aim at the continued success of Draco Pals far more than any other strategy in the meta, and for good reason. While the meta had diversified...
Yeah, surely one Norden is fine. Surely one Norden is fine. The second Norden is what really gets you, right guys? The first one's okay.
Substantially, Draco Pals was still the top deck, taking just over 40% of tops since the adjusted list, so while a hit was necessary, it may have been too much considering the meta adjustments that were still being felt from the release of Beatrice. And if one card could change a deck's meta viability once, it was sure to be able to do it a second time, as the next side set released the same week was bound to shift something in the meta, though not in a way most players would appreciate. Millennium Pack. Release date, April 15th, 2016. Set type,
oh no,
import
it's
set.
part of the
Major
mice, let's
strategies,
go!
Cards from the original anime.
Let's
Impact,
go!
how far can you go for a draw 3? Millennium Pack would be yet another side set aimed at printing niche cards from the original anime, similar to Dragons of Legend before it, and for the most part would be forgotten in the long term as just another side set in the sea of new products from the Arc 5 era. However, there were 2 specific cards that appeared on this particular set that would catch the eye of the casual observer, and they would both provide a significant benefit to the user for a heavy cost. The first of these was Left Arm Offering, allowing you to, if you have 2 or more cards in hand and are fine with a lock from setting cards that turn, banish your entire hand to search for any spell from your deck. While this was insane on paper, the practicality of it would be immediately suspect, as locking you from setting first meant you couldn't save any part of the hand, as it all had to go for the search, which would see some experimentation but for the time being was too heavy a cost for the insanely powerful.
Game design wise, the problem with Left Arm Offering is basically if it's ever worth it to play this card to search another card, that other card is probably very problematic. Is the short of it. If there's ever a card that's worth searching off of Left Arm Offering, that card has to be insane.
Upside. On the other hand, Card of Demise could draw until you had 3 cards in hand, blocks the opponent from taking more damage that turn, locks you from special summoning for the entire turn, and discards the entire hand in the end phase. This card, though, didn't block you from setting, which
if I'll say it, if we didn't have floodgates, this card would be hella cool.
which opened an entire can of worms onto the format known as demise decks. Decks that specialize in setting a ton of back row, getting up to a draw 3 off, and then setting more, standardly paired with a strategy that could take advantage of the back row to either play a stun game more often than not, like in the case of Demise Clifford, or to fuel massive recursion plays, such as the case of Demise Cosmo. Both of these strategies would be seen as immediately meta viable thanks to the spell, though it would take a little to truly catch on as Clifford was decently out of the meta at this point, and Cosmo had a whole different thing going on with Tin Can Turbo, though soon would adapt. YCS Santiago would be 2 weeks later, and with the recent banlist changes, PK Fire would rise rapidly into its new dominant top spot, taking first place piloted by Nicholas Godoy, who didn't make his list public. All in all though, this event showed us that despite the drop in performance from Draco Pals, the remainder of the meta sat unchanged, with most waiting to see if the next core set could kick up some kind of shift in the metagame as a whole. Shining Victories. Release date, May 6th, 2016. Set type, core set. Major strategies, Blue Eyes, Amorphage, Lunalight. Impact, a custom-built meta breaker. Shining Victories would be the second core set of the year, and it was pretty much billed as a Blue Eyes set, so let's just dive into them. Blue Eyes would see a massive overhaul to its support, seeing an entire archetype of sorts spawn around its previous pieces from the old Saga of Blue Eyes structure deck back in the 5Ds era. Dragon Spirit of White was always considered a Blue Eyes card, is treated as a normal monster in hand and grave, banishes a spell trap when summoned, and contribute itself on quick effect to summon the OG Blue Eyes from hand. Sage with Eyes of Blue searches a level 1 light tuner on normal, yes that does include Valor, and can be discarded to turn an effect monster you control into a Blue Eyes monster from your deck, which conveniently triggers Maiden's Summon effect too since it targets an effect monster. The Whitestone of Ancients, the turn it's sent to grave, summons a Blue Eyes from deck if it's still in grave at the end of the turn, and can banish itself from grave to recur a Blue Eyes monster. Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon must be fused with 2 original Blue Eyes or by sending 2 to grave from field, can't be destroyed by battle, can attack twice on monsters, and banishes anything it attacks but doesn't destroy. Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon is a level 9 sync.
This card is ridiculous because this card has like multiple different effects that are all aimed at countering one specific deck in the format, right? You have like, what is the format? Pendulum, neither player can special summon 2 or more monsters at the same time. Pendulum countered. When an effect of a card in the graveyard is activated, you can negate the activation. Really good against BA. During either player's turn, you contribute the synchro summoned card special, a light dragon type synchro monster from your extra deck in defense position. You have a bunch of different targets that would be good in other matchups. Like the graveyard effect is also really good against BA and what's it called? And Monarchs. And it's also good against Cosmo, yeah. And then Azure Eyes is like unoutable by some decks.
That takes a tuner and a Blue Eyes, blocks both players from summoning multiple monsters at the same time, can negate a grave effect once per turn, and contribute itself on quick effect to summon a light dragon synchro from extra deck except itself, destroying it in the end phase. This support was honestly really solid. Sage had insane versatility in that it could search for a stone or Valor depending on the open, or could be discarded to convert a monster into Dragon Spirit from deck, which in turn let you answer back row in a safer manner since Spirit could just tag out. Stone also meshed well with the previous Stone of Legends as an insanely valuable—
Is this the year Blue Eyes won the World Championship? It is that year, yes. Blue Eyes is going to win the World Championship in 2016. But I guess we'll get to that, and we'll talk about the reasons why it did that when we are there in the video.
Valuable cards of consonance target, getting another body at the
end
end
phase.
Were you there?
No, I was not. I was not at Worlds,
which could both be used on different turns. Spirit Dragon though was the major talking point, as its effect was almost handcrafted for the current meta. Blocking multiple special summons at once was a clear middle finger to pendulums as a mechanic, and the grave negation effect seemed tailor-made for a matchup like PK Fire. But at this time, Blue Eyes would be nothing more than a rogue option. While all of this sounds good on paper, at the end of the day, you're still very heavily reliant on the original vanilla Blue Eyes, which reminder is a level 8 vanilla, a brick in most cases, as well as Maiden, who used to be a decent option to stall or set up with, but now. Most decks might be running engines that require bricks at this stage, but it doesn't mean that they're always chomping at the bit to use them, and without a consistent way to access Spirit Dragon outside of Sage and Prey, the deck wasn't going anywhere for now. Lunalight is a series of beast warriors centered around combat and fusion summons, with each of their fusions ranking up off of each other to get more and more powerful combat effects, but quite notably were clunky and not worth the investment due to being easily dealt with before reaching the battle phase. The only notable points to the support here were Black Sheep, being a searcher for poly that was itself searchable with Tenki, and Tiger, whose revival effect being a soft once per turn meant that it could theoretically provide an insane amount of recursion with cards that bounce it back to hand like Zephyros, but for now was left with no good targets to revive. Amorphage was a series of dragon pendulums that all locked special summons from the extra deck when pendulum summoned or flip face up for the lower levels, and in general for the higher. Because this lock didn't require a pendulum summon for the higher levels, Sloth here would see some play in decks thanks to it being a 1 tribute monster that you could search with various pendulum search cards that you could tribute summon at the end of a combo. Performapal, Odd Eyes, Light Phoenix, and Unicorn's effects mostly don't matter outside of niche circumstances where Light Phoenix stays in scale to chump block for you. What matters here is that they are both Performapal and Odd size monsters that fill both a low and high skill requirement, meaning that Sky Iris can find its way back into Pendulum lists now that it can search something relevant that isn't named Pendulum Dragon. Cosmo Dark Lady is a level 5 pilot that can pay 1,000 to negate and destroy a monster effect with a standard pilot tag out. While disappointing that Dark Lady was the only relevant new card Cosmo would receive in this wave, Dark Planet looks so cool, but it's just so bad. It did solve a massive issue in the
People
Tin Can
played
Turbo.
Dark Planet. There were versions of Cosmo that relied on Dark Planet, I think. Like there were like some, I think in Fire King Cosmo you could set up Dark Planet if you wanted to, and some people did that. It wasn't the optimal version, but it's
variant of the deck. That being a monster that you can search with Tin Can to immediately summon before Tin Can gets banished by Itelli's drawback. Dark Lady giving the Cosmo board a monster negate also provides them more versatility in their revival game plan, as you can negate a monster with Dark Lady without needing to waste a valuable Dark Destroyer pop on them, then potentially tag her into a Dark Destroyer later anyways. Thunder King, the Lightning Strike Kaiju, is now the strongest Kaiju at 3,300 attack. That's it. It's just a better card to summon with IKS now. Angel Trumpeter is a level 4 normal tuner, meaning that for decks already experimenting with unexpected die, namely that of Pendulums, they could easily tech this in as a one-of for easier access to things like Ignis or Prominence, which with a limited luster is appreciated. Lecter Pendulum, the Drake Overlord, destroys both itself and a Pendulum at the start of the damage step when battling, giving another solid Drake Overlord target for Draco Face-Off, which would have probably been more relevant had the spell not just been limited. Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries can, if the opponent has more monsters, discard herself to reveal an extra deck monster and banish all copies of it from the opponent's extra deck. The second addition to the Ghost Girl lineup held some interesting applications in the current metagame thanks to the extra deck standardly centralizing pull as of late, primarily with applications against Burning Abyss specifically, as by cutting off a BA player's access to Dante, you also cut them off with Beatrice. Still, most decks in the meta were not as heavily reliant on one specific card in the extra, so for now she'd be relegated to a side deck pick at best. Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon is a level 8 synchro requiring a tuner and a non-tuner synchro, can negate and destroy a monster using its effect once per turn and gain its attack for the turn, and if it battles a level 5 or higher, gains that monster's attack. Talk about
this card made the once so cool BA mirror so ass. See, I can't really relate to that, but I'm sure it's like the BA PK mirror was better before Ghost Reaper was released. I think so, yeah.
Upgrade. Crystal Wing was everything Clear Wing was and more, with the only downside being that it now requires a synchro as material to make, making it much harder to access than desired. But luckily there was already a solution.
Such a cool card, such tiny legs. You know what? I wish you did not tell me that. I have never paid attention to that, and I will never look at Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon the same way. Where are your legs, dude? I've never noticed that. Shit. He has wings, not legs. You can only have one? Bro, have you seen a dragon before? He doesn't need legs, he can fly.
Solution to that in the card pool. Because it was a level 8 Dragon Synchro, Zolkin had found its target, able to cheat out Crystal Wing in decks that could make it, though none had really become known by this point. Digital Bug Corvage would be one of the payoffs to the Digital Bug archetype that debuted here, being a rank 5 that could also rank up over a rank 3 or 4 insect by detaching 2 materials, able to detach one to spin away a defense mode monster, able to reattach a material from grave if a monster changes battle position on field. This, interestingly enough, could rank up over Giga Brilliant, a generic rank 3 that was already seeing the occasional play in Burning Abyss builds, giving the rank 3 powerhouse yet another generic tool. Raid Raptor Ultimate Falcon requires 3 level 10 wing beasts to summon, or more simply, any number of the ranked up magic spells being used on a rank 8 Raid Raptor is unaffected.
No, it requires waking the dragon to be destroyed by your opponent.
Card effects, can detach to drop all opponents by 1,000 attack and locking them from using effects for the turn, and can, if it has a Raid Raptor as material, drop all opponents by 1,000 attack or burn the opponent for 1,000 if they control no face-up monsters. Rank Up Magic Skip Force lets you rank up a Raid Raptor exceed 2 ranks and can banish itself and a Raid Raptor engraved to revive a Raid Raptor exceed. Between Skip Force and Soul Shave Force, Raid Raptor had seen a boon in new good rum spells, and Ultimate Falcon was finally a payoff worth ranking up too, being a towers that burned each turn or dropped the burn to go for the kill. While this wouldn't make Raid Raptor meta, it would solidify the deck as a solid rogue to tier 3 option, not able to rise up further due to the ever-present Kaijus. Pre-preparation of Rites can search a ritual spell from deck and a monster listed on that ritual spell from grave or deck. That's right, we buffed old rituals. Take that, Necroz. In reality, a buff to the old way of ritual.
Dude, the pre-preparation of rites is that they're feeding the bird to then sacrifice him? I've never looked at it that way. Bro, I should just not look at some of these card artworks up close. I feel like it's ruining it's ruining my image of of Yu-Gi-Oh sometimes. Bro, I wish I never looked at Crystal Wing's legs or what they are exactly doing on pre-preparation of rites, man.
Summoning is honestly
I thought he was just an all happy little bird getting his food. I never noticed the people in the back. Like,
great design, but it still sat in a space of useless for now. Almost all the relevant rituals in 2016 were either tied to an archetype of generic ritual spells, a la Nekroz or Gishki, or were far too slow or weak to justify running in the first place. This would grow in power though as new ritual designs would keep this particular card in mind, specifically in the fact that it doesn't have to mention the monster in the summon effect, it just needs to mention it, period. Drowning Mirror Force completes the elemental retrains of
there
Mirror
you
Force
go,
series
gambling addict, your favorite Mirror Force is now released.
Declared, spinning away all attack position monsters. Without question, the best payoff for any of these cards, even beating out the shockingly good Quaking Mirror Force, but with the downside of needing the opponent to attack directly, who is going to play something like this? Yeah, so Demise decks already want to draw almost entirely back row and very little to no monsters, so Drowning would fit perfectly into their lineups, which we'd see soon enough. Lastly, Fire King Island could pop a monster on field or in hand to search a Fire King monster, or could summon a Fire Winged Beast from hand once per turn. Nuking your monsters if sent to grave or banished. While a solid card for Fire Kings, giving the deck the ability to search for its key pieces while triggering their pop effects, the strategy still wasn't going anywhere with its current game plan. However, Island popping cards in the hand was such a unique effect to give to an easily accessible field spell that it got the wheels turning. What all cards can trigger when destroyed by a card effect while in hand? That's right, you bet. Cosmo. Every single ship's floating effect did not require it to be on field first, meaning you could pop a ship in hand to float into something like Tin Can, which in turn started your entire play line. But it couldn't be that powerful.
Good one.
Could it? YCS Providence would be held 3 weeks after Shining Victory's release, and clearly a shift had happened, but in a very strange way overall. Cosmo had taken 13 of the top 32, with at least 4 of those being a new variant in Fire King Cosmo.
This version of the deck was super based and super fun. I played it at Nationals in 2016. I think I got top 8 with it. It is, and this deck is really fun unless you draw the chicken. If you draw the chicken, you basically, we don't talk about what happens when you draw the chicken. That was the biggest downside of this deck. Like, I hated it for that. I hated it for that. But it was so cool if you didn't draw the chicken. Was the chicken? The chicken was the only target for Fire King Island that you played. So that, because the only reason for playing Fire King Island was to just pop one of the Cosmos in your hand so that it would float into your, basically making every single, like, if you opened Island plus a big ship, it was a crazy combo about to happen.
Island had clearly made an impact on the strategy, seeing a single copy played to where it could be searched by terraforming.
But the problem was, like, if you had the chicken in hand, you also couldn't use the island. So basically, it would all fall apart. Your deck was garbage if you drew the chicken.
Full access to your Cosmo engine without the need to commit your normal summon or play E-Telly. In addition, it was fairly simple to get the island off the board so it wouldn't be a detriment later, as by popping a ship with it to float into Slip Rider, you could pop the island with it, which in turn would pop the slip to then...
You would do like, you would do like lines where you like float into Slip Rider pops island blows up your Slip Rider brings out Straw Man brings up something from Band, yada yada. It's really cool.
Float into a pilot to start your lines without the island potentially nuking the board later. Demise Cosmo would also see its first real success here, playing a slimmed down pilot and ship spread to make room for more revival traps, floodgates, responses.
So the trick with this deck is that you can choose to resolve Card of Demise before activating Tin Can in the end phase, right? So you would go set up a Tin Can, set your hand, activate Demise, draw some more, go to set 5, have Tin Can, end phase, resolve Card of Demise, discard your hand, and then activate Tin Can to get a ship in hand. So you would end your first turn with Tin Can, 5 sets, and the ship in hand, and some ships in the graveyard as targets for erases and call. And that was a really strong setup turn.
And of course, Card of Demise, which could net massive draws for the deck given the right opening. Speaking of Demise, Cliffort would find a top spot here sporting Demise as well, also loading up on plenty of Cliffort-tailored floodgates like Recollate.
This is why we can't have nice things, dude. Card of Demise is such a cool, grindy card if you play a deck that doesn't rely on special summoning, right? Like, your deck is slower and stuff like that, you know, all that, everything that people always want. They're like, dude, I want the game to be slower, and then, like, here's Card of Demise, which is really good in slow decks, and okay, we're gonna throw five floodgates in it. We just don't, maybe we don't deserve nice things.
and Rivalry of Warlords, in addition to the new Drowning Mirror Force. Pendulum strategies would see a wide variety of tops here, ranging from your more standard Draco Pals variant to a couple of Magispector variants, and even a Pendulum Magician variant. The Draco Pals and Magician variants specifically though were now sporting Sky Iris, not only as a way to protect the scales, but also to access the new odd-eye scales of Light Phoenix and Unicorn, rounding out their scale lines and giving yet another way to pop a pen scale. Extra deck Monarchs had overtaken their domain brethren to rule the slice of the pie chart, but a very specific development here would shift the deck structure even more into the insane pile it was becoming. Brilliant Fusion, a card we've mentioned a couple times at this point, but not really had a reason to focus on in the meta.
This is the name of the game in 2016, is when every deck starts including bricks to make itself more powerful than other decks, right? BA is using the Speedroids, which are not intended for it, right? So like the Teketomborg is a brick in BA. Monarchs start using Garnet, and a lot of other decks are using Garnet. Super Quantum as a target for emergency teleport. The Fire King deck is the Cosmo deck is using the Fire King Island and Chicken package, which is a terrible deck if you draw the chicken, but really good if you don't. And it introduces a lot of variance into these kind of decks because like it's so much harder to play against the Cosmo deck when they draw Island and not the chicken versus when they draw the chicken and not the Island. It's like night and day, right? So it's like I thought it was really annoying, which is one of the reasons why for the European Championship that year I chose to play a deck that I don't think had any bricks in it, which was the Pendulum deck.
A game now had a true home and purpose. Because the engine sent a light for part of Seraphonite's requirement, you could send a Dea for the summon, which in turn would cycle back a Monarch spell trap that's banished, but that's easily the more minor of the three benefits. Seraphonite providing an extra normal summon was also insanely powerful for the strategy, giving access to multiple Monarch
I don't know why I thought Seraphonite was a light. Please disregard using it for Pleiades. Oh yeah, it's Earth.
bodies on the first turn, which also meant that Erebus could now reliably hand rip twice on the first turn, which was also a great benefit. The arguably strongest part though was one that was pretty basic but effective. Seraphonite is a level 5. Because of this and Prime Monarch already abusing the rank 5 pool, Seraphonite could easily be turned into half of Pleiades once the extra normal was used.
Okay,
and as such,
it's just not Pleiades, but you can still make Volcasaurus with it, or Shark Fortress, or Zenmayo, Adrius, the other ones, right?
the engine would become far more popular for Monarchs as the WCQ season spun up. Tamid Zaman would take the event on PK Fire, playing a mostly standard build to what we've come to expect from the strategy, notably trimming the Ragged Gloves count down to 1.
This is what was standardized as PK Fire for probably the rest of the format. I think this list is pretty much the PK Fire list if you're talking PK Fire. Like, this is the ratios, right? This is the 3 Twin Twister, 3 Fog Blade, no other traps, 3 Boots, 2 Cloak, 1 Gloves, Speedroids, 1 Tour Guide, 3 Scarm, and like this is the standard for Burning Abyss Phantom Knights moving forward. Pretty much, right?
As it was easily the worst of the 3 Phantom Knight monsters in the main. The WCQ season would begin with Central America 2 weeks later, and for the most part, the meta had once again solidified around Monarch, Cosmo, Pendulum, and PK Fire, with multiple variants of each populating their section of the chart, most of which were known at this stage, but a new face would appear in some Monarch lists. Quick Draw Synchron had been experimented with for Monarch decks since the Extra Deck Monarch pivot, but overall never really had a reason to be played over something like Red Lair until now. You see, its restriction on what can be synchro summoned with it only applies to things that are properly synchro summoned, meaning that by being an easily summonable level 5 tuner, it and any of the many other level 5 spam options in the deck could make Ultimaya Zulkin, which in turn could access the new powerhouse that was Crystal Wing. This would add yet another option to the ever-growing pool of options for Extra Deck Monarch, with another interesting development also happening here on the Brilliant Fusion engine side. Rather than playing the Garnet to access a Dia to cycle back a spell trap, as that line wasn't always live when playing the Brilliant out the gate like many wanted to do, Monarch would start opting for Gem Knight Lazuli and a normal monster of choice, in this case Jax Knight, to cycle back to hand for a level 5 tribute summonable body.
Why play 1 Garnet if you can play 3?
That could trigger return. This would evolve over the next few weeks to instead search Dark Witch specifically because she's a level 5 light fairy that you can summon under Gozen or Rivalry with Seraphonite already on the board. Brandon Gonzalez would take the event on Extra Deck Monarchs, notably also playing Lazuli as the Brilliant Fusion target, though wasn't playing a normal with it. Oceania would be held the same.
Wait, why? Why play Lazuli over Garnet?
Notably also playing Lazuli as the Brilliant Fusion target, though wasn't playing a normal with it. Oceania would be held the same weekend, and although we have a top 16 breakdown for this event, we don't have much else, as at this point in time, Oceania was consistently the one event that saw absolutely minimal coverage. Matthew Cassiria would win the event with Extra Deck Monarch, though we do not have a list for this. Interestingly enough, though it was normally frowned upon to hold
Was that Bowden?
event
With
with Extra Deck
Necros?
Monarch, though we do not have a list for this. Interestingly enough, though it was normally frowned upon to hold a YCS during WCQ season, YCS Origins would be held just a week after Oceanics, and a couple of new additions to the variant piles would be seen here for the first time. Magispector would be the newest deck to hop on the demise
What is this? I don't even know what this card is. What is this trap card?
train, sacrificing its Pendulum Summon for the turn to draw more of the Magispector back row, which is actually decently potent thanks to Tempest and Tornado providing really solid interruption points. On top of being able to get Magispectors out of the hand for Demise by setting them as pen scales, similar to Demise Clifford. The other new variant was Burning Abyss Monarch, taking the Extra Deck Monarch game plan another step further by now running an entire Burning Abyss core within the Monarch lineup to provide both tribute fodder in addition to Beatrice access, which set up your Monarch spell traps quite effectively. Jacob Finney would take the event on PK Fire, being a fairly standard outing for the deck at this stage. The South American WCQ would be held the same weekend, and aside from a strong showing from PK Fire compared to its competition, nothing too special would be at this event. Joaquin Petroni would take the event on Magispector Draco Pals, which at this stage was becoming almost the default variant of Draco Pals thanks to its access to Kieran, which boosted the potency of their inboard significantly. Interestingly, there would be almost a 1 month gap between the remaining WCQs, in which time the newest Shonen Jump promo would be mailed out, being number S0 Utopic Zex.
I do not understand who in their right mind designed number S0 Utopic Zexal. This is... I cannot fathom how you would... Ugh.
Able to be overlaid onto a Utopia monster by discarding a rank up magic, can't have its summon negated, locks responding to its summon, gains 1000 attack and defense for each material, and can detach on the opponent's turn to lock them from activating cards or effects that turn. This card was a house. Being able to lock the opponent effectively out of their deck on their turn was an insanely powerful effect, but it suffered in its summon requirement. At this stage, there was no reliable way to search for rank up magics, meaning that the only deck that could reliably make it was one that was already playing rank ups in the first place. Raid Raptor would adopt this boss into their lineup quite easily thanks to already being chock full of level 4s to access Utopia with, though this wouldn't improve the deck's meta placement at all for now. While we do need to still talk about 2 more WCQs and a set release, I'm going to pause here to specifically talk about a historic moment in the Yu-Gi-Oh community's history here that needs to be at the very least mentioned. Many simulators for online play have risen and fallen in the history of the game, as they either get outpaced by advancing technology, the dev teams leave them to rot, or, in very rare circumstances, a company orders them to shut down. Dueling Network had been around since 2011, and up until this point in history had been the go-to platform for testing and deck theorizing, but had over the last year undergone some legal issues stemming around the usage of the official card art for the game from the company Nihon Ad Systems, or NAS for short, who was the production company in charge of the Yu-Gi-Oh animes. Though they had tried to comply by removing all art of the game from the site, a cease and desist motion was filed, and on July 6, 2016, Dueling Network as it was known was fully taken offline. This would send a shockwave through the community.
Definitely never used
some other simulators existed for testing, none were as widely used and accepted as Dueling Network. And while a successor would launch about 6 months later, being Dueling Book, which is still used to this day, it would still be a moment that hit almost everyone in the community. With all of that out of the way, there's also a set release just 2 days after the DN takedown, and this would be the one chance of shaking things up in the meta before the remaining 2 WCQs could take place. Rise of the True Dragons. Release date, July 8th, 2016. Set type, Structure Deck. Major strategies, Dragon. Impact, a single new spell for Blue Eyes. Rise of the True Dragons would be the second of the...
Dude, it's so sad when your entire Structure Deck just boils down to, hey, there's one good card in this. That is one thing you gotta give it to them. Like, recent year Structure Decks felt a lot better than Structure Decks back in the day a lot of the times. Like, a lot of Structure Decks, sometimes we had good structures back in the day. It's not like all of them were bad, but the overall quality of a Structure Deck back in the day, I don't think it was very good for the most part. Like, last year, like, there's a lot of good Structure Decks, right? Like, and like some of them end up being tier 2, some of them end up being tier 3. Fire King, even like better than that because of its synergy with Snake Eyes. But like all of the, or almost all of the Structure Decks were like solid in their own right? And then back in the day, that was not a given. Back in the day, it was like all over the place. Sometimes the Structure Decks were really good, like the Monarch one, and then the next one is like this, right?
Structure Deck R series in the OCG, modernizing the Felgrand structure, and man, did it fail hard. The main goal of the deck is to use their level 4
We had no structures for almost a year. Yeah, where are Structure Decks, dude?
Bosses from deck to themselves, then tribute themselves off to revive them, as the target of their revival effect isn't chosen until after
it's such a weird decision too, because I feel like all the Structure Decks in the last year were super well received. Is that just me? I feel like all of the Structure Decks were huge successes. So why did they stop making them in 2024?
This is done to facilitate Arcbrave Dragon, who banishes all of an opponent's back row on summon from grave and can revive a level 7 or 8 dragon the turn after it's put in grave, and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, who banishes a monster on summon from grave and revives a level 7 or 8 dragon on destroying something in battle. While interesting, the issue stood in that the warriors can't activate their effects until you have at least one dragon in grave, which the deck did nothing to really circumvent outside of reprinting Foolish Burial, which was limited. However, a new spell that would be interesting here was Return of the Dragon Lords, being a monster reborn for level 7 and 8 dragons and can be banished from grave to prevent a dragon's destruction. This would be recognized as a perfect addition to Blue Eyes specifically, as the revival conditions matched up perfectly with Blue Eyes main deck pieces and gave the dragons great protection to use after.
You know what it is, guys? I just thought of the reason. It's because there are no quarter century secret rares in structure decks. And it is very important that you understand that we need as many quarter century secret rares as possible this year.
Though Blue Eyes still wasn't meta viable with this. The NAWCQ would be the same weekend, and once again, the meta was fairly set in stone at this point, with the main four continuing to shift around their ratios, with PK Fire and Monarch both taking 21 of the top 64 each. Psyframe would squeak into top 64 just barely here thanks in large part to Drowning Mirror Force, as the deck already liked to pass on an empty monster row to keep their Psyframes life as much as possible.
This deck is so
having
funny.
a back row that heavily benefits from this was greatly appreciated. Eric Christensen would take the event on Domain Monarch, which came as a shock to most as the Domain variant was widely regarded as the weakest of the Monarch variants at this stage, seemingly pulling the dream run for the deck. The EU WCQ would be the next weekend, being the last of the WCQs for the year, and we'd see a new variant of Cosmo land in the top 64 here with Speedroid Cosmo, aiming at utilizing the Terratop engine to access various rank 3s either as extension in the case of Leviair, or to clear out threats prior to committing to the Cosmo line such as with Grand Pulse or Break Sword. Samir Bakar would take the event on Magispector Draco Pals.
Dude, this guy cooked me in top 16. I got destroyed by Samir in 2016, man. I lost the dice roll, got Omega comboed in game 1, and then I bricked game 2. I was out of there in 8 minutes or something.
Notably playing QB and a small Magispector trapline to add additional disruption to the deck's end board. This would mark the official end of the WCQ season, with Worlds just around the corner. However, with Worlds coming up, the qualifying players would be looking over the combined card pool and ban list to see what just might be the best option. But the best option might have been just a little further ahead, as it seems that Konami was rushing a certain product out way sooner than we in the TCG should have received it, to stack Worlds in the favor of one specific deck.
Is this the same? I have to pause it.
Dark Side of Dimensions.
Okay. Is this the guy that won London in 2023? Yes, it is.
Movie Pack. Release date, July 22nd, 2016. Set type, import set. Major strategies, Blue Eyes, Gadget, Cubic. Impact, skewing the balance of worlds. The DSOD Movie Pack is interesting to talk about in retrospect because of the timing of it all. In the OCG, it was released alongside the movie of the same name, bringing the cards from the movie to the OCG on the same day as the movie's release. For other countries though, DSOD wasn't set to be released until 2017. So why debut the tie-in movie set so early in the TCG? Well, the prevailing theory is that Konami rushed this set out because of a certain set of support that would affect the deck's performance at Worlds. Blue Eyes would receive the other side of its new major support wave here just in time. Neo Ultimate is a retrain of the original Ultimate, taking the same materials, able to send a Blue Eyes
that's a crazy conspiracy theory, especially because if it's true, it worked.
To grave after it attacks while it's your only monster to attack again, able to use this effect twice in a turn, and can banish itself from grave to negate and destroy anything that targets a Blue Eyes. Chaos Max is a level 8 ritual that can't be targeted and deals double piercing damage. Lastly, alternative White Dragon must first be summoned by revealing an original Blue Eyes in hand, becomes the original Blue Eyes on field and in grave, and can pop a monster once per turn.
Dude, tinfoil hat on. They released this pack at this time because they wanted Blue Eyes to win Worlds? Holy. I've never heard of that.
In exchange for its attack. This changed everything for Blue Eyes, as you now had a reliable monster to summon alongside your level 1 tuners to access Spirit Dragon on the first turn. This also pulled Melody of Awakening Dragon out of the bulk pile at last because it searched for alternative and the OG Blue Eyes, giving you the ability to summon it out immediately. On the more niche side of things, Chaos Max was also a boss worth considering, as it could be summoned with advanced ritual art by dumping in OG Blue Eyes from deck, giving an option to absolutely obliterate more defensive decks. It's fair to say that this support was the reason the pack was rushed out so fast, making the strategy completely legal for Worlds, which we'd see soon enough. The rest of the pack was dedicated to other strategies from DSOD, specifically that of Cubic, a stall-focused strategy focused around Vijam, who can't be destroyed in battle and locks up monsters at battles, and the Magician Girls, a series of spellcasters that loop with one another to fill up the board. The only other notable cards here would be that of Gold and Silver Gadget, who summoned a level 4 machine from hand on summon and float into any other gadget on destruction, which would see some experimentation.
Chocolate Magician Girl had no reason to be in full screen mode earlier. The card was not that impactful. Come on. We didn't need that.
Not widespread success until much later in the year. This wouldn't be the only new set before Worlds though, as the next core set would also debut beforehand, but whether it would be impactful to the world scene would have to be seen.
Oh, not Gofu, not Gofu!
The Dark Illusion. Release date, August 5th, 2016. Set type, core set.
Oh,
Major
Snow!
strategies, Dark Magician, Metal Foes, Paleozoic. Impact, laying the groundwork for future
Paleo!
metas. The Dark Illusion was the third core set of 2016.
Oh,
and while
really?
it wouldn't be as
You're gonna give us a full screen of Chocolate Magician Girl, but not Animal Acaris. Okay. Alright. Can't say I agree with that.
explosive as Bosch, or the fourth core set of the year, Teedle would lay the groundwork for multiple meta archetypes that would take hold later in the year and beyond. Following the archetype spawned around Blue Eyes, Dark Magician would receive a wave of legacy support centered around the titular card. Magician of Dark Illusion becomes Dark Magician on field, can summon itself on the opponent's turn when you use a spell trap effect, and can summon a Dark Magician from grave when you use a spell trap effect once while on field. Magician's Robe during the opponent's turn can discard a spell trap to summon Dark Magician from deck, and can summon itself from grave on the opponent's turn when you use a spell trap effect. Magician's Rod searches a spell trap that mentions Dark Magician on normal, and can recur itself on the opponent's turn when you use a spell trap effect by tributing a monster. Ebon High Magician is a spellcaster locked rank 7 that can use quick play spells and traps from hand on the opponent's turn by detaching material for each, and floats into a Dark
let's
Spellcaster
get
in
to the
deck
real
on
deal.
removal, then pops a card on field. Their spell traps all revolve around the original Dark Magician, with Illusion Magic able to tribute a spellcaster to search up to 2 Dark Magicians from deck or grave, Dark Magic Expand gaining more effects for each Dark Magician or Girl on field or in grave, with 1+ boosting a Dark Spellcaster by 1000, 2+ locking the opponent from chaining to spell trap effects and preventing them from destruction, and 3+ making Dark Spellcasters you control immune to card effects, and Magician Navigation, summoning a Dark
Bro, I haven't read these cards whenever I was playing against Blue Eyes, against Dark Magician. I'm not gonna start now.
Magician from hand, and a level 7 or lower Dark Spellcaster from deck, able to banish from grave to negate the effects of a face-up spell trap while you control Dark Magician. Lastly, Dark Magical Circle looks at the top 3 of the deck on activation, adding a Dark Magician or spell trap that mentions it to hand from those, and places the others back in any order, and while on field, banishes an opponent's card once per turn when you summon a Dark Magician. The strategy had a clear direction here, with Circle Control easily being the name of the game with its banish effect, but the issue lied in consistent access to Dark Magician reliably. A lot of the deck's plays relied heavily on Circle
This deck is everywhere on Master Duel low ranks. Is it? I can imagine that, yeah.
and navigation, which in turn meant you consistently needed a Dark Magician in hand to trigger nav in the first place, which naturally led to bricking galore. This would leave Dark Magician in the position of a rogue deck at best for now, but a note should be made here about the requirement to search cards that listed Dark Magician specifically. This was clearly put in place to make the new support able to search older cards like Thousand Knives and Dark Magic Curtain, but left a very specific casualty in the funniest way possible. The Eye of Timaeus, despite having Dark Magician written on the card, could not be searched with any of the support due to it not listing Dark Magician specifically, as it said a Dark Magician monster. This would be a bit of a logistical mess in the short term, but a funny trivia fact looking back now. Metal Foes was a new series of normal pendulums, all sharing an effect to pop a face-up card once per turn in the pendulum scale to set a Metal Foes spell trap from deck, with Steelin being a level 2 scale 8, Silver to level 3 scale 1, Gold Driver a level 4 scale 1, and Volflame a level 7 scale 8. Their traps were all focused on furthering the popping effects, with Counter able to summon a Metal Foes from deck when a card you control is popped, able to be banished from grave to recur a Metal Foes and face-up extra, and Combination able to summon a Metal Foes from grave with a lower level than a fusion summon Metal Foes on summon, and searches the Metal Foes monster when sent to grave. Their primary game plan involves using the various pops and pendulum summons to facilitate their main spell Metal Foes fusion, with a standard fusion effect and the ability to put itself from grave on bottom of deck to draw 1. Adamant is a vanilla fusion of a Metal Foes and a 2500 or less attack monster, Crimsonite is a vanilla fusion of a Metal Foes and 2 3000 or less attack monsters, and Orichalk is a fusion of any 2 Metal Foes that gives all Metal Foes double piercing and pops a card when sent to grave. Metal Foes here poised a compelling strategy, being similar to Ignite but with a set of bosses that didn't hamper the
Yo, it's the card that adds emptiness. I hate you.
deck's long game, though at this stage would be relegated to tier 3 as its bosses weren't the most meta relevant, but would see experimentation as cards that can pop your monsters that want to be popped, such as Cosmo or even Yang Zing, as the pop and set effects were simultaneous, meaning that Yang Zings wouldn't miss timing. With a third block of sets for the era, once again, the TCG exclusives would change over to 2 new archetypes, with both receiving 4 cards a set now rather than one getting 5 while the other gets 3. The first of these was Subterror, bringing yet another attempt at revolutionizing flip monsters for the modern day with a bunch of high-level behemoths. Each of the behemoths shares an effect to special summon themselves from hand when your last face-up monster on field flips face down. It can flip themselves face down once per turn. Umastrix on flip banishes an opponent's monster, and Stalagmo on flip discards a Subterror monster to draw 2. Nemesis Warrior would be the starter of sorts, able to dump a Subterror from deck, tribute himself and another monster whose level are equal to or more than the set
Last
monster,
time I
and
checked,
summon it either face
Nemesis
up or
Warrior
face down,
is not
able
the
to summon
starter.
itself from grave if a behemoth gets flipped face up. Lastly, the Hidden City
They're crazy! They think their city's hidden. Bro, it's right there. I see it just fine.
searches a Subterror on activation, can flip a Subterror face up once per turn, and can negate an attack by flipping a set Subterror face up. While this set of cards was interesting for sure, there wasn't a clear direction to take the strategy out the gate like there was with BA or Cosmo, and it was clear that Konami was favoring this archetype at the time by giving them 2 Ultras and a secret rare between these 4. So most would invest immediately into this archetype with the hopes that waves 2, 3, or 4 would get it there, as for now, it wasn't even good enough to be rogue. The other archetype was Spiral, which was clearly centered around Super Agent, who could summon itself from hand if you called the super type with the top card of the opponent's deck correctly. Popping a spell trap is summoned by a Spiral effect. Gear Drone, able to rearrange the top 3 of the opponent's deck on summon, contribute itself on quick effect to boost a Spiral by 500 for each card the opponent
That wasn't
controls.
gauge. No, I know, but it's a gauge impression, so it counts. And it's pretty accurate.
Itself and a Spiral card engraved to recur a Super Agent. Quick Fix can search a Spiral Gear on summon and can summon itself from grave for a discard while you control Super Agent. And Gear Big Red can revive a Spiral and blocks it from being destroyed in battle. Spiral was underplayed in its hype on reveal compared to Subterror, but on initial inspection looked to be the better of the two archetypes, being a far more generically usable engine of sorts, with Super Agent providing Board Swarm and spell trap removal, and Quick Fix for some reason being a machine type, meaning
Most cringe cards of all time? I don't actually think so. I think Spiral was completely fine as a TCG exclusive archetype, except until they gave it double helix. Like, I think Spiral was completely reasonable and fine and not even good for the most part. And actually a pretty cool concept until the OCG just decided, like, yeah, let's give them the best link monster imaginable.
that it was abusable with machine duplication. While unassuming now, many would pick up a set of these on release thanks to the potential these initial cards held with just a little shaping. In the OCG import slots though, we'd also see two archetypes, one of which was a favorite of the community at this stage that we'd been expecting for far too long. Trains were a series of cards not really designated by an archetype, but rather a designation of being level 4 or 10 Earth machines. These had been introduced back in Zexal and popularized slightly by Gustav's Max stint as a burn tool for FTK decks, but here they'd get the couple of pieces the strategy had been missing for a while now. Heavy Freight Train Derricrane can summon itself from hand if you summon an Earth machine and can pop a card when detached from an Exceed. Revolving Switchard is a field spell that summons a level 4 Earth machine from deck when you summon a level 10, then boosts its level up to 10, and can discard a card to search a level 10 Earth machine. Number 81, Super Dreadnought,
come on, show me
Paleo is a
Paleos.
rank 10 that can detach on quick effect to make a monster unaffected by card effects that turn.
I feel like we're leaving the best for last on purpose.
While it seems odd that I'm focusing on these so much, the OCG got these cards back in Secrets of Eternity, and off of that, a deck known as Shadal Trains was heavily popularized and actually did quite well for the time thanks to Shekanaga, who itself is a level 10 Earth machine, and the deck had been popular for online simulators in the TCG as well for some time. But with the hits to Shadal already present and these coming to us too late, it was clear that Trains would be relegated to a rogue strategy at best. The other OCG import strategy, oddly enough being a Korean exclusive import, was Paleozoic, a series of traps that all shared the effect to summon themselves back as level 2 water aquas from the grave and chained to a trap, with all being unaffected by monster effects when you did. Oleanoids pops a spell trap, Hallucigenia halves a monster's attack and defense that turn, Canadia flips an opponent's monster to face down defense, Bakaya discards a Paleozoic to draw 2, and Anomalocaris is a 3 material rank 2 that's unaffected by monster
There
effects,
he is.
lets you excavate one and add it to hand if it's a trap or sent to grave otherwise when the trap is sent to grave, and
Daddy.
can attach to pop a card on quick effect if it has trap as material. While interesting for sure, Paleozoic didn't do enough on their own right now to be considered for the meta, though many would be keeping an eye on them for the future if the remainder of their support got imported. DD Savant Thomas in the scale can recur a face-up DD Pendulum from extra deck, and on field can pop a DD.
You know, we formed a community whenever I call Anomalocaris daddy, there's more daddies than huz in chat. That was the goal all along.
In scale to summon a level 8 DDD from deck, giving DDs an option to actually access Oblivion King Abyss
Because when it happened the first time, it was only huz. Now it's more daddies than huz.
Ragnarok semi-reliably, giving DD a slight boost into the meta. Blackwing Gofu the Vague Shadow can summon itself from hand while you control no monsters, optionally summoning 2 tokens when it did. It could banish itself in any number of non-tuners to revive a Blackwing Synchro of that level, making it a tuner. I don't believe anyone has ever used that last effect, as the first effect was actually surprisingly useful for various decks. The new Metal Foes clearly could use it with the tokens as fodder for their search pops, and a level 5 tuner could be used to access level 7 and 8 Synchros reliably. Monarch wanted it as a better level 5 tuner to play than Quick Draw, immediately being slotted into variants for Zulkin, and even those without it as a Cyber Dragon-like card, and a couple of other decks aimed at summoning multiple copies of Omega and Trishula to hand loop going first. And this will not be the last time we talk about this card, as while it was already solidly useful, within 1 year it would become one of the most ban-worthy cards the game had seen in a long time. But I'm getting ahead of myself. True King Agni Mazud, the Vanisher, would be the first of the new True King archetype, able to summon itself from hand by popping 2 monsters on field or in hand, including a fire, banished a monster when summoned this way, and recurred a non-fire worm if both pops were fire. Though interesting for sure, this card was a bit too early to the party to be useful yet, but let's put a pin in that and we'll circle back to it in 2017. Shiranui Solitaire contribute a zombie to summon a zombie tuner with 0 defense
This is
from
the
deck,
meta-relevant
can summon a
Shiranui
banished
card.
Shiranui monster. This was the only card Shiranui needed to be relevant, and boy was it. By tributing itself, you could summon Unizombie from deck, who in turn turn put a Spectral Sword from deck into grave to make its level 4.
No,
From
it
there,
didn't.
Spectral Sword could banish
No,
itself
it
in
didn't put
solitaire to
Spectral
summon a
Sword
level
into
6
the grave.
synchro,
Don't lie to
namely
me.
Samurai Saga. Then use Solitaire's
No.
other effect to resummon the Spectral
No.
Sword to synchro into an 8 and set up the
No.
grave for Shogun Saga the following turn.
No.
While this sounds like it's just a great day for zombie lovers all around, of course, there's some degeneracy attached to this. While one would assume they'd summon more in-archetype pieces this way, or maybe even a cool zombie or two, this combo was used to reliably access multiple copies of Omega and Trishula on turn 1 to hand rip the opponent. I mean, they really did make it easy, didn't they? One card access to a level 8 synchro and a level 4 or 5 tuner, what more could you ask for? This would, unfortunately, be a decently popular option in the upcoming metagame, and would be a deck that would have to be accounted for in multiple metagames moving forward. Speaking of, Block Dragon can be special summoned by banishing 3 Earths from hand or grave.
I finally finished getting my Paleo deck together. It didn't help that I spent a bunch of time importing Euro versions of all the cards. Very fitting that you finished it today when 6th Sense is going to return to boost Paleo. Anyways, Block Dragon's cringe. Moving
Blocks
on.
all destruction except battle destruction, and if sent to grave, searches up to 3 rocks whose
Earth
total level equals
Flamberge.
8.
Yep.
This card
Rock
on
Flamberge
release was
Dragon.
a complete flop, as there was not a single rock archetype or deck that was good enough to include this and be meta, though some would try this with Triamids from the same set and with the prior rock stun, but both would come up short, though this card would be seen again. Fairy Tail Snow on summon flips an opponent's monster face down and can be summoned from grave by banishing 7 cards from hand, field, or grave. Oh, I get it, like the 7 dwarves. Snow is a weird card to talk about in a vacuum, as it was recognized as good out the gate, being constantly recurable by banishing used cards, but for the time being was relegated to an option for decks that specialized in milling like Lightsworn, and that is something we will have to discuss later as it's a whole nother can of worms. Coral Dragon is a level 6 synchro tuner that can discard a card to pop
My
a card and
boy!
then sit to grave draws a card. Simple,
Bro, this set
effective,
really
engage
was-
decks with easy level 6
This set really was the best set ever.
synchro access to Zoltan.
Coral Dragon
yeah,
as well.
because of Stardust Charge Warrior, a common practice
go.
moving forward for decks that can make 2 level 6 synchros is to make these 2 to access Zulkin and Crystal Wing thanks to the draws they provide, which would prove to be quite useful over time. Cosmic
Bro,
Cyclone
why are all the cool cards always water? Why is water the coolest attribute by far? Mermail, Atlantean, Paleos, Coral Dragon, frogs in general. Come on, man. Why is water the coolest attribute by so far? It's not even close. They're not even making it hard to decide what the coolest attribute is. It's water.
of 1,000 life points can banish a spell trap, being clearly intended as yet another alternative to MST that handled more cases in a far stronger way, which would see serious play following release.
Dogwood, Robina.
Card of the Soul could search any monster whose total attack and defense equaled your current life points. While this card was incredibly niche, some experimentation would be seen with it for searching monsters with a total of 8,000 thanks to your starting life total being that much, primarily in use with Obelisk the Tormentor and Cosmo Dark Planet. Floodgate Trap Hole could flip any summoned monster face down permanently, which would see serious play as a way to mass lock a bunch of Pendulum summoned monsters all at once as a Rafflesia target. Lastly, and without question the most hotly debated card of the time, Pot of Desires could banish the top 10 cards of your deck face down to draw 2. This would be a card that caused massive divide in the player base immediately on whether or not it was worth playing, debating whether this was a +1 or a -9, and truthfully, this wouldn't have happened if the card wasn't a secret rare. The common consensus was that Desires in a deck that's almost exclusively built of 3-ofs with no critical garnets was without question an insanely great option, while decks that played a lot of 1-ofs or played heavy
Chat, -9 or +1? -9 or +1?
or garnet counts for their engines would maybe pass on the card, but there was no questioning its impact. The Dark Illusion was a far more impactful set than one might have expected on the 10, but it wasn't the only pack shaking up the meta just before Worlds, as there was another OCG import set just 2 weeks later, and based on how last year's iteration went, this one had a lot of slack to pick up. Dragons of Legend Unleashed. Release date, August 19th, 2016.
Dude, is that number
Set type,
100?
import set. Major strategies, Cyber Angel, Numeron, Flower
Oh
Card.
no, Ben
Impact,
10.
Tech for ritual decks. Dragons of Legend Unleashed was the third crack at the Dragons of
Not
Legend
Ben
import
10.
sets, with the first being meta-warpingly good, and the second being one of the worst sets of all time. This would land somewhere on the worst end of the spectrum, but unlike 2, actually had a couple of useful cards. Cyber Angel was a series of ritual fairies, with effects ranging from combat bonuses to full piece recursion. Of the initial wave, the one primarily focused on by most was Ben 10, able to search for any light Moonlight Fairy when tributed. Because of this interaction, there was a laundry list of cards that Ben 10 could search in the right deck, from play starters like Stick and Chair, to floodgates like Christia and Vanity's Ruler, to even more copies of itself as ritual fodder, which put it on a lot of people's lists as a ritual toolbox enabler. Number 100 Numeron Dragon can be made with any 2 same name number exceeds, and can detach to boost itself by the total ranks of exceeds on the field times 1.
Whenever this card hits the board in Master Duel, you know shit's going down, dude.
1000, making it a prime OTK enabler for decks with heavy exceed summons, but at the time did not have enough ranks to enable it effectively. Galaxy Eye Cypher Dragon can detach to steal an opponent's monster, make its attack 3000, and change its name to Galaxy Eye Cypher Dragon for the turn. This would be a fairly massive boon for the Galaxy Eye's exceed pool at the time, providing a reliable rank 8 that can be used to overlay onto for any number of exceed rank ups while still actually doing something useful on its own. The Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2016 would be held the same weekend, and though Blue Eyes was handed the golden ticket for the event, it would actually see some serious competition for top 8. PK Fire would squeeze in a single top 8 spot, primarily suffering here due to the limited status of Dante in the OCG, which coupled with the various hits to the main deck BAs already present, would leave the deck to rely more heavily on its other rank 3 tools, specifically in Breaksword. Magispector would climb all the way to top 4, utilizing Sky Iris for completing scales and giving access to high enough scales to keep Kieran on the board. Kieran here would be a major player, as its effect being a repeatable bounce between turns gave Magispector a serious amount of long game play, even once the spell trap lines were used up. Though it had competition in the top 8, the finals would be a mirror match between Blue Eyes, with very similar builds being found between both players. With the
Didn't Galley get second with Necros? Or was that... What did the... Oh, that was 2015. Okay.
addition of alternative to the deck, a player could now reliably access Spirit Dragon going first, which in turn...
Oh yeah, it was Christensen. I remember. Yeah. Thank you. It was the one where he broke the trophy, or the trophy was broken, and the top fell off. Yeah. I remember.
Locked out its competition and could even dodge removal with its effect to tag into a light dragon, which gave the option of Azure Eyes, the intended target of this effect, as its destruction immunity would overwrite the downside of Spirit, as well as...
So the real reason, I'll let you know what the real reason is why Blue Eyes won Worlds, is because of how the Worlds ban list works, where it's this mix between OCG and TCG format, where everything that is already on the Forbidden Limited list in the OCG, because they are a couple months ahead with their set releases, a lot of the stuff that's meta for us is already hit over there, right? Because they've gotten the cards sooner, so they also hit them sooner. But then all the cards that are out in the OCG, but not out yet in the TCG yet, are also not legal, right? So all of the meta decks basically are weaker. Our meta decks are weaker because the OCG has already addressed them on the Forbidden Limited list, and their meta decks are weaker because they're not even out yet, which always leads to this kind of like slob of rogue decks or tier 2 decks suddenly being viable. And this is exactly where Blue Eyes comes in. Blue Eyes is good at Worlds, or was good at Worlds, because it was already out for both formats, but it wasn't meta in either format, so it didn't have any hits. That was basically that's the gist of it. That's why I think Blue Eyes was viable, or even I personally don't think it was the best deck. I helped some people from Europe prepare for the event. I don't think Blue Eyes was that good. I think there were definitely other decks that were better. Like even Burning Abyss Phantom Knight with one Dante is probably fine. Like it topped. It was pretty good. I think you could definitely build powerful pendulum control decks with Kirin. Yes, you couldn't build like all-in kind of pendulum decks for the format, but like Kirin was at 3 with 3 Bunbuku, which at the time should have definitely been better than Blue Eyes. So yeah.
Alternative targets in Black Rose, Moonlight Dragon, and Stardust Spark. Hayame Shinsuke of Japan would take this year's Worlds title with Blue Eyes, not only marking himself as the first, and so far only player to win Worlds twice, but in back-to-back years no less. With no time to recover, YCS Rimini would take place a week later, and shockingly, Blue Eyes would be nowhere to be seen in the top 32.
Shocking.
Without the combined ban list of the TCG and OCG, Blue Eyes could not compete with its contemporaries enough to crack in, needing a ban list to do so in the future. Probably the biggest point of note here would be the top spot of Brilliant Lightsworn, which went completely undefeated in Swiss rounds, only to fall out in top 32. The new pieces the deck gained from Dark Illusion were actually incredibly significant, being Fairy Tale Snow, which could utilize your milled and grave...
This deck would have been super cool and popular if Minerva wasn't $1,000 or something.
cards incredibly well for access to Minerva by being half of a rank 4, meaning you could detach and mill
You
more.
played that? Which event is this? Is this YCS Liverpool? I had one Minerva. I had one because I won one in Super Rare. But at Rimini, I topped using Pendulum. I topped YCS Rimini with the Pendulum deck from Euros, but I included Desires in it. I didn't play Minerva Sworn there.
Even more fodder for another run.
I played Lightsworn at YCS Liverpool.
Moving forward from here, rank 4 focus decks that utilize milling would become more and more popular, arguably a top tier contender in the meta, but would be held back entirely by the price point of Minerva, because as of this event, she was no longer the YCS prize card in rotation, meaning that her...
It's not just the price point, it's also just like a deck like that simply mathematically just cannot be that popular, because how many super rare versions of a price card even are there? Right? Like, how many are there? Even with them giving out a bunch of them at, like, the Continentals, there's maybe, like, 200 or something. So, like, it cannot reach certain levels of representation. It's just not possible. Even if people were willing to spend that much for the prize card, it just, there are not enough out there to do that, right?
Quantities were extremely limited now, even more than they had been before. Alberto Conti would take the event on Fire King Cosmo, utilizing more niche picks like Delta Shuttle, Landwalker, and even 3 Sword Troopers, a practice not common amongst Cosmo players of the era. He would also be the first recipient of the new YCS prize card.
This YCS, by the way, we had Alberto on the podcast. He's playing Pokemon now, so we talked to him about some of the differences and stuff like that, some of his journey. This is one of the funniest YCS finals, because he's playing against Typhoon in the finals, and Typhoon just scoops. I think he just scooped game 3 because he bricked going first, and it turns out Alberto's hand was also pretty bad, because he would have top decked the chicken. I think was card number 6, and without the chicken he couldn't play either, and I think Typhoon would have actually won. But he just scooped out of frustration of drawing a brick hand. He drew like 3 or 4 field spells in Magispector. I don't know exactly, but he just scooped it up without even playing, and he would have actually won probably.
A practice not common amongst Cosmo players of the era. He would also be the first recipient of the new YCS prize card number 39 Utopia Kaiser, which would not be relevant in the meta.
Thank you!
YCS Toronto would be the same weekend, and similarly would hold the same meta we've come to expect, with a singular standout, being the usage of Despair Uranus in a single topping Monarch list, which we unfortunately do not have a deck list for, but is listed as such in Konami's coverage, able to access the Monarch continuous spell traps, depending on the opponent's choice. Bodon Temniak would take the event on PK Fire, a common sight of the format at this stage. The ban list would be updated 2 days later on August 29th, and unsurprisingly would bring down a culling wave onto the meta for the past 6 months. Newly banned were Performapal Monkey Board, the 1-card scale option of Pendulum Strategies, and Kaiser Coliseum, an annoyance to play into on all fronts. Newly limited.
Oh, we're banning Floodgates in 2016. Cool.
Were Beatrice and Seer as hits to PK Fire, Aether, Pantheism, and Stormforth as hits to Monarch, Dark Destroyer and E-Telly as hits to Cosmo, and Kieran and Pendulum Call as hits to Pendulum. Newly semi-limited were Max C, sparking a massive debate in the community on whether the blowout hand trap even had a place at 1 or 2, and Ryo and Wine.
This is literally the worst case scenario, is when Max C's at 1 or 2. I mean, I guess you could argue, yeah, I'd rather play against 1 or 2 Maxi than 3. At least in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! That'd probably be true. But back in the day, the way we felt about it, let me at least explain why the debate was even held like that. Where is Maxi? Oh, I just can't get a nice visual. Where's Maxi, dude? There it was. There. It was like, if Maxi was at 3, there were a couple of decks in the format that you just couldn't really play because of it, right? Like certain combo decks, you would just go into a tournament because there was no Called By or no Ash Blossom yet, by the way, which is really cool. Maxi would basically always resolve against you, and if your crazy combo pile got Maxi'd, you would simply lose, no questions asked, right? But when Maxi was at 1 or 2, those kind of decks suddenly became like viable, because statistically it wasn't correct to respect Maxi in deck building, right? Like why would I respect the 1 of or 2 of Maxi? I'll just play my combo deck anyways and just go all in and go for it. But then sometimes when they had the Maxi, it was like completely out of your control as well. So it's this weird it was this weird spot where if Maxi is at 3 and you can't negate it, then at least it has this impact on combo decks that makes them unviable. So people would play slower decks because Maxi was in the game, which obviously completely goes out the window as soon as people start playing, as soon as like Ash Blossom and Called By are being printed. Because you look at Master Duel right now, and that argument just does not apply anymore. Because now, if you want to play a combo deck in Master Duel, you can. All you have to do is you have to put in outs to Maxi, and you don't have to respect it, right? Like, I still to this day believe that if Ash and Called By wouldn't exist and Maxi would always resolve, you would have to be playing other decks. But it's irrelevant because it's better that it's banned anyways in the TCG. But that is why people felt this way about 1 or 2 copies of Maxi when it slowly got in the direction of ban.
The Blowout Hand Trap even had a place at 1 or 2, and Ryo and Wind Up Magician, returning from 1. Lastly, Unlimited were Thousand Eyes Restrict, Allure of Darkness, and Gold Sarcophagus, with 2 of these still being solid options for some decks in the meta.
It applies in the OCG with Fuvaros out now? I don't know, because they still have all the outs. Right? The OCG still has all the outs to them. So I think it doesn't really change, because they had Maxi before, now they have Maxi and Fuvaros. So obviously it has an impact on the format and on the statistics and on the chances, right? Like, because sometimes you just don't get Maxi'd, but you get Fuvaros now a lot more. But still, overall, the point still stands. You can still play your crazy combo deck, because if they have a hand trap for it, you still have a chance of having Ash, Called By, or Crossout, right? And this is also what's like kind of scary if you look at the TCG. I think that's why in a little bit less than 2 hours from now, I hope they actually hit Crossout Designator, because Crossout Designator being at 3 for the TCG actually means that we technically have even more outs than the OCG, because we have 3 Crossout, 1 Called By, and 3 Ash, which is 7 outs for the mini game. So like if Crossout doesn't get hit, we're just going to be playing Fuvaros mini games, right?
With the blanket hits across the board to all 4 meta strategies, PK Fire, Monarch, Cosmo, and Pendulums would all need to restructure or die to remain. What was particularly funny about this list was the seemingly lax hits doled out to specifically PK Fire, as while Beatrice to 1 was certainly a hit and losing another Seer would hurt, many expected the hit to be given to Dante, as it was in the OCG. This re-sparked the Dante is Banlist immune discussion, which would also lead to easily one of the greatest memes in the game's history being born, and if you haven't seen this before, I would heavily recommend pausing here and going to watch it, as it is a wonderful piece of Yu-Gi-Oh! History.
Someone link it. I forgot what it was. I think I've seen it, but we can watch it because I don't remember exactly what it was. It's in the description. Okay. That Dante Banlist. Oh no, dude! I didn't open it in a new tab. Wait.
I can't watch this. Get over it.
Dude, mathematician. Insector, dude.
Harry, what the heck is going on? Could you turn the volume down, please?
I didn't expect it to be that effective.
What kind of response are we talking?
100%.
So everyone's been affected, whether they have a SIM card or not. And we get the added benefit of wiping out the kingdom.
Not yet.
Preparation of rides. Tempest, Redox, Blaster, not Tidal as well. No, Hours. It just doesn't end, dude. Did Dante just kill Graf? Not my boy.
Oh,
No.
you need to see this.
Yeah, kill Scout. Yes. You just put a cosmic cyclone in Scout's pocket. Eternity. Upstart. Dueling network. Oh god. Yeah, that is great. That is great indeed. Dude, unfortunately I did not load it in a new tab. Where was I? Here.
With 2 of these still being solid options for some decks in the meta. With the blanket hits across the board to all 4 meta strategies, PK Fire, Monarch, Cosmo, and Pendulums would all need to restructure or die to remain. What was particularly funny about this list hit and Respawn being born, and if you haven't seen this before, I would heavily recommend pausing here and going to watch it, as it is a wonderful piece of Yu-Gi-Oh history. The year's Megaton would also follow this ban list, notably reprinting the
The cosmic cyclone in the pocket of Scout is the best part.
types of DDD, Fluffle, Gem Knights, Ignites, Kaiju, Magispector, Performage, and Performapal, but also bringing us 2 specific promos of note. DDD Flame King Genghis and Gus King Alexander would be imported here, being a fusion of 2 DDs and a level 7 synchro requiring a DD tuner respectively, with both sharing an effect to revive a DD when a DD is summoned, with Flame King able to revive a DD on special summon, and Alexander being able to revive a level 4 or lower on normal or special, both being critical pieces of the DD deck's combo lines, but still not quite cracking the meta, requiring a couple more specific imports to do the trick, hovering in the rogue range for now.
I think that's not the reason why these weren't meta relevant. I think, and they have identified that reason later and fixed it. But I think the reason why these DDD cards were not good enough is clearly because their names just weren't long enough. That has to have been, that was the issue with the DDD cards. If they had had 5 extra words in the name, they would have been tier 0. And they fixed that with future iterations of the DDD cards, thankfully.
Duelist Pack Rivals of the Pharaoh would also release here, bringing a singular relevant card in Lullaby of Obedience, which can pay 2k
or
to
more
declare a
Ds.
monster, and if it's in the opponent's deck, either summons it to your field or adds it to your hand. This would be an interesting card kicked around for some mirror matchups, but would for the most part be unremarkable unless the format was so heavily centered around one specific matchup, like in the case of a tier 0 meta, but we just left one of those, so how long would we have to wait for the next? YCS Mexico City would be the same weekend, and being the first tournament following the August ban list, the meta would be thrown into a state of flux. Blue Eyes would pull into the lead as the front runner of the meta here with nerfs across the board.
Blue Eyes was ever the best
playing a
deck in
lineup
the
similar to the
TCG.
deck's layout for Worlds, capping out at top 4. Merlantian would see a significant rise in popularity here, being a rogue to tier 3 level deck since the release of Neptopus, but with its competition out of the way could rise up to tier 2, being a solid option for the next few events. There were a lot of one-ofs that would appear in this particular top cut, and though we don't have lists for a majority of them, we do have a couple to look over. Blazing Gadget would be one of the more interesting lists we'd see, utilizing the Gadget Swarming and the Brilliant Fusion Engine to facilitate the summon
In 2016? The Blazing Mars. While this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can banish 3 other monsters from your grave. Special summon this card. Also, you can't special summon other monsters for the rest of this turn. During your main phase 1, you can send all other monsters you control to the graveyard. Inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each monster sent to the grave. Why is this here?
of Blazing Mars, who in turn could sack the board for a 2,000 damage burn. Dynamis would see a top here alongside the standard Performapal package we've come to expect for Pendulums, namely utilizing Dynamis Charge to both set scales and provide recursion for your Dynamis pieces. The most impactful of the one-offs that we have list though would be Shiranui Zombie, taking note of Solitaire's power as a level 8 synchro enabler to enable the summon of Omega.
Can we get to
Crystal.
Invasion
This would be
Vengeance?
adapted into multiple decks over the next year, which we'd see soon enough. Adrian Madriz would take the event on probably the most talked about new threat, Metal Foes Clifford. Metal Foes had gotten their big break with the shift in the meta, utilizing all sorts of tools alongside their pops to gain as much value as possible. Some options included Clifford Scout, who could pay 8 to search for Monolith, pop it for a Metal Foe search, and then on the Pendulum summon bring back the Scout with Monolith to make Cyber Dragon Nova into infinity. Blackwing Gofu to provide its 2 tokens for the Metal Foe pops, and then convert itself in another level 5 like the Clifforts to make Zoltan for a toolbox of Dragon Synchros, and the newly released Odd Eyes Mirage Dragon, being a better scale 8 for Sky Iris when you don't need the Performapal synergy of Unicorn. Adding on to the ever-growing list of more minor releases, Legendary Decks 2 dropped on October 6th, bringing 3 nostalgic bait decks for Yugi, Kaiba, and Joey, but also including a few interesting promos. Ties of the Brethren could pay 2k to target a level 4
This card was very hyped back then. It didn't end up being good or played much, but it was hype.
Ties could easily swarm out tools for use in decks of like type and attributed monsters, seeing experimentation with some strategies already in the meta, which we'll discuss soon. The other interesting promo was Eternal Soul, a continuous trap that makes Dark Magician immune to opponents' effects, can either summon a Dark Magician from hand or grave, or search a Dark Magic attack or Thousand Knives from deck once per turn, and nukes your monsters if it leaves the field. This would provide Dark Magician with something the deck desperately needed: reliable and repeatable access to the titular monster, which would actually boost Dark Magician into the ranks of a rogue deck, but not much further than that. YCS Minneapolis would be the following weekend, and though many of the decks of the previous meta took large hits on the ban list, they'd begin to creep back in here, with PK Fire specifically re-establishing itself as a meta threat. Magispector would see a new variant pop here in Ties of the Brethren, with level 3s giving access to Nekomata and Bumboku, and level 4s giving access to Yada, Kyubi, and Ogama, allowing full access to the Spell Trap suite. Infernoid would pop back up here thanks to Card Trooper popping back up, able to set up your Infernoids in grave while also cycling a card when removed. Lightsworn would once again see the top 32, fully embracing Fairy Tail Snow as a level 4 swarming body, while also stepping more into the previously popular Clownblade engine, notably on 1 Minerva. Phantom Knights would see a top completely separate from the BA cards, notably playing Gofu to access Cypher Hippo Omega Carnival level 3 Phantom Knights, as well as
Super Hippo Carnival is crazy.
More interesting techs in Super Hippo Carnival, able to access Performapal Hip Hippo, serving a similar purpose to how E-Telly was previously used, but at 3 copies for the level 3 body. Marcus Hayden would take the event.
Wait, is Teleport on the ban list at this point? I think so, yeah. Right.
On Metal Foes, leaning heavily into the 3 copies of Jowgen the Spiritualist, who was a popular tech option at the time for countering out Blue Eyes specifically thanks to being a pendulum summonable body whose defense is high enough to block the entire Blue Eyes normal summon lineup, with most Blue Eyes players not having an out for it in the main deck reliably. Though we've sped through a lot of sets recently, as most only included a couple of notable cards, the structure decks that released a week later would not qualify in that camp, as it would be a pair of structure decks for the first time in years, with one aimed at completely upsetting the established meta.
Oh, ABC, dude.
Structure decks Yugimoto and Seto Kaiba. Release date October 21st, 2016.
One of these was better than the other. I'll leave that to your interpretation.
Set type, structure deck. Major strategies, Magnet Warrior, ABC. Impact, the Machine Uprising. Structure decks Yugi and Kaiba were incredibly interesting releases, as the last time we had seen a structure deck explicitly tied to a character was Merrick back in the 5Ds era, although you could make an argument that Master of Pendulum was that for Yuya just last year. As they were tied to the titular characters, many expected on initial announcement that these would be further support for both key strategies of Dark Magician and Blue Eyes, but they were actually instead a complete overhaul to key archetypes they both used back in Battle City, being Magnet Warrior for Yugi and XYZ for Kaiba. Starting with Yugi, the Magnet Warrior archetype would get an overhaul with the Electromagnet Warriors, each able to tribute themselves on the opponent's turn to summon a level 4 Magnet Warrior.
Actually, as a Duel Links player, you might think the Magnet Warriors were more impactful.
From deck, with Alpha searching a Magna Warrior on summon, Beta searching a Magnet Warrior on summon, and Gamma summoning a Magnet Warrior from hand on summon. These also combine together to form Berserkion the Electro-Magna Warrior, able to summon itself by banishing the 3 Electromagnets from hand, field, or grave, can banish a Magnet Warrior in grave to pop a card, and when destroyed summons the 3 Electromagnets from banishment. There was even a fusion of the 2 Magna Warriors, both Berserkion and the original Valkyrion, being Imperium Magnum the Superconductive Battlebot, who has a once per turn Omni Negate and Destroy, and if removed by an opponent's card effect, summons the 2 Magna Warriors from hand or deck. Magnetic Field was a field spell that could summon a Magnet Warrior from grave if you controlled an Earth Rock once per turn, and can bounce a monster that battles with an Earth Rock but isn't destroyed. Lastly, Magnet Conversion can recur back 3 Magnet Warriors on activation, and can banish itself from grave to summon a banished Magnet Warrior. While absolutely interesting and seemingly competent, meshing well with the recent Ties of the Brethren, Magnet Warrior would suffer due to 3 major reasons. Number 1 was the reliance on the original Magnet Warrior monsters, as they were the only
That's always a great recipe for success, dude. Make me play old vanillas. Surely that's gonna
do with the electromagnet effects, meaning that in order to have the tag out effect be live, you had to play bricks. Number 2 was that while Berserkion was a solid presence, you had to find it to summon it, and its effect was slow and required the opponent to remove it to float, being way too reliant on the opponent not knowing how to play around it. Number 3 was that Imperion Magnum, while reasonable to get out thanks to Alpha searching its materials, was extremely resource intensive for a single negation point whose float effect requiring to hit both targets meant that you had to play at least 2 copies of Valkyrion in your deck, a card that was by all metrics a brick. And I know I said 3 reasons, but in reality, there's 4. because released at the exact same time was a very similar concept to the Magnet Warrior retrains, but done far, far better. The Kaiba structure deck focused on the XYZ unions from Battle City, giving them far better counterparts in A, B, and C, each being a union monster. Wow, it's been a while since we've heard that term, and can equip onto a light machine, each having a destruction tanking effect for its equipped monster, an effect while equipped, and an effect when sent to grave, with A making its equipped monster immune to monster effects and recurring a union from grave to hand other than itself when sent to grave, B making its monster immune to spells and searching a union when sent to grave.
Did you know, if you wanted to remember what kind of immunity these cards gave, all you had to do was look at their colors? Monster, spell, trap. That's how I remembered it back in the day.
And C making its monster immune to traps and summoning a union from hand when sent to grave. These all facilitated the summon of ABC Dragon Buster, a fusion who could be summoned by banishing the A, B, and C from field or grave, could discard and banish a card on a quick effect, and could, on the opponent's turn only, tribute itself to summon 3 banished light machine unions.
You're no weighing now, but how many of you actually knew that?
Similar to Magnet Warriors, A to Z Dragon Buster Cannon was a banished contact fusion of ABC and the original XYZ that has a repeatable Omni Negate at the cost of a discard each time, and can banish itself to resummon both ABC and XYZ from banishment. Union Hanger was their new field spell, able to search a Light Machine Union on activation, and can equip an appropriate Light Machine Union from deck to a Light Machine Union that is summoned once per turn. Lastly, Union Scramble can summon up to 3 banished Light Machine normal or Union monsters on activation, and can banish itself from grave to recur another to hand. ABC, to put bluntly, was way better than Magnet Warriors in almost every way. Their field spell let them turbo out 2 monsters at a time, their payoff didn't need to be searched first, the payoff's removal was a quick effect, and in general, level 4 machines already have way more existing support than level 3 rocks do, like Gold and Silver Gadget for example, which in turn makes it easier to trigger things like the grave effects of the Union, since you can just overlay the equipped monster to put the Unions attached.
I think ABCs are pretty popular. I guess let me know if you guys like ABC or not. I didn't like it that much. But that's probably just because I liked a lot of other decks more in the same format. It also felt kind of high rolly, of like you kind of wanted to go first and pull off your combo. If you didn't do that, it felt kind of weak. But overall, I don't hate ABC. I just like love a lot of the other decks around this time just more, I think. But for the most part, I think the ABC deck was pretty popular and people just like it.
And grave. ABC was immediately recognized as an actually potent deck, with ABC itself being the kicker, as once you've used all the unions to go through and summon various rank 4 bosses, you cap it off with ABC to add a discarding banish and the ability to reflood the board again. There would be no clearer indication of this deck's immediate impact than YCS Liverpool a week later, where ABC would take 14
Dude,
of the top.
This YCS, I played Lightsworn, and I would have topped, but then I lost in the last round in this deck breakdown. What do you think is like the worst deck to just play in the last round on the bubble and lose the dice roll to? If they draw a good hand, what would you think is like a problem if you go up against it and they win the dice roll and you just like, you know, easily Herald? Yep, that's what I lost to. Last round of Swiss. Round 10, I think round 10 or 11. I don't know how big Liverpool was. I think it was round 11, where both X2, winner makes top cut, loser is out. They roll a freaking, I don't know, high number, and they just like a mega combo. Like it was Herald plus Christia, game 1 and game 3. So that was my YCS Liverpool story. That was that. Barcode, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're waiting for the ban list in less than 90 minutes.
32, almost completely shunting Blue Eyes off its top of the meta position. Utilizing various tools in the rank 4 arsenal like Gold and Silver Gadget, Photon Thrasher, and various rank 4s like Gear Gigant X and Bujente Tsukiyomi, ABC would absolutely dominate the event, although notably utilizing Artifact Scythe in its lineup with Sanctum, reaching all the way to top 4 on its first outing. Lightsworn continued to both impress and depress, as it would be tied with PK5.
So this deck, I genuinely think this deck was probably the best deck of the format, but it just never got to show that because of how expensive Minerva was and how little copies of Minerva were out there. I think it's shown by how few people had access to it, and it still ended up being super successful, right? Like the conversion rate for this deck is crazy. Like at YCS Liverpool, I don't know how many people played this deck, maybe like 10 or something, or 15, if even, right? And like a lot of those made top cut, or like myself, got very close to it.
For the second most represented deck in top 32, bringing even more fuel onto the fire of Minerva's exclusivity. This time around, it would be new variants like a light toolbox using Brilliant Fusion to set up its various tools, as well as a zombie variant with Unizombie and Mizuki that aim to access Omega repeatedly. DD would crack into the top 32 for the first time here, utilizing their newly released fusion Flame King Genghis to facilitate a far stronger
so the names are long
than the
enough.
previous version of the deck. Also utilizing Dark level 6 options like Destiny Hero Malicious and Mass Change 2 for Dark Law, in order to make Beatrice the proper way for further Grave setup. Speaking of Dark tools, Dark Synchro...
How much did Minerva cost back then? I think a super rare was about 800 to 1,000. Was roughly the case. But I think if it was the case nowadays, it would be more expensive. Like, this is 8 years ago. I think if nowadays, if a super rare, because that is what, like, that's what bad super rares go for these days, right? Like a bad super, I mean, not quite 800 maybe, but like an unplayable super rare price card is like 500 to 600 at the moment, maybe more if it's not printed anymore, like if the YCS season is over. So a playable one would probably be easy, like 1,500, 2K or something. If it was playable these days, right? And that's why I think it's very good that we don't have playable prize cards for that matter, right?
Would see another top here, being the first publicly available list for the deck, and looking over this, all of the alarm bells should be going off. This deck was entirely predicated on the idea of hand looping the opponent out of the game with a combination of
How did players not riot? I mean, to be fair, Lightsworn was a good deck and maybe the best deck in the format, but it wasn't like super unfair if someone had Minerva. It wasn't the best deck by that far, right? Like it wasn't like a matter of, oh, if you have Lightsworn, you will just beat everyone else and easily win the tournament. All the other decks were still powerful, and Lightsworn could easily lose, and like it didn't win this tournament, for example. Like it was like it was a strong option. It wasn't the only option. If it was the only option, it would have been a whole nother issue, right? But still, it was still not great. It still is not a great development if your YCS price card is so meta relevant like Minerva was in this format. But thankfully it was not the best deck by far. It would have been way more accessible, and it's kind of sad because the deck was pretty fun. But it could have been so much better, but it also could have been worse. But it's still not ideal.
With Level Eater, which could eat the levels off of an Omega before banishing it to gain level advantage, or to eat
like Chaos Emperor Dragon for Thunder. Pretty much exactly that. Because like Thunder Dragon during TOS format, first of all, it wasn't the only option. Second of all, you didn't need Chaos Emperor for it. It was optimal to play Chaos Emperor, but you didn't need it. But it was still very annoying, right?
Down to use Trishula to use it as material for an Omega. They also use cards like DDR in order to reuse the Omega hand banishment effect just to drive that point home even further. This deck was a bit of a notorious one in the meta too, as naturally you'd think the best way to counter it was Maxx C, but that in and of itself was an extremely dangerous gamble. An inexperienced player firing Maxx C on Dark Synchro the first opportune moment they could would find their hand loop problem solved by causing an entirely different problem of the opponent committing to the Maxx C challenge. You
would just get decked out if you Maxx C this deck.
Many times that the player that fired Maxx C would then proceed to draw so many cards that they'd be decked out the following turn. Many players would try and play around this by going Maxx C in response to the first card getting looped out, but in many cases the Dark Synchro player would still have enough gas in the tank to keep going, being a massive thorn in the side of the meta at large. The only things holding the deck back from a full meta takeover was the chance of dead hands, as the deck was built on so many different 2-card interactions that it was a common sight to see a completely unplayable hand. And the complexity, as this deck had so many varying lines to go through that learning it in a sufficient manner was a massive challenge in and of itself.
Also Red Resonator, my boy.
Starseraph Herald would also see the top cut for the first time, using Cyber Angel Benton as a Swiss Army knife of sorts, able to search for a missing Seraph, a Herald of Perfection to summon, additional fairies for the hand in Honest or more Benton, or even Archlord Christia to add a special summon lock to the Herald board, being a solid
There they are, my nemesis.
Thomas Rose would take the event on PK Fire, notably running a line of 3 Chaos Hunter in the main board to prevent the opponent from banishing cards, locking them out of summoning ABC, as well as Ghost Reaper being able to clean up most matches by revealing Dante, ABC, or Spirit Dragon. If you thought the ABC shook up the meta though, you haven't seen anything yet, as the last core set was just around the corner, and it would take the newly broken up meta
let's go
with some of the strongest support to existing archetypes we've seen in a long time.
There he is!
Invasion Vengeance. Release date November 4th, 2016. Set type Core set. Major strategies: Metal Foes, Paleozoic,
Toad!
Frog. Impact:
Well, if it isn't froggily amazing. I messed it up!
Inov was the last core set of the year, and its job was fairly simple: support the strategies introduced in Dark Illusion, which it handled more effectively than I think any of us at the time were ready for. Starting with Metal Foes, their support here would include Bismuth, a new scale 8 with the same scale effect, but if popped, search a Metal Foes monster in the end phase, notably being level 1, meaning it was, at the time, impossible to pendulum summon back out from the extra. Alcahest, a fusion of a Metal Foes and a normal monster that can quick effect relinquish a monster, gaining defense equal to its attack, able to use its equipped monster as material for a Metal Foes fusion. Mithrilium, a fusion of a Metal Foes and a pendulum, able to shuffle back 2 Metal Foes cards in grave to bounce a card, floating into a Metal Foes pendulum in face of extra or grave when sent to grave, and full Metal Foes fusion, a quick play fusion spell for Metal Foes. This support would change practically everything about the more pure variants of Metal Foes, giving them interaction on the opponent's turn in Alcahest, who can now be summoned on the opponent's turn with full Metal Foes fusion, but also in Mithrilium, who not only provides great removal, she recycles your used spells and traps to then reset with the scale effects, and her float effect also goes off when used as fusion material, making her easily the most important piece of the deck now. This would shoot Metal Foes up the ranks of the meta into a tier 1 to 2 position, able to compete solidly with ABC already in the meta. Spiral would receive a couple of interesting new pieces in Master Plan, able to search a Spiral mission.
Okay, I'll give it to you. These two were a little overtuned. Yeah.
A Spiral Resort and a Spiral monster when sent from field to grave, and Spiral Resort, which gave your other Spiral cards targeting protection.
It still didn't break Spiral, but these were very breakable cards. Let's say it like that. It was dangerous to make these.
Search the Spiral monster once per turn, and shuffles a monster from grave into deck as maintenance cost to prevent destruction. While these wouldn't do anything in the short term, Master Plan would be theorized as an insanely powerful piece for the strategy, able to search 3 cards by itself, with the caveat being the deck currently had no reliable way to summon her or get her off the field reliably.
Hamood, thank you for the 27. I was never around during Metal Foes release, but I think they're so cool. Metal Foes were cool, yeah. Metal Foes, they are cool.
But if those 2 hurdles could be cleared, she had the potential to make Spiral a meta threat by herself. Paleozoic would receive the remainder of its cards here, being Eldonia, able to boost a monster by 500,
don't talk about Eldonia.
Dionysius, able to banish a face-up card for a discard, Morella, able to dump a trap from deck, Lincolnia, able to return a banished card to grave, and Opabinia, a rank 2 that's unaffected by monster effects, lets you activate Paleozoic traps from hand, and if it has a trap as material, can detach to search a Paleozoic trap once per turn. This would do a lot to iron out the flaws in Paleo as a deck, giving them a proactive play in Opabinia to activate from hand, as well as better Paleos in Dionysius and Morella. But to say this was all they received would be disingenuous, as while this was all the archetypal support they got, there was also another Exceed release here that should be talked about with them. Totally awesome.
Let's
TCG
go.
localization at the time was a fucking joke. Is an Aqua Locked rank 2 that can detach.
Okay, how do we feel about the name of Totally Awesome? Is it terrible? Or is it like so cringe that it's already funny? That it's like okay? Because I'm more on the side of like, I think it's funny. I think it's okay. Like I like it. I think it's like better. It has more like, it just has a better ring to it than if it just was called, like, what was it called in the OCG? Tree Toad? Come on, I mean, throw in a pun here and there. That's okay. Why not? Why not have a little pun in there?
In the standby phase to summon a frog from deck, can once per turn tribute an Aqua for an Omni Negate and destroy.
The only issue with it is how it, like, probably in most other languages it doesn't make sense, right? I feel like that's what they sacrificed, because I only know from the German translation it doesn't make any sense. I don't know how it is in other languages, but in anything else it doesn't. In any other language, I don't think it makes sense. In Italian, it does. Oh, okay. Okay. The German one makes no sense. Because what they did, I'll tell you what they did. For the German one, they actually just translated this name. So there's no wordplay anymore. It's just this name, but exactly translated. Which it's called Krötelig umwerfend, which makes no sense. They should have called it Todeskrass for any Germans in here. That's what it should have been. But they didn't.
You can set that card to your field, and if sent to grave, recurs back a water monster. This card would be a massive meta shifter, as with it, Paleozoic had an Omni Negate it could access thanks to the entire archetype being Aqua level 2s. in addition to a perfect rank 2 engine it can now access for going first plays, being that of Frog. In addition, Totali's Omni Negate didn't require materials, meaning that by cheating it out with Bahamut Shark, you could tribute itself for its Omni Negate effect, then put it back in extra with its recursion, meaning that not only was
The
it
Germans
a
get
threat,
it.
but any deck
The
with
Germans
Bahamut
get
Shark
it.
access could also use it, which we'd see the implications of with the upcoming YCSs. Doki Doki can discard a rock to summon another from deck with the same level and attribute, being a decent option for Magnet Warriors for now, but would be far more useful in a couple of years. Mare was a level 7 tuner that could lower its level by 1 to summon a level 1 token, being an extremely interesting combo enabler when used with Yazi, and would get far more popular with the next era of the game. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon would be the 4th of the mechanic dragons, taking 2 dark monsters on the field, gains the attack of an opponent's special summon monster on fusion summon, and can copy a level 5 or higher name and effect for a turn, and nukes the opponent's special summoned monsters when destroyed. This would be notably the weakest of the 4 dragons for now, as the only real card that could make it without sinking too many resources was Super Poly, which was currently banned, leaving Starving Venom in a weird spot for now. Meteor Black Comet Dragon is a fusion of a level 7 Red Eyes and a level 6 dragon, can dump a Red Eyes from deck on summon to burn for half its original attack, and revives a normal monster when sent to grave, and Red Eyes Insight dumps a Red Eyes monster from deck to search another Red Eye.
Can someone explain the German joke? I don't think I can. I don't think there is an explanation if you don't speak German, unfortunately. It's very hard to explain a pun to someone who doesn't yeah.
Spell trap. These two would help form an FTK of sorts for Red Eyes, specifically in that Meteor summon with Red Eyes Fusion, and then 2 copies of Inferno Fire Blast would be 8200 damage, which while an extremely inconsistent FTK thanks to Inferno Fire Blast not being searchable, was still one to be aware of. Denglong, First of the Yang Zing, is a level 5 synchro that searches a Yang Zing card on summon, can dump a worm to copy its level, and floats into a Yang Zing when it leaves field. This first effect would standardly be used to search their new counter trap 9 Pillars, which by popping a Yang Zing at the end of its effect was an Omni Negate and shuffle back, making Denglong a level 5 synchro with a generic Omni Negate, which would be attractive for many strategies. Vermilion Dragon Mech was a TCG exclusive level 9 synchro that could banish a tuner engrave to pop a card, and if destroyed by card effect, recur to banish tuner, being a solid option for Blue Eyes. Lastly, Dimensional Barrier could lock the summon and effects of either rituals, fusions, synchros, exceeds, or pendulums for a turn, being an extremely powerful floodgate to an entire mechanic of your choosing, but was also seen as problematic immediately because it listed all of the mechanics it hit, meaning that if a new mechanic came up within a year, as many expected would happen as we were coming up on the 3-year mark since pendulums, Barrier wouldn't affect it. Still, for now, it was an extremely useful floodgate, which would find its way into various decks immediately. YCS Rio would be a week later, and though ABC was clearly still the top dog in the format off of this, a shakeup had happened with Metal Foes rising up the ladder. With the additions of Alcahest and Mithrilium, Metal Foes had ditched some of the more niche options in its arsenal for more standard pendulum pieces like the Magispector package and Luster Pendulum, turning it into the go-to pendulum deck of the format. Painful Decision was also starting to get more popular in the deck for accessing basically whatever scale you needed, as now with Mithrilium, the dump scale wasn't gone for good, as you could just float back into it later, or
Painful Decision is just another one of those cards that you should not think about too much what's happening on the artwork. We don't talk about the fact that either Ojama Black or Ojama Green is gonna die and eaten by the shark.
cycle it back to the deck for her bounce effect. Paleozoic would find its first top here too, utilizing the frogs as an engine to access rank 2s on the first turn, either for Toad, backed up by a series of traps, or for Opabinia to churn out the Paleos on the first turn without needing to set them first. As the deck was super reliant on traps in the first place, it made sense that its lineup would be chock full of floodgates and counters to top strategies, such as Anti-Spell, Floodgate Trap Hole, Quaking Mirror Force, and Barrier Statue of the Torrent. Most interesting here was Waboku,
we don't need
which served
those.
the purpose of being protection for your summoned Paleos, as well as
We
being changeable
don't
to any
need
removal,
those.
which in turn also triggered a Paleo engrave,
13 extra, it's probably just an incomplete list.
making it an incredibly important inclusion.
Like, I'm looking at this, there was definitely a Dante missing
Paleo
for
de
cherries.
Abaldia, the 2010s Worlds winner, would take the event on ABC, with the only real change to the deck being the inclusion of Dimensional Barrier, as ABC was one of the best decks to utilize it since it could pivot between fusions and exceeds better than some other strategies. This would lead us into the last set of the year, and with so much changing so fast, many were curious if the last set could bring another shakeup before the year closed out.
Dude, Abyss Actors. I don't want to talk about Abyss Actors.
Destiny Soldiers. Release date, November 18th,
Is this the Dark Lord one?
2016. Set type, deck building set. Major strategies, Destiny Hero, Abyss Actor, Dark Lord. Impact, 1 new rogue level threat. Destiny Soldiers was the last set of the year, bringing 3 dark attribute archetypes to try and shake things up one last time. Abyss Actor would be the first of these, being a series of pendulums focused around their spells, the Abyss scripts, which had different effects based on whether they're activated or destroyed while set, which unfortunately were not successful at the time in the slightest, even as pieces in a pendulum pile. Destiny Hero would be the second of these, bringing new support to the strategy focused around their cards Aster Phoenix,
Dude, Drill Dark was insane in Duel Links.
used in the recent stint of the Arc 5 anime. Drill Dark can summon a D hero from hand on summon with attack less or equal to itself and deals piercing. Dark Angel can discard itself if you have 3 or more D heroes in grave to summon a D hero from grave to the opponent's board, negating and destroying any spells activated by its controller, and can banish itself and another D hero from grave in your standby phase to have both players stack a normal spell from deck on top of their deck. Celestial can pop an opponent's face up spell when it attacks to burn for 500, and can banish itself and another D hero while you have no cards in hand to draw 2. And Dystopia is a fusion of 2 D heroes that can burn for half of a level 4 lower D hero's attack in grave on summon, and can turn its attack back to normal if changed to pop a card on field on a quick effect. Needless to say, this support lacked a lot of focus, but it would give Hero a couple of interesting tools for the future to play around with, not really changing the strategy's position for now. Lastly, and most importantly, were the Dark Lords, most of which shared an effect to pay 1000 life on quick effect to copy a Dark Lord spell trap effect from grave, then shuffled it back into deck. Ixchel could discard herself and another Dark Lord card to draw 2, Texcatlipoca could discard itself to prevent the destruction of Dark Lord monsters, Nastin could discard 2 other Dark Lord cards to summon itself from hand, and Amdust could discard itself and another Dark Lord to recur a Dark Lord card. Morningstar was the only one here without the copy effect, able to summon Dark Lords from deck on tribute summon up to the number of effect monsters the opponent had targeting protection while you controlled another Dark Lord, and can mill cards up to the number of Dark Lords you control to gain 500 for each Dark Lord card milled that way. As for their spell traps, Banishment searched a Dark Lord card, Contact revived a Dark Lord, Rebellion could send a Dark Lord from hand or field to grave to pop a card, and Enchantment could do the same to brain con a monster for the turn, with the traps notably skipping their costs if used by the Dark Lord copy effect. This would be a bold departure from the GX era cards, although Desire and Superbia specifically would also be useful for this new version of the deck, giving more swarming and easy spot removal for the strategy. Though it was a competent deck for sure, Dark Lord being a deck of high level monsters with only 2 reliable ways to get one on field initially left the deck in a position of bricking a lot, which in turn meant that for now, Dark Lord would be relegated to the ever-growing gallery of rogue level decks. YCS Anaheim would follow 2 weeks later, and with a new pool of cards from Inov, new strategies would start popping up. Toad and its consequences would result in the appearance of not only Mermail, taking advantage of the new Bahamut Shark target to regain some of its relevance.
No Banlist? I mean, it was never going to happen yet. What are you talking about?
Lost with the shuffling of the meta, but also in, of all places, Hero. Because Bahamut Shark could access Toad, the deck had resorted back to an old favorite, being Bubble Man, as it could be half of a Bahamut
This deck's crazy.
Shark very easily either with another copy of itself or with 10 Goldfish, which had always been considered for a Shadow Mist enabler, but never really had a reason to be played over something like Goblinburg until now. As such, the end board of Dark Claw and Toad would become more and more common as Hero rose back into a tier 3 position in the meta.
Guess what I played? I mean, I know you played the Hero deck.
2 top spots on its first outing, being able to mitigate its bricks in a Swiss setting, but crumbling a bit in single elimination. Falling out
Dark Lord Zerato. They were down bad.
out
Or allure and trade in
notably
target.
playing 3 copies of Dark Lord Zerato from Phantom Darkness as a 1 tribute board nuke. Yang Zing would see a top here mostly thanks to Denglong in addition to the Metal Foes, enabling the Yang Zing float effects in a major way, which in turn allowed for the deck to set up both Denglong and Zephyr Nui, which resulted in multiple 9 pillars to form a defense.
This deck is also wild.
Elvis Vu would take the event on ABC, utilizing the Brilliant Fusion engine as a way to flood board, and to access the ABC pieces on the light dump for easier access to the Fusion ABC itself. YCS Bokum would be 2 weeks later, being the last YCS of the year, and with it, we'd see the meta actually balance out again between its top 4 decks, being that of ABC, Metal Foes, Paleozoic, and Hero. Paleo had shown the most growth here over time since release, as it had trimmed its monster and spell count down to about as low as it could.
Is this mine? No, this is not mine. I didn't play Picaya.
Go, being that of a
Did I play Picaya? I don't think I played Picaya. I played Picaya?
Frog Engine, Maxi, and Desires,
Okay.
leaving the rest of the deck to be Impact, Traps, and Paleos, with probably the most interesting pivot here being that of Reckless Greed, filling a similar niche to how it was used back in Dark World to stack multiple together without
Seems like something you should know, not us. Because I feel like I remember playing or going back and forth between playing 41 with Picaya or 40 without Picaya. I thought I decided playing 40 without Picaya. I'm looking this up right now. Yeah, I played Picaya. That's crazy.
getting multiple of the drawback. Only this time it could also revive a Paleo when you used it. Awesome Performage Lightsworn would be a pile of pile decks, combining the previous Lightsworn game plan with that of using 10 Goldfish as half of Bahamut Shark, with the other half usually being Gigabyte, which was still searchable with King of the Feral Imps and easy to summon between the Performages and Minerva. Zombie would take the turn going down the hand loop trail we all expected, utilizing the Sheer Nui engine in addition to various level 1 and 2 tuner options alongside Beast of the Pharaoh to loop through their Omega and Trishula lines. With Beast of the Pharaoh able to revive Zombie Master when sent for a Synchro Summon, Master then being able to discard to revive Beast, and then with with a level 1 tuner makes Omega or a level 2 makes Trishula, reviving the Master with Beast to do it all over again. Billy Break would take the event on Metal Foes, marking his 4th YCS win, which at the time made him the player with the most total YCS wins, which would be his last YCS win as he would retire from the competitive side of the game to work for Konami in their development of the game sometime after August of 2017.
Look, I could say stuff right now about this finals, but I think instead we're just gonna at some point probably watch it together. I thought about this in the before. I think we're gonna do a react to the back-to-back finals situation at some point. But yeah, that was great. Was it the Paleo final? Yeah, I lost to Billy in the finals of this YCS.
His 4th YCS win, which at the time made him the player.
How many cards in his deck are his favorite? I think in this particular one, it would probably be Vanity's Emptiness for no particular reason.
With the most total YCS wins, which would be his last YCS win as he would retire from the competitive side of the game to work for Konami in their development of the game sometime after August of 2017. And with that, 2016 Yu-Gi-Oh! Would come to an end. But what an insanely packed year it was. We'd seen the rise and immediate fall of a Tier 0 Titan, multiple formats with at least 4 decks vying.
It was a crazy year. At some point, did just more things happen in a year of Yu-Gi-Oh? Because I feel this one, it was 2 hours long, but it didn't feel like you were like packing more stuff in just because it just more happened. I like that year. Oh, 2016 is great. 2016 is a great year overall. Like even the pendulum, like after they deal with Tier 0 pendulum, like the pendulum odd eyes Kirin piles that are part of Monarch BA PK formats, they're cool. 2016 was a really cool year for Yu-Gi-Oh! I think. I liked 2016 a lot.
For the top position, and so many shifts in the game that it's hard to believe it all happened within a single year. But unfortunately, a storm was coming. We were about to enter 2017, and with it would come more than just a new Tier 0 menace. It would also bring a shift that many would doom cry as the end of Yu-Gi-Oh! As we knew it. But I mean, come on, they said that about every new mechanic so far. How bad could it possibly be?
I mean, it's true, it wasn't that bad. 2017 killed Yu-Gi-Oh! And here we are 7 years later. Anyways, once again, the link to the Law yugioh is pinned. If you enjoyed the watch along, make sure to go subscribe and support their channel. And then go into the comments and always ask when 2017 recap. Always ask for the next one. Okay, shout outs to the Law for these. They're in chat right now as well. Appreciate you for doing these. They're always fun to watch. And now, honestly, I thought this was gonna go a little bit longer, but now we have nothing left to do, I guess, except for waiting for the ban list. I mean, I guess we can refresh the Twitter pages at 5 because maybe it drops an hour early or something. I don't know. Yeah, waiting indeed. Ictuzio, thank you for the 20 months. Senior Stack 7, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. You did spend 3 hours reacting? I mean, yeah. Play one Paleo game, that should get us there. I mean, yeah, if nothing drops at 5, we have an hour to kill. We'll probably just play some Yu-Gi-Oh! That seems like a good plan. Is it coming out for sure today? No, for sure, for sure. It's gotta be today. No, we don't know for sure. We're just coping. We're coping. Today is the day, guys. Today is the day. And if it's not today, it's tomorrow. There's at least, look at it this way. Yeah, someone in chat is right. There's at least a 25% chance that it's today because there are only 4 days left in August. 4 days are left in August. F5? It's probably not 5. Oh, God. A history lesson from the future shows us how out of control synchro summoning led to the Mechlord invasion of Earth. This future of Z1 was connected to Cosmic Blazar Dragon, Another card in this year's tins. If you had to guess, how many times have you synchro summoned? At least 2. NA hasn't posted yet? This is the funniest part about Banlist season is when everyone just loses their mind under these posts. I wonder how many synchro monsters will be on the upcoming Forbidden Limited list. 3. Also Banlist today, please. Give us the ban list. I would love to know what cards I could or could not synchro summon in the common format. Not a single synchro summon will happen at one of your competitive events until a ban list drops. I don't... Oh god, this is the evil person in the community. I don't need the ban list. Oh god. My nan needs the toilet. Can you release the ban list within the hour so she can go? Good synchro morning. These accounts must be ran by AI, bro. Ain't no way a human is tweeting this knowing the players want a ban list. Oh, God. What is this, dude? What's this cursed image? No, why? Why? Dude, there's too many horses in this. We don't care, Lamau. Anyway, here's another scene from the anime and a tin reprint. Yeah. This is me. This is exactly me. This is my exact reaction if it doesn't happen today at 6 p.m. Oh, it's so many, dude. It's so many. 100 comments almost in 4 minutes. Yeah. NA still hasn't posted. Oh, okay. Is this what we cope today? Is this why we cope today? Because NA has not posted yet? That surely means they're saving their post for the ban list? Okay. No, I'm on board. I'm on board. Surely that's what it means. Yeah, okay. No, I believe that. Okay. Fine. Fine. Yeah. All right. Surely yesterday and tomorrow is tin announcement, so it has to be today. I mean, we'll be here until 6 p.m. Realistically, I think the chances are always better at 6 p.m. than 5 p.m. So in an hour is the more likely thing to happen anyways. I never really expected it at 5 p.m. So it could be in an hour. And we'll just you know, that's like guys, just bear with me. One Paleo game and we're done. Just one Paleo game and we have a ban list. Ban list today. Thank you for the 4 months. Also, Dragon JC, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Ooh, we got a 1700 rated opponent. But we lost the coin toss. Can we do a bet for the ban list? We will do a bet for the ban list, yeah. That's a lot of Leoncolia in my 59 card deck. Oh, they okay. Shotgun to Maxi. I know you want it. Bait evenly. Okay. Didn't work. What is going on? Osh. Okay. Well then. We go again. It dropped. Ban the banlist baiter. If it's not actually out. Oh no, not the poplar. Yeah, we can check out the Japanese article. I think I closed it though. So my problem right now, my problem with this situation is that if I Morella now, they will 100% drop a Max C on me, and then they're gonna draw Diabell Star. So I'm just gonna hold off on the Morella here. Yeah. In the end phase, we can do some things with the Paleos in the grave, but not... Oh, okay. Bro, I literally need a good card here or I lose the game. I lose the game. I am dead next turn, probably. Because I have 3 deadly Leoncolias. That's one less deadly in Colia. That's cool. They have to have Maxi, right? There's no way they don't. Yeah. Oh my god, you have a Royal Maxi? Alright, I lose. You win. Wait, you top deck Diabellstar off of Maxi? Oh, I guess it doesn't do that much because original is gone already this turn. Alright. Well then. I'm not entirely sure why we did this main phase too, but sure. I guess we can SP now. Okay, well, I guess we're outing the SP. That's convenient. Ha! I mean, they have combo next turn anyways. No. Bro, can I draw an actual trap card? It's ridiculous at this point. I've drawn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Paleos and 2 Balance of Judgment this game. I thought you liked Paleos. I like Paleos. I don't like drawing 8 of them and no other real trap cards. That's not fair. What a great time I'm having. Aren't you just dead? Yeah. Yeah, I am. See, though, that's a real hand. It has not been our day. Good thing the Banlist will fix that. I mean, the thing is, it's expected when you play a rogue deck like that. You're not going to win that much. But drawing 8 Paleos in the first 10 cards is pretty damn unlikely. Especially because none of them was Dynamishes, and 3 of them were Leoncolias. I can't even, like, trick them with Karma Cannon to put their birds in the graveyard. To loot, because, like, yeah. Because normally a play that's really nice against Flu is you Karma Cannon the little birds and then they go into the graveyard and they can't get them back easily. But not under Shifter. I guess the only good news is that it's like the deck doesn't kill me. I wish I had Leoncolias this time around. Does Mega Ryza have to target a card in the graveyard? Asking for a friend. Yes? Okay. I'm sending one so I can have it potentially for Leoncolia. If I want to go for that. Has NA posted by now? No. Robina effect. Okay. Well, they searched a Ryza that they can't activate at the moment, so that's cool. Beep. Article. I just want to have one not miserable experience. Just one. course, they have Island already, so they can afford to search Skyburn, which completely fucks my deck. All right, no more Master Duel today. Okay, so what did you guys want to look at? This one. Okay. Let me see. How do I translate the page in Firefox? I don't actually know. I would love to apparently this is a presentation of all the world's representatives. We can take a look at it because Banlist is in 30 minutes. But how do I translate in Firefox? I don't actually know. You need an add-on? Put it in Google Translate. Oh, can you still do that? I thought they removed that at some point. Can you still put a link into Google Translate and it'll just get you to a translated version of the website? You can still do it? Okay, why did I think they removed it? Okay. All right, no idea how accurate these translations are, but it does seem to work at least. Badrak, thank you for the 4 months. And the Pirate King, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. World Championship 2024 personal player introductions. Hello, everyone. This is Jonah. Hello, Jonah. I usually write articles introducing my achievements and the decks I used to achieve Master 1 and Master Duel ranked. During the Duelist Cup and World Championship qualifiers, we will be commenting on the rankings live on X, referring to past Duelist Cup rankings. In this article, the author, who enjoys following the competitive players while playing ranked matches to a certain extent, will introduce the players of 8 of the 12 teams in World Championship 2024 to the best of their knowledge. Okay. Japan representative Thank Love Stellar placed second behind Task in the 24 WCQ and became the Japan representative. The deck he used in the WCQ was Fire King Snake Eye, but at the Duelist Cup on June 1st, after the ban on Calamity, he used Super Heavy Samurai and placed with 37 wins and 24 losses. 37 wins and 24 losses? That's not a great record. Used Horror Super Heavy Samurai, placed third with 31 wins and 18 losses. I'm personally interested to see if he'll bring Super Heavy Samurai to the World Championships. Anyone has the link to the blog? I can link you. I have it. There you go. 37-24 is really good for DCKG. What is DCKG even? Surely they don't mean Duelist Cup. What is a KG Cup? Korean preparation tournaments for Duelist Cups. Oh, okay. All right. I guess if it is, I mean, 37-24 in a regular Duelist Cup wouldn't be great, but if it's against like a lot of other tryharding people, like good players, then it's a respectable record for sure, yeah. Okay, so we've got a Snake Eye Duelist over here who's been also playing a lot of super heavy samurai decks, okay. Arata placed 69th in the 24 World Championship qualifiers. Nice. Is the type of player who can win by choosing the top decks in the environment, such as Branded Snake Eye and Fire King Snake Eye. Also an OCG player and seems to share and correct deck lists with friends. We're looking forward to seeing his all-round ability demonstrated under the WCS rules, which require a diverse selection of decks. All right. Mira Force will be competing in... Oh, was competing in 2023 as a member of Boggin Japan. Some people call him Goji Oji, short for 5 o'clock and Oji for old man. Old. Referring to his 5 hours of Yu-Gi-Oh! A day. As his nickname suggests, he has a very long playing time and a long history in Yu-Gi-Oh! And you can watch his playing and thinking on streams, which give a glimpse of his experience. Be sure to check out his game versus Josh, which was not shown on the official stream. Yeah, I think we lost to them. Their team was the only team we lost to last year at the World Championship. It was the third round of the third round basically. We lost to Boggin Japan, I'm pretty sure. Okay, well we know a couple of things about the Brazilian team. Mateus Judeo and Rafael Reich. This is Rafael Reich, who placed second in the elementary school division of the World Championship 2017 after losing to Ryan Yu. He also lost to Ryan in a Dragon Link mirror match at World Championship 2023. The elementary school division is crazy. Oh, that's such a funny translation. I wonder if that's an accurate translation and they actually called it that, or if it just like so happens to be called something like along those lines. That's funny. Dude, Ryan Yu is your 2017 elementary school division world champion. I don't know much about this team, but they are in our group. I've heard of Greed before. They are the Duelist Cup champion, I think. In the last hour of the 23rd October Duelist Cup, he surpassed Task's Duelist points and snatched first place, earning the right to participate. It was in the Ghost Trick Pearly environment. He used the Pearly deck, which used 2 copies of Greedy and Avarice Pot. Wait, what is Greedy and Avarice Pot? Pot of Avarice? No shot. Desires? Maybe Desires, yeah. In May, on the Duelist Cup KG, whatever, used Snake Eye deck, came second with 16 wins and 4 losses. On June 1st, uses Rescue Ace. Yeah, Greed seems like the kind of player to play all kinds of decks as well. I mean, most people are, to be fair. Suba Duck participated in the World Championship 2023. Oh, they were also there last year. It's in general, it's crazy how many people that qualified last year are back this year. But here's another one that I didn't know was there last year, but we've got someone who was part of Team Sindang Pros, used Tieromen's Strongest. He is a fan of Hololive VTuber Ozoro Subaru and is proponent of the Subaru training method. I don't know what that means. Nakwal. His main achievement in Master Duel are 42nd place in December 23 using Endymion and 83rd place using Super Heavy Samurai. Okay, so this guy's gonna play a crazy deck at Worlds. This guy played Endymion in a challenge in a Duelist Cup. They will play some off the wall shit. I can tell you that. That's crazy. Okay, I'm scared of that player. I'm gonna lose the coin flip to them and get Endymion comboed. I'll tell you that much. Ryan Yu won the first place in 23 December by using 3 different decks. He is Ryan Yu, who won the World Championship 2017 Elementary School Division with Chainburn and has since achieved brilliant results in YCSs. In this season's Master Duel, 23 October came in third using Labyrinth with 3 contact seed. 23 December came in first using 12 Beasts? What is 12 Beasts? Anyways, in the low rank... Zodiac. Okay. Dragon Link from in the middle and Labyrinth for the last 2 hours. Yeah, Ryan really did win a bunch of Challenger Duelist Cups. That's crazy. Back to back too. His TCG achievements are too numerous to mention. In 2022, he achieved many results in the YCS using tier elements, also used tier elements in all matches at World Championship 2023. We expect that this player will use a fire attribute deck or Yubel, which is considered tier 1 this time as well. All right. Raymond Dye. I mean, we know these players. We've got Task. A man who can hear the voices of spirits. He won second place behind Ryan in 24 March and qualified to participate. He is the source of the meme tier immense strong. That was popular mainly on Reddit. He has left many legends behind, such as taking first place in the 23 World Championship qualifier while participating in YCS Japan on Sunday, taking 50th place in 23 December while only being able to play on Saturday and Monday due to work, and taking first place in the 24 World Championship qualifier while streaming all games on YouTube without delay. Really? I didn't know about that. That's crazy. At Worlds 2023, he summoned his partner girl, No Punk Zeamin, from the first game. And even though his opponent's Maxi went through, he FTK'd by deck out, exciting the world with his exciting development. What kind of drama will he show us this year? Dude, Task is a freaking pop star for the Japanese Master Duel community, I think. That's an epic introduction, dude. I hope my introduction is only half as epic. Holy shit. Magu. This guy always has Maxi. I know that. Adignister, a man who continues to resist the OCG environment with just one deck. He has gained popularity on YouTube for his commentary videos using the Talking Hiroyuki Maker and his live broadcasts. He claims to be the biggest supporter of Task in the world, so he initially declined to join the team, but after a fierce approach from Task, he decided to participate in May. After joining the team, he used various decks to deepen his knowledge of decks other than Cyber's decks. Dude, this is a Cyber's enjoyer. Traces of this can be seen on the broadcast archive. In our season 32 rating match, he achieved a peak of 3rd place, showing a finish that is not inferior to that of gold icon holders. All right. Goyoku, although he's a medical student, he is a busy man who participates in CS all over the country after participating in the Yu-Gi-Oh! OCG 2014. Okay, it's a 2014 Worlds representative. Oh no, he didn't, actually. He was in the selection tournament. He finally made it to the World Championships. In contrast to Josh, he prefers to use Monument, which is mainly made up... Wait. In contrast to Josh, he prefers to use Monument. What's Monument? Is it Stun? It's Stun! In contrast to Josh, he prefers to use Monument. Dude, they know. They know I hate Stun. I'm known for not playing Stun. Okay, that's based. We've made it, boys. The OCG thinks we hate Stun. Let's go. And this tendency can also be seen in Labyrinth, dude, he's a Stun Andy. If there is a possibility that Meta Beat will be used by this player, oh god, it will be this player, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the atmosphere will be like during the official broadcast. Bro, it's the Stun Andy. No. Okay. Double Noir. Bogin. Placed 2nd in the 23 World Championship qualifier using Ishizu tier. He led Team Boga Japan to participate in Worlds 2023. His results this season are 6th in October, 4th in December, 26th in March, and 33rd in the Worlds qualifier. He won 2 gold icons using Ghost Trick Pearly, and in the March, he used Super Heavy Samurai based on the deck list. And notes given to him, and then WCQ used Rescue Ace. Is a player characterized by his overwhelming number of ranked matches, and most of his posts are reports of 10 or more consecutive wins and tournament wins. WCS 2023 Asia representative Gimlet coined the word Bogan challenge in contribute to him and is is that the one where you have to get 10 win streak in ranked? Is that the Bogan challenge? I've heard of that one. Okay. KG. This season's results, okay, I mean, they're just writing down results. 10th place in October, 25th in December, 27th in March, 372nd in the World's Qualifier, the private tournament KG Cup. Started as a room match for serious players, blah, 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 has become recognized as a place where competitive players can easily participate and test their skills, and has now become a tournament with a rich international flavor. In particular, the Duelist KG Cup, which takes place over longer, produced 8 out of 10 of the gold icons in March 24, 3 of which were the winners of the tournament held on March 16th, just before the DC. By hosting the KG Cup, which can be said to be the most prestigious in the competitive environment of Master Duel, he gained connections. After 13 years since 2011, when he dual summoned his summoning rights without I don't know what this means. After 13 years since 2011, when he dual summoned... Oh, he did a double normal summon in a tournament final. Okay. So they crossed it out, but they still couldn't help but to mention it. Yeah, this dude did a double normal summon 13 years ago. Alright, cool. And 8 years since 2016, he's finally decided to participate in the long-awaited World Tournament. Okay. Drunken Elephant Horn. Bro is called Drunk Elephant Horn? Okay. He is the deck builder who created Ghost Trick Pearly, one of the revolutionary decks in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Interesting. The deck with 15 extra slots, which spread among Japanese competitive players from the KG Cup, was used by 2nd place Task, 5th place Suizokaku, 6th place Bogan, and 10th place KG among the gold icons in the OCT and surprised the world. The 3 team members also achieved good results in December with this deck, where both Pearly and Delicious Memory were semi-limited. Will we see a one-sided massacre starting with Suzaku's first turn at the World Championship? Okay. Alright. Dude, they have... It really seems like... It's interesting to read this, in case you were wondering why we're even looking at this. It's usually you don't learn much about OCG duelists, right? Like, there's a huge barrier, mainly because of language, that just stops you from knowing about these players, right? But, like, you can really tell that the Japanese community knows and cares about these players, right? So it's like, I think it's cool to see that. Okay, season points 2nd place, Sana, was in 2023 Worlds as well as a member of the Sindang Pros team. His results this season... Oh, dude, they've got a team rivalry going on. They played... The other guy was also part of the Sindang Pros team. They were on the same team last year, but they are on different teams this year. All right. His results this season are 973rd in October, 23rd in December, 9th in March, and 62nd. Wait, this is enough to get in with season points? 1 top 1000, 1 23rd, and 1 top 10? That's enough to get in with season points? I mean, okay, RJ has insane, right? RJ has... Okay, it says how many... It doesn't say how many points Sana got, but RJ got 4,000 points, dude. 2nd place in December, 10th in March, 14th in the World's Qualifiers. That's insane. RJ carry, yeah. And Tiras had 23rd in October, 36th in December. No, 37. This feels like, unironically, I'm not trying to hate on anything, but this feels like qualifying through points wasn't that hard. It wasn't easy, I'm sure, because I mean top 100 multiple times is still good, but it feels like realistic. Let's say it like that. Not easy, but definitely realistic. But you obviously have to do well in multiple cups. You have to basically grind all of the cups, right? RJ chose the players? No. The way season points works is you collect points throughout the season, and then you combine your points and you see which team has the most points. So all of their results counted towards the qualification. But okay. He abandoned his path as a teammate of Greed who had already earned the right to represent Japan and instead bet on participating with RJ as the second place team. What? Dude, there's drama here? This guy was already qualified as a member of Team Greed and left for the other team? Oh. Dude, why don't we hear more about this drama type thing? Holy, okay. Okay. They left their team behind because RJ needed someone who had solid points. All right. I see. Okay. All right. Okay. RJ. He is a Taiwanese athlete who recruited team members and qualified for the event with the team ranking second. This video provides a detailed explanation. Okay, well, of the training methods and DC running methods he used to get second place. Okay. And then Tiras. Since he has also achieved success in OCG and Duel Links, it seems likely that he will be able to adapt well to the unique rules of the World Championships. All right. What did they write about me? Also involved in the managing of large-scale tournament challenger cups and is one of the creators supporting the competitive environment Master Duel in EU. Judging from his performance in YCSs, he is definitely a user of mixed build divine monuments. Is that runic? It's runic. And at the World Championship 2023, he surprised Japanese viewers by using natural divine monument. He is carefully explaining his preparations for Worlds 2024, and in the archive of the second day's broadcast, you can watch him try out Frost Barrier Divine. Dude, they put a link here to me trying out Ice Barrier Runic because they think I'm gonna bring Ice Barrier Runic potentially to Worlds. Dude, watch the Japanese teams all have secondary decks that hard counter Runic combo because they're just like giga hurt from last year. It'd be so funny. It'd be so funny if they brought counters to Ice Barrier Runic. God, it'd be so hilarious. They are scouting out here. All right, hey, they're watching the streams. Shout out. Emre. He joined the team as a friend from the same hometown, Germany. Okay, Germany is not a town, Japan. But okay. In Worlds 2023, he used Labyrinth and Exosister, which gave the impression of being meta decks. That's cool. In Season 32, he was seen using Centurion. What kind of deck will he choose this year? Well, I know the answer. After placing third, Josh called me and I joined the team. His name is often seen in Master Duel competitive environments, just as Challenger Cups and rated matches, and he is known for building decks that are very different from OCG players. Okay, and that's the last one. Okay, they don't have info on all the teams. They do not have infos on all the teams. But yeah, that is indeed Quantal Think, aka Steve Cox, aka I'm gonna win Lamau. All right. No, this was interesting. This was interesting. It's cool to see, dude. This had so much more. This had so much more than what I expected. This had like drama. This had the task introduction, which was completely epic. Villain arcs, people betraying their teams to join other teams. This had everything. All right. Cool. That being said, Banlist in 10? Banlist in 10? Anyone? Any banlisters? Today I learned about Divine Monument. All right. Okay, dude. It's funny. It makes sense, right? Because if you're thinking about it, like if the OCG just like doesn't really like they don't follow the TCG that much, but they follow it a little bit. So what they would have seen from me is like winning YCS Utrecht with Runic Sprite, winning YCS Bologna with Runic Bestial, And then also, obviously, before that, bringing Runic Neteria to Worlds. So obviously, it's like, dude, the Runic Andy. I mean, I guess I am that. I guess that's fair enough. Okay. I guess they got the right impression. Yeah, no, I can't. I'm never beating those allegations ever again. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, I'm a Randy. I'm a Runic Andy. Well, like I said, I told you this on my Twitter already. I told you this already. You guys will never guess the amount of runic fountains in our world lineup. Now, this is not a serious tweet because I'm aware that there's only 7 different possibilities. So just by chance, I'm sure someone has guessed it in the comments. It was mostly just for fun, the tweet, but yeah. All right, 8 minutes, guys. 8 minutes. NA still has not tweeted. They have not made a tweet for the day, which clearly means it's today. Nightshade Inari, thank you for the 5 months. Deck Doctor is going to return soon. I have some stuff planned for the upcoming weeks and months after Worlds, especially. Yeah, I have a lot of plans for content in the upcoming months. I just haven't been able to put them into practice, right? But yeah. Just after remote duels, that's another thing that I'm aware. I'm aware that I said a couple times I was going to do more remote, but it is happening at some point. It just keeps happening where I've noticed this a lot, where I always focus a lot on my like upcoming tournaments, right? And I'm just like, dude, I don't have the mental capacity to really change much or tackle big projects when a big tournament is coming up. But then I realize, like, after a big tournament, usually it's just before the next tournament, if that makes sense, right? Like, I'm like focused on Worlds right now. So I'm like postponing these things for after Worlds. But then we're gonna get a TCG Banlist today, surely, and then we have YCS Lil like 3 weeks after Worlds or something. So it really is like the bane of an active competitive TCG player sometimes, that like a lot of your headspace is just taken by the next tournament, right? But yeah. Sincerely, how does it feel to be 5 minutes away from losing one more copy of Fountain? If they put Fountain to 1, you're banned. All right, we're going to start a prediction. We're starting a prediction. Ban list today? Question mark. Yes or no? You have 5 minutes to gamble your points. 5 minutes, because that's how long it'll take. Have you seen the French flag mat for Lil? Yes, I have. This one is pretty cool. It's pretty dope. All right, what are we yapping about for 5 minutes? Overall, I have how was the mic today for the people that were watching the entire thing? Has there been an improvement? Does it need to be better? No peeking? Okay. That's good. That's good. Are you going to the French YCS? I am going to be at YCS Lille. Yeah, I already have my tickets for YCS Lille and YCS Bologna. Is any are either of the YCSs already sold out? Lille or Bologna? Are there still tickets? Are they going to release more tickets for Lil? Okay, judging by that question, I think Lil is sold out, which probably means Lil is sold out. Okay. No, I don't know if they're going to add more tickets. I don't think so. I don't expect them to add more tickets to it because what, like, it was, it made sense that for the EU WCQ, they released tickets in 2 waves. And let me tell you why. It was because they started getting the tickets, or they started putting the tickets online for Euros before all of the nationals were finished. So some people didn't know whether they would have a qualification yet, because it was possible that your nationals was later. So they didn't want those people to go and grab a ticket before they knew whether they were qualified, obviously. So that's why there was one initial wave to just like get your tickets for the people that already had their invite. And then there was a second wave after all the nationals were finished, right? For a YCS, I don't see a reason why you would do waves of tickets, right? Like, why not just put them all out there, right? Because I don't think we've reached a level like Pokemon has, where all the tickets are sold out in like a minute or something. Then I think it makes sense to make multiple waves, because then otherwise you're screwed if you don't have time exactly when the thing drops, right? But for YCSs, they don't sell out immediately. They sell out in like, how much time was it for Lil until it's sold out? Right? Like how long did it take for Lil? Because I think I got my ticket like a day late or something. I don't think it was immediately. It was fast? Okay, what do you mean by fast? What was fast? Zach, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate you. PDG Crusher, thank you for the 2 months as well. Cosmic Cam, thank you for the 3. Appreciate the support, everybody. 2 more lists, 2 more minutes. 2 more lists until the minute. Yeah. Let me open the Banlist page as well, just in case. Where's my resub notification? I just said it. All right, 59. 59. Bro, it's gotta be today. Yeah. Holy shit, Link Rebo's banned. I don't like deep beyonding away my own fountain. Today is the day. Please. Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm already refreshing. It's not even 6 p.m. yet. Oh, 6 p.m. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Bro, are they really not going to tweet at all? Come on, dude. I can't take this anymore. I can't take it anymore, dude. It's fine. They're just late on the post. They haven't posted at all yet. They're gonna post. Bro, they are really freaking... When they said end of August, they meant end of August. Or late August, dude. There's no shot it's the 31st, dude. The 31st would be crazy. Guys, technically September is also late August, right? Because what's later than August? September. Right? Like, if you really think about it, September is like a later version of August. Maybe that's the logic. Maybe the message was also directed at a person named August, right? The ban list is going to be late August. Maybe we just misinterpreted it. Dude. Dude, Duel Links just tweeted something about their Duelist Kingdom event, and people are still responding with the freaking Grandma in the Cage to Duel Links. Bro, the Duel Links social media intern had nothing to do with this. My god, dude. Don't scroll down. Okay, hold up. I need to check. I need to scroll down. I just need to see if it's safe for stream. It's the freaking horse again. Yeah, okay. Oh my god, it's so many horses. Oh god, okay. Guys. I think I mean, I've been saying it all the time, but like, tomorrow is the day, right? Tomorrow is the day. I've been saying it. You will definitely not find any clip or something out of this stream where I said today was the day. It was obviously not the day. All the signs in the world were like hinting at tomorrow being the day. It was never going to be today. And no one said that. No one actually believed today. Did you believe today? Nah. Today is crazy. Today is Wednesday, guys. What were you thinking? Look at your stream title. Look at your stream title. That's right, you don't have one. Anyways. Yeah. So awkward. But they haven't tweeted. I mean, look, maybe they'll tweet it later. But for now, I think is where we end. And if a ban list drops, you know I'll go live again. I will go live again. But for now, I guess, thank you all for watching. Hope you had fun in the stream. And it's simple. We simply meet tomorrow for the ban list because it's definitely tomorrow. The Gamba prediction will be paid out tomorrow because what if it drops in like an hour? I'll pay it out in the morning if it really doesn't drop today. Don't worry about it. All right. Well, I'm gonna send you guys over to Nesh, I suppose. I think the reason I'm sending you guys over to Nesh is because I think it's gonna be funny. He's gonna be mad right now. He's in a mad state. Look, literally, there's a preview. I don't know if you know this, but when you rate someone, there's a preview of their stream. And I literally see Nesh right now tweeting a pic of the vomiting horse. So that's how down bad Nesh is. So I'll send you guys over to Nesh. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all the support. Drop some Banlist copy pastas in Nesh's chat for me. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for more Banlist Cope. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thanks for